Hello again, friends. The great Brian Last here. You there. We are back on the bus. Another Jim Cornette Omnibus. This time, we are looking at a very popular topic. The topic being Jim Cornette. Jim Cornette trending. The many conversations we've had about that. And let's go to him right now. Mr. Jim Cornette.
Brian, you have dumbfounded me when the minions of the Arcadian Vanguard Network that put this together, when they said it's 6 hours and 27 minutes of us talking about me trending on Twitter. And this is because I don't trend for making astute comments. I don't trend for making news in various places for any of the wonderful things that I do. I trend for the stupidest, most insignificant reason, something I may have said or something I didn't say. Or sometimes I wasn't even there. Or sometimes it's the most innocuous thing that could be uttered in the English language and some knucklehead loses their fucking rabbit-ass mind over it. So we put together a compilation of all the stupid reasons that people have made me trend on Twitter while I was either playing with Harley Quinn or out working in the yard supervising the Monroe brothers.
Well, let's find out what happens when there's no supervision at all. Let's go right now to the Omnibus. Jim Cornette trending starts right now.
That's not all the fun I had this weekend, Brian. I swear to God, if I'm lying, I'm flying. This story that I'm about to tell you is true. And it is a sad, sad statement of affairs on, I think, the entire American population at this point, because people have just gone out of their fucking rabbit-ass minds. Do you remember, I don't know how many weeks ago it was, but we talked about this goof indie outlaw girl wrestler that doesn't want to use her gimmick name on Twitter, that used her real name. And the statement she made was, her name's Jordan. Well, one of her names is Jordan Grace. Her real name is apparently Trisha Parker. I say apparently because that's the one she puts on her Twitter. And then it says @Jordan Grace. So you don't know who you're fucking talking to. But she's the one several weeks ago that said, well, I think somebody asked her, why are you using both of your names? Why don't you stick to your gimmick name? She said, I think people have moved past the point where they don't realize that we're playing a character and this is, we have a real life also. One of these goddamn high school drama class fucking, cosplay wrestlers, right? And I had sniped at her about that. Well, then I guess it was Monday maybe. So it wasn't the way it is Monday. I turn on Twitter and there's somebody, hey, Cornette, what do you think of this? This fucking goof is back on there, and listen to what I wrote this down so that I'd make sure I quoted this right. This is what she tweeted. I am 100% for calling wrestling a performance art rather than a sport, in quotation marks. The insistence upon calling it a sport is really holding wrestling back, in my opinion. Discuss with me. And somebody actually had sent me that, and it said, hey, somebody should shit in this dumb fuck's gear. I mean, performance art bag, right? Somebody should shit in her fucking bag for complete disrespect of and shit on the fucking business that she's been allowed in for whatever reason. So when they said that, then somebody else wrote back and said, gave the old Terry Funk line / Johnny Valentine. I can't make them believe pro wrestling is real, but I can make them believe that I'm real. I believe in Terry Funk. I don't believe in what's her face. And I saw that. And I said, now, watch that there, fella. That's butterface to you. And then, because I actually had shit to do, I got up away from Twitter and went to do my work, right? I come back 3 or 4 hours later and sit down. I am trending on Twitter. I was, the little thing on the left-hand side, trends for you to follow. Cornette was trending on Twitter. Do you know why I was trending on Twitter?
Not exactly, yeah.
I was trending on Twitter because I called some outlaw mud show girl wrestler, or didn't even call her directly to her. I mentioned her to someone else, butterface. That's it. I was trending on Twitter because of butterface. I called Dana Loesch of the National Rifle Association a soulless, heartless cunt that drank the blood of murdered children for profit. I didn't trend on Twitter. But I called this douchebag, this fine young lady, butterface, and I trend on Twitter. And people have just lost their fucking minds. And of course, part of it is, and she wants to get over. I know, and all these outlaw mud show cosplay wrestlers know the way to get over is by, having me talk about them. But she's replied, right? How do you even still have a job at this point? Good luck with your women's division, MLW. Well, last I noticed, MLW didn't have a women's division. And if they do have a women's division, they'll probably hire women wrestlers that are serious about the fucking business, just like the men wrestlers hopefully all are. Well, we found out not all of them, but the ones I like. Instead of fucking play wrestlers like her that think she's in a goddamn high school production of, fucking the incomparable fucking Mr. Burnside or whatever. But anyway, how do you even have a job? She didn't even, if she was in the wrestling business and somebody fucking knocked her, Sherry Martel, you know what she would have said? She would have said, "Hey, needle dick, if that's what you got to say that to me to my face and I'll football kick your balls up in the back of your fucking throat." But instead, how do you even still have a job at this? So you can tell she's just an insufferable twat. But anyway, so I wrote back and said, basically, a lot easier than you have a job, because I take my business seriously and I don't act like a fucking actor or a performance artist, unlike you and your fucking cosplay friends. And also said, and Sherry Martel could have kicked the shit out of you without even trying. Right? So fuck off. And anyway, and then of course the fucking guy from England that does jobs to fucking girls on a weekly basis and then thinks people are still going to take him seriously. He has to chime in with "fuck you," all that stuff. He's an insufferable little cunt. And I told him, I said, "You're an insufferable little cunt, and not even the fucking good UK kind, but the smarmy, obnoxious United States kind." This fucking guy.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
I don't want to give him any more publicity, but he's a guy from England, and he calls himself The Product, and he has a cute little picture with his cute little rose next to his name. I guess he gives out roses to people. I don't fucking know. I told him to go play in traffic. It's the only way that he'd ever be in the middle of a fucking crowd. But anyway, so, and then the fucking, the TMZ guy, remember the TMZ wannabe guy? He fucking chimes in on it. And I can't even remember what he said, but I was like, remember we talked about him a couple weeks ago. He's always trying to swing on my jock, as they say. And he said something. I said, what? I figured, I know he doesn't know anything about wrestling, even though he writes about it. So I didn't expect him to know that this was an homage to my angle with Sunshine in 1985 in World Class. But I thought since he's supposed to be a Hollywood guy, he would recognize that my angle with Sunshine in World Class in 85 and this was an homage to Andy Kaufman and his business in 82. So I said, well, what's the matter, dipshit? Just because your wife, he said I was misogynist because I called her a butterface. I'm a misogynist. I hate women. I said, just because your wife isn't in the kitchen rattling the pots and pans around doesn't mean that that's not the normal accepted place for the average American housewife. Come on, smarten up. That was the fucking Kaufman promo, either the week before or the week after he showed the people in Memphis how to use a toothbrush and toothpaste, right? Well, yeah, the women need to be rattling the pots and pans around. So I'm trying to wind this fucking idiot up. And he retweets that quote, the average American housewife should be in the kitchen rattling the pots and pans around, quote. And he follows it up, wow, just wow. Like I was serious. Like he didn't even get what I knew he wasn't going to get what I was doing anyway. But then there's all the people that listen to this program are getting on all of them like, you fucking morons. You know he's fucking with you because you're idiots. You don't know what he's fucking doing because you're clueless. But a lot of people were like, oh my God, how can somebody needs it? Like I'm the fucking Charles Manson Have this vile, disgusting human being. By the way, what is the definition of butterface, Brian? Because I didn't even know that some people don't know this, but give the definition of butterface.
Well, thank you for putting me on the spot here. I don't know if there's a firm definition, but the way I remember it being used when I would hear it randomly years ago by people I may or may not know was it was a girl who had an attractive body, but her face was another story.
Well, yeah, but basically everything looks good but her face. So in effect, but they took it, I guess, because of the butter contingent, butter being a high-fat food product, they took it that I was saying she was fat, which actually isn't even the meaning of butterface, because if everything's great but her face, then she wouldn't be fat, right? But it's the problem, actually, I was just doing a takeoff on what's-her-face. What's-her-face, the guy called her, well, no, butterface, but actually, when you think about it, that is true. She does look fine, except for the face, because her face has that yappy fucking mouth in the middle of it that is constantly going, nyeh, 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 saying stupid things about a business that she shouldn't be involved in or allowed in because she doesn't respect it and she doesn't appreciate it. She thinks she's a fucking performance artist like the rest of them that pull their fucking bloody tampons out of their twats and stuff them in other people's mouths or stick blow pops up each other's asses or wrestle the invisible man or have invisible hand grenades. Or fucking do all of this other stupid shit. It looks like a fucking circus sideshow without the bearded lady. I guess Jordan Grace does not shave, so she's not the bearded lady. That's the fucking problem. But I was putting her over when you think about it, because if everything's okay but her face, if she just shut that fucking yap of hers where it's not needed, then she might have a decent face too. But anyway. So I trended on Twitter and these people lost their fucking minds. And now, but let's put this in context. We have a lunatic, a criminal, mentally unstable lunatic in the White House. We have people getting shot down by high-powered automatic assault rifles and weapons of war on our streets on a daily basis. We may be going into a recession because of another Republican administration. The planet is melting. It was the hottest year on record last year. Problems. And these fucking cosplay wrestling fans melted down because I called a disrespectful twat who shouldn't be in a wrestling business because she doesn't appreciate it and doesn't even know what the fuck it is, butterface. That trended on Twitter. What has happened to people's fucking minds?
It's a soft society now, Jim.
As the snowflakes were melting, and it wasn't because of global warming. But anyway, so that's what everybody was up in arms about. And I then proceeded to have a bunch of fun with a lot of them because isn't it also ironic? And I'm not even an Alanis Morissette fan, but isn't it ironic that the fans who think, well, wrestling should be silly and fun and we should all laugh and just joke about it, they're the ones with no sense of humor. They're the ones that don't like to have fun, except when it's silly, stupid fun that makes the business and everybody in it look like imbeciles, like these fucking people. They don't like to have any fun. Well, I had some fun at all y'all's expense. Because let me just explain this one more time. Let me just try to explain this one more time. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I don't care if you're gay or straight. I don't care if you're white, black, yellow, green, brown, blue, or polka dotted. If you approach the wrestling business like a goddamn performance art, like a fucking high school drama class or a community theater for simpletons, like silly, phony bullshit, disrespectfully, I will verbally fuck you up. I'm an equal opportunity cusser-outer. If you don't have any respect for the wrestling business, I don't have any respect for you. And it, as I mentioned last week on the program, because of the wrestlers, supposed wrestlers, wannabe wrestlers, now they don't even want to be called wrestlers. Good, because I don't want to call you wrestlers. You shouldn't be. But when they lead by example, just like fucking President Pig shit, when they lead by example by saying this stuff is okay, that's where the fans get the idea it's okay. And that's where I want to let you know that it ain't okay with everybody. It ain't okay with me. It ain't okay with people that actually give a shit about what's happening to the fucking business and what you people are doing to it. And just because I'm the only one that doesn't need to suck up or kiss ass or go along to get a payday, because I obviously don't fucking need it, that's no reason to fucking, oh, he's a horrible human being. No, I'm just a truthful, factual human being. If you wanted to go out with your fucking dildos and your blow pops and your jock straps, your tampons and your invisible hand grenades, whatever, and go fuck up another line of work, somebody else's sport and profession, make it fucking silly and stupid, then that's fine with me because I don't have a dog in that fight. But when you're doing it to wrestling, I got a problem with that, and I'm going to say something about it. And for all of you people who think, oh my God, well, this man should be real. Who are you going to get me fired from? I work for myself, and I'm quite busy enough now. I wish you'd get me fired off a couple of things. Problem is, I'd have to fire me. But as far as what the rest of you fucking cosplay wrestling fans think, I could give a French fried titty fuck what you think of me. And Jordan Butterface, and can you just not hear Bruce Buffer saying that, and here she is, Jordan Butterface Grace. I think it flows. I think maybe, and as a matter of fact, we'll get to it. She's found a new gimmick, but.
Well, actually, it looks like from what I see here, she's already selling T-shirts with.
Yes, well, that's where I was going with this. Because I was able, that's why basically, if you cosplay wrestling fans have a problem with what I say, I'm sorry. I just don't have time to give a fuck, right? And if Jordan Butterface Grace or any of the rest of these fucking cosplay wrestlers resent me that bad because I don't have to go along with their bullshit because I don't need the work, then I'm sorry for that too. But as I've said many times before, if you don't want to be thought stupid, don't say and do stupid things. If you don't want to be a wrestler, you don't want to be in the wrestling business, then please don't be in it instead of fucking it up for everybody else. But I was able in this instance to smarten this chick up. I smartened this gal up. How condescending can I possibly be to a female today? Let me see. I smartened it. Well, I won't go there. But anyway, I smartened her up a little bit because she did start selling. I saw this on the Twitter. She started selling Jordan Grace T-shirts with her name crossed out and Butterface down below. And from what I understand, or what I'm being led to believe by the tweet that I read, the proceeds from that shirt will go to buy teachers I've had it for a while and I was trying to save it and then I lost it, so I can't read it, but I'll paraphrase. Basically, you know how sometimes teachers buy school supplies for their students because the kids, don't have the money and the school board doesn't have the money, so the teachers are chipping in to buy books and pencils and school supplies and stuff, right?
Yeah, not even sometimes, a lot of the time.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times. So she is using the proceeds from the Butterface T-shirt to go to the teachers who have to buy school supplies for the kids, which I actually think is a decent thing to do. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I lost the tweet and I don't know, and I don't want a Jordan Grace T-shirt. And I'm not just going to send Jordan Grace money, but if somebody out there can tell me where the link is or what the charity is or how I could donate directly, I would like to give $250 to the fund that raises money for the teachers buying school supplies for the students. And I will double that if Jordan Grace, because I understand that apparently she's a teacher part-time, or she has been a teacher or whatever. She's not that old. She hasn't been wrestling yet long. Hopefully it won't be much longer. But if Jordan Grace will agree to quit wrestling and teach school full-time, then I'll double it to $500.
Well, hold on now. So you value her career at $250?
No, but if I gave what I value her career at, people would go, well, that cheap son of a bitch, right? So I'm boosting it up. But I'll give $250 regardless. If a cult member, somebody out there can alert me to where I can actually send it to a legitimate charity instead of a Kara Jordan Grace, because I don't know her personally. But it sounds like a good cause there. So I'll give $250, but if she'll give up wrestling, since she obviously doesn't want to be a wrestler anyway, and she hates it because she wants to change the name of it, and she's feels it's being held back by being called a sport, well, you fucking, I'll double it to 500 if she'll get the fuck out of it.
Can we actually, real quick, just address what she actually said, though, the actual context of what she said? Let's discuss it should be called performance art and not pro wrestling. If we could just discuss that for a second. I think that is completely fucking stupid. And I know a lot of other people think it's really fucking dumb. I'm just curious what your take is.
I'm past really fucking dumb and really fucking stupid into, God damn it, just these insufferable male and female cunts and twats and fucking pieces of shit and gutless, spineless bitches that have to turn this into a goddamn joke. And I said last week, if the wrestling business is going to die, just let it die. Don't sodomize the fucking corpse on the way out to where an entire generation of people is going to remember that this is what pro wrestling was. This silliness and foolishness and nobody taking anything seriously. And taking bumps for invisible men, and it's a performance art, and I'm a performance artist. So was G.G. Allen, Jordan. Go shit on some French fries. Leave my business alone. It's just, I get the same facial expression that Stan Lane did when he found out that there actually was a promotion using the Invisible Man. You look like somebody is sodomizing your child. I don't know what wrestling schools that these people did or did not go to, or what training they had that didn't instill this in them. I don't know why this whole attitude came about, that this is in some way acceptable, what they do. I mean, I thought we were going off the deep end 15, 20 years ago when everybody was doing all the stupid shit then, which at least we didn't have an Invisible Man. And at least the guys still considered themselves athletes and called themselves wrestlers. But now it's gotten to the, and once again, when did everybody become such a fucking offended pussy? I never got offended. I was fat. Even though, as we've mentioned, butterface doesn't mean fat, I was fat for a significant portion of my career. And if I got offended every time somebody yelled at me, "Hey, you fat fuck," well, I was too busy watching for people pulling knives out of their pockets to cut me and jumping over the cops to punch me in the face and willingly go to jail to worry about being insulted by being called names. These are professional wrestlers now. And they're so offended, and they're so pussyish, the males and the females. Good fucking Christ. And I guess the one guy from England, maybe he wants Jordan Grace to fuck him, so he had to jump in and defend her to try to get some fucking points in some respect. But the men and the women, what the fuck? You little fucking fragile flowers would not have lasted 15 seconds in a fucking wrestling arena or a wrestling locker room. And now, because it's the goddamn equivalent of high school study hall in a fucking locker room, you walk in, all these guys on their fucking, and girls on their fucking phones texting each other in the same room and trying to figure out ways that they can do stupid shit to make people laugh in barns in front of fucking 14 people. So anyway, thank you, darling. You don't need to thank me. You're welcome for the gimmick that I got you. That now, if you use this name, people might actually know who you are. Says every time you establish a name, then you go ahead and change it. I heard, to be honest, somebody on Twitter said, "Oh, she's just using her real name because she just got married and she's so googly over it." What the fuck? Do you know the letter from the fabulous Moola that I just read? You know how it was signed? Moola. You think Abdullah the Butcher wrote guys' letters and signed it Larry?
When Carl Gotch met people, he shook their hand and said, "Gotch." He didn't go, "Hi, I'm Carl Istas."
Yeah. Gotch. What the? I'm just... And what help me, Brian, because you're in between. You're not as young as these fucking goofy twats, but you're younger than I am. Why would anyone imagine that I would not be offended? Why do they imagine that really anybody from the actual wrestling business of years ago isn't offended? It's just that some of them cover up for it because they want the payoff. But why would anybody think that I would not be offended at something like that? Why is that not offensive? She said.
I'm pretty sure everyone knew right away that you would be offended by what she said.
Well, Bobby, why wouldn't you if you're in the wrestling business or have been in the wrestling business? Not now. There's nothing to be proud of now. But why would anybody that's ever been in the wrestling business not be offended at something like that? And like I said, some of them just cover it up because they need the payoff. I don't know.
It's a sad state of affairs.
It's a sad situation, and it's getting more and more absurd. But anyway, so I wanted to clarify. $250 to the charity. I'll double it to $500 if she'll quit the business. And I know, once again, that's valuing her career at $250, but I'm making good money, so I've got the extra money to spend. I don't mind paying more than retail. What do you got?
I'm just picturing you sitting there drinking the tears again.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Well, I didn't mean for you to do the actual sound again.
All right, I won't. But
well, thank you.
Why do they think? Why do they think that they're upsetting me when they just show me that I'm right?
I don't know, but it seems like
I love to be right. Everybody that knows me knows that I love to be right, and so they continue to be.
You know, when you're a rock star, the best career move you could have is to die, because then your catalog starts selling. When you're an indie wrestler who may or may not suck, I've never seen this woman wrestle, the best thing to do for your career is to fight with you on Twitter, because then you'll get a contract. You will somehow get a contract out of that.
Well, yeah, because it goes back to the head cosplay wrestlers, that are bilking the billionaire. They're naturally going to want to get people that will support them on their side. So the whole All Elite Wrestling roster is being built by basically virtue of me deciding which ones are the absolute worst, most offensive wrestlers in the world, and they get contracts. I don't know, but that's a great thing to do with your money when you got plenty of it. Tony, can't say anything bad about that.
It's his dad's money. It's not his money.
Well, it's all in the family.
It's all in the family.
By the way, Glenn Miller. Anyway.
Songs made the hit parade.
Guys like us, we had it made.
No, we're not doing this.
Those were the days. And you know where you were then. Girls were girls and men were men. Mister, we could use a man like Hoybert Hoover again. I broke Twitter again. Every time that I trend on Twitter, I miss it. Remember the last time I trended on Twitter because if you don't remember this, I trended on Twitter because I called somebody butterface. And I had walked away and had gone to run some errands or whatever and come back and, oh my God, and I'm trending and all this other stuff. And it was just the most insane thing in the world. And that was the lovely and talented Jordan Grace, who ending up as an apology to her, I donated $250 to adoptaclassroom.org, I believe, as a result of that. Because I didn't realize that the wrestlers were this, sensitive these days. Anyway, this past week, it was Tuesday, a day like any other day. I left a small town for the apple in decay. Actually, I left my office for the kitchen. Tuesday evening, I'm about 6:05. I was trying to be a good boy, so I retweeted the NWA tweet that Power was about to come on the air, and there was a great match between Trevor Murdoch and Nick Aldis. That was in the picture, the feature of the tweet.
Yeah, it's not the twit.
Yes, there was no twits involved. But anyway, so I retweet that so everybody will know to watch. And then I go downstairs because I've got a bunch of Cornette's collectibles to do. And about 7:30 or so, the phone rang. And I saw it was David Lagana because I still had my phone downstairs. I'd been making phone calls, didn't put it back in the office. So I answer it, and it's a dial tone. And I'm like, what the, maybe he ass dialed me. So I call him right back and immediately get his voicemail, like his phone's turned off. I'm like, well, I don't know what the fuck, but hey, David, tried to get back with you. I'm going to have dinner. Good evening. I do say good day, whatever the fuck, right? And I put phone back in the office, and I go back downstairs, and I eat, and I finish Cornette's collectibles, and I have a nice night's sleep, and I get up on Wednesday morning, and I sit down at the computer, and I have broken the goddamn world. And apparently I trended on Twitter. The notifications on my Twitter page it was just ludicrous. I couldn't even begin to go through all that shit. And everybody is screaming, either, Corny, you horrible human being, I hope they put you on a fucking, stake and set you on fire in the town square, you motherfucker. I'm like, what in the fuck? And then other people go, well, I don't know what you're fucking so mad about. Everybody's making a big deal. He made a joke. I'm like, what the fucking joke? And I go, and then I see, I see that the NWA took the program down off YouTube after it aired and edited it to take 5 seconds of audio out and put it back up and issued a statement basically saying we strongly apologize for the offensive remarks made by one of our talents. And Brian, you know what it was, but I'm doing this buildup because some people that live under a rock and have not been bombarded by this may not actually know what this fucking uproar was about. It was because during the match between Trevor Murdoch and Nick Aldis, I used the joke that I first coined for Big Bubba Rogers. Murdoch is so tough he could strap a bucket of fried chicken on his back and ride a motor scooter across Ethiopia. That's what happened. This is why I broke Twitter again. I told a 30-year-old Ethiopian joke about starvation. So anyway, what in the fuck is going on in the world? So right as I'm trying to digest all this, the phone rings. It's 8:30 in the morning, and it's David Lagana. I said, what in the fuck is going on? And he tells me that obviously the All Elite Wrestling cosplay wrestling fanboy fangirl contingent immediately after the show was over started tweeting about this and creating an uproar like I had been describing my favorite bestiality videos on a fucking live broadcast. This was the level of fucking hatred. And the other people are going, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a joke. We get it. He's told it before for 30 fucking years. It's about hungry people. And Big Bubba, or in this case, Trevor Murdoch. So, at any rate, David is talking about, well, an apology and a statement and this and that. And to back up a couple weeks, it was just 2 or 3 weeks ago, and people can find the program on the YouTube channel if they want to listen to it, where we discussed the controversy where David had called me one morning and said, Jim, did you tell somebody to kill themselves? I said, no. Did you make fun of suicide? I said, no. He said, then why is everybody saying you did? I said, because they're saying it on Twitter. And it was the same instance. Well, we got to put out a statement. I said, how can I apologize for something I didn't say? That these fucking people are mad because I don't like their favorite wrestler have said I said. And they're butthurt and they take it the wrong way. And they just try to get offended. I said, so I can't apologize because I didn't say that. However, you can certainly reprimand me for it, which you are, and tell me how serious you're taking it, which you are. And then that's the statement they put out. And then we did the program, Brian, you and I, where I basically said I will continue not to do those things that I didn't do. That was what, about 3 weeks ago?
That sounds about right. I don't remember.
Somewhere around it.
Yeah.
So anyway, in this case, I said, David, this was a taped show. I said, what did you think about it when you heard it? He said, well, it went right past me. I said, you think? I said, why was there this level of, well, they were so upset on Twitter. That's another thing I talked about with him before. If you give these people the idea that every time they complain about something, you'll just jump around apologizing, whether it was said or whether it was meant in a bad way or whatever the fuck, then they will do it all the time. And he's already proven that he will do that. That was brought up. And also, I mentioned I don't appreciate, as I said, one of our talents making an offensive statement or offensive comments like I was fucking... the level of disgust is like I was boiling babies to sacrifice in service of Satan on live television. And I said, I don't appreciate being grouped in all these apologies for shit that I'm not necessarily sorry for, which we'll get to in a second. Because there's levels of fucking importance that these things should be assigned. And I'll tell you exactly where I want to tell you where the joke came from. And truthfully and honestly, as I mentioned to you yesterday, I can't remember whether I stole it or not. Somebody said it might be Richard Pryor, but we couldn't find evidence of that. I always remembered that I made it up because in the 80s, as you might not recall because you're not very old, everybody was telling Ethiopian jokes because it was huge news on a mainstream basis. That was, what was it? It wasn't We Are the World. It was We Are...
Live Aid.
Live Aid was for the Ethiopian famine. Every comic on television was making Ethiopian jokes. Every kid in school was making Ethiopian jokes. And I remember the first time that I said it because I was in the car with Big Bubba Rogers. And because when Bubba rode with us, we would always drop our cars off at the Holiday Inn on Woodlawn in Charlotte, right? And take whoever's car was driving. And right next to it was a Bojangles Chicken where we would often get chicken. So I may very well have just finished eating some chicken. But I hit him with, because I'm always looking for ways to fucking get Bubba over on goddamn television in the promos. Big Bubba Rogers is so bad, he could strap a bucket of fried chicken on his back and ride a motor scooter across Ethiopia. Number one, the motor scooter is there for the preposterous visual because he's not necessarily going to be in an armored car, elsewise he wouldn't be in much danger. He's completely, several people on Twitter actually deconstructed this joke, as in the comic principles. You've got a large man who's so tough that he's unafraid to take food to a famine-ravaged location. You've got a preposterous visual means of transportation. And somebody said, well, if he hadn't have said chicken, it'd have been fine. Well, a bucket of chicken sounds funnier. It's funnier visual than a fucking plate of sushi or a goddamn ham sandwich. So it just happened to be that because that was funny. And then because Ethiopia was noted for a place where everybody's fucking starving, it's a starvation joke, not a race joke. Starvation. Starvation's a hilarious topic. But everybody was doing them. So the point is, whether it's a good joke or a bad joke, and I'm going to let you express your opinions here in a few minutes, Brian, because I know you have some, and you'll share them with us. But whether it's a good joke or a bad joke, it was a joke that has been told on TBS, USA Network, broadcast television stations across America, over a variety of locations for the past 30 years. Somebody, as a matter of fact, even found a 1995 fucking Superstars taping where I was doing color on a Bob Backlund match and fucking used it in the process of doing something I don't know what. But it boggles the mind that somebody could find that on command. Like, oh, Cornette told a joke, all the hundreds and thousands of hours of WWF programming I've been on. But anyway, the point is, a joke that's been told over a period of decades on multiple broadcast platforms suddenly isn't good for YouTube. I said, not only, besides the fact that when I said it, Joe Galley was sitting next to me, he didn't clutch his heart and fall over or shit his pants. Nobody in the control room thought to pull the plug like they did when I mentioned Ronnie and the Challenger. Nobody remarked on the comment afterwards. And in the 6 weeks that the show's been sitting in the can and then gone through the editing process and gotten ready for broadcast, nobody thought to bring it up. So when I asked Dave, I said, what'd you think when you heard it? He said, well, it went right past me. You think? Because nobody thought anything about it that had heard it, because it's a fucking old joke. Now, the degrees of these things, if anywhere during that process, if when I'd said it, the producer, one of whom is Dave Lagana, but there's a variety of people that can talk to us on our headsets, had said, oh, Jim, don't say that. Okay, sorry. If after the show, well, we're going to have to take that one joke out. Okay, fine. Sorry to make you have extra work, right? If anybody called me up and said, Jim, you told that joke. Yeah, I've told it a bunch of times. Well, it's racist. Okay, I didn't know that because I was thinking it was fucking funny because the people in Ethiopia were hungry. I was a big fan of the Starvin' Marvin episode of South Park also. You ever see that one, Brian? Starvin' Marvin?
I have, yes.
Yeah, a lot of people thought that was funny too. Anyway, if anybody had called me and said, oh, we've got to take it out, I said, okay, I wouldn't have realized. Thank you for bringing it up. I won't use it again. Sorry to cause you extra work. Up to and including, as I was thinking about it that morning, and here's one thing about I do apologize when I feel bad about some things, and I've apologized to Dave Lagana, because when I started going over some of these things, and the fact that I'd mentioned it, when you start fucking apologizing for everything, because these people that don't even watch the show and just don't like me start whining about shit, then they know they've got you, and all these other things. You know this experience, Brian, when I'm talking about something to somebody that pisses me, that this thing is pissing me off, and I'm describing more of it, I tend to wind myself up. I've never done that at you. You and I have never had a cross word, but I have done it at you about others, right?
Certainly.
So I did apologize, because the more I started talking about this with Dave, I didn't go full on fuck you, but I did get very terse and quit and hung up on him. So I apologized since then for hanging up on him. But that was the thing, the degree of this thing. If their statement, if instead of taking the thing down and issuing the statement that it sounds like that I was in favor of sodomizing the nuns at the fucking convent, or some just unspeakably horrible shit, to get everybody to jump on it even further and to call attention to it, if instead a statement had been put out, or he couldn't get me, so the next morning I would have chimed in on this, whatever the fuck. Hey, one of the announcers told an old joke that was probably in poor taste, and we missed it in editing, and we sure do apologize, and we won't do that again. I could pretty much be on board with that too. Especially since I'm not trying to bury him. Dave's the one that edited the show, and he's the one writing the apology, and he didn't include himself. He just didn't mention me by name, but I think everybody knew who he's talking about. And suddenly this was a shock to everybody that this line was in this program that multiple people have heard and nobody gave a shit about. So that was my issue there. Another of the issues was that, to be honest, this was rapidly, as I said to him, I think the quote was, not becoming not fun anymore for anybody. I'm sure they don't want to go through this shit. But the only reason I was doing this program, it was not as a career. It was because I like the NWA. I like old-fashioned wrestling. I wanted to help the program and have some fun. I was being compensated, but this is not going to affect my standard of living. It was about just doing something once in a while that was contributing to a program that's actually trying to do wrestling. So if it ain't fun for me, because I got to put up with every 2 weeks being asked to apologize for shit that I'm either not sorry for because I didn't say, or I'm not sorry for to the degree that people are goddamn wanting me fucking stuck up the ass with a goddamn fucking telephone pole and swung around downtown, I'm not that sorry, because it was a joke. And if you don't like the joke, that's fine. And I'd even apologize for a bad joke. But this goddamn feedback was above and beyond the offense. And I didn't mean it in any racist way. For fuck's sake. I think the people that took it instantly as racist think that must be the only thing on people's minds when they think of black people and chicken. Which that's a whole nother issue that you got. Because I'm going for Starvin' Marvin. You didn't like the fucking joke, did you?
No, I thought the joke at best is a outdated joke. That's maybe at best the best thing I could say about it. I don't like the joke. I think that obviously in 2019, but probably even further back than that, unless you're a heel manager trying to generate heat for your big bodyguard, it's probably best to avoid a joke equating I was about to say African Americans, in this case Africans, with fried chicken because of this reaction. But
it's a tasty food, though. I eat a bunch of it myself. But yes, I understand what you're saying. But here's the problem. Because I in no way was going in that thinking in that direction, it was a surprise to me and I also, because as I said, I've said it multiple times on multiple programs governed by the FCC. Nobody's ever said a goddamn. As a matter of fact, fans at the Fan Fest, especially in Charlotte, 20 years after the fact, have come up to me talking about Big Bubba and talking about that line and laughing. So it was on my mind. We did 4 hours of television off top of my head. And boy, after the thousands of hours of television that I've done, if you think I don't repeat some, well, you're fucking crazy. So I just said it. And they could have either trimmed it or they could have fucking apologized in a rational fashion for a bad joke. And I am not at all offended by the way that you just said, well, you know, if I goddamn got upset because everybody's, oh, that was a fucking rotten joke, Cornette, then I would be crazy. So I'm not offended in that way because you've said it like a reasonable person.
Well, if I could expand upon this for a moment, if you'll indulge me for a moment.
Please expand.
Let me first start by saying I've known you now for 25 years. I have not just known you through doing this podcast where it's two friends talking about wrestling, but I've known you outside of wrestling. We've had, social get-togethers when you've come to the city.
Social intercourse.
Well, let's not go crazy, but we've had occasions where you've come to the city and me and you and our significant others have gone out on the town, and it had nothing to do with wrestling. It was more about just us having fun. If I thought for a second that you were a racist, a bigot, a homophobe, an anti-Semite, or anything else, I wouldn't be talking to you and I wouldn't be doing this show. And I'm pretty sensitive to these things. As anyone who's ever heard 605 could probably attest to, I'm, in a lot of ways, a militant Jew. And what I mean is, I'm very defensive about anti-Semitism. If I hear it, if I think it's there, I will go on the attack. I have hit people in the past if I thought I heard a comment that was anti-Semitic. And remember, I've asked you because it was such a non-issue with me growing up, and I don't remember my mother ever saying the word Jewish to differentiate somebody from whatever the point is. I've asked you on a couple of occasions, why are people mad at Jewish people again? Right? Yeah.
Because I don't fucking get it.
No, we've had talks about this. Like I said, if I really thought you were any of these things that a lot of the people who are predisposed to not liking you say or think, I wouldn't be doing this. I'm a fucking liberal. I'm an independent liberal. I'm the guy who would have a problem with this. But, I've admitted, and we've covered it on the program here too, and you can go back and look at that if you want to, folks. That was months and months ago, if not last year or whatever. But I've had a problem in the past, as we know, with anger management. And in a few cases, when I've been in an actual fucking altercation with somebody, I've used some words that were not preferable, and I've apologized for those because I realize in the 25 or 30 years hence that it can't be applied just to one person. But my downfall has been in a lot of cases when I'm mad at somebody, and especially if it's a goddamn fight in the middle of fucking wrestling beef, I'm going to say some shit.
to make that person fucking mad. But I have apologized for those things because I really felt bad about it.
Right. And I think, I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying there, but I think if I can make 2 points based on this. One is I could understand some sensitivity to this, because if you had made that same joke and it had been Jewish people instead of Ethiopians, and it had been whatever, people want to say, money or something instead of fried chicken, I would have been offended. I would have had a problem with that.
But it wouldn't have made that wouldn't have really made any sense, would it?
But my point is,
yes.
I think it's a bad joke. I think it's an ill-conceived line, especially in 2019. But I wasn't offended by it because I don't think you had any. I know you didn't have any malicious intent when making that comment. You were trying to make a joke, and it was pretty quick, and it was glossed over. And by the way,
I've always liked it because when I first told it to fucking Bubba, he fucking died laughing, and he had that high-pitched giggle laugh for that big fucking hefty guy, and that's why I said it on TV the first time, and I've just had it. I don't know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But my point was going to be, if someone makes an anti-Semitic remark, I don't need to hear Christians or Catholics or Muslims or atheists or anyone else telling me what is or isn't anti-Semitic. And I think the same thing goes for something like this. It wasn't racist. The intent wasn't racist. At best, it was a throwaway line. But I also don't need to hear a bunch of white boys telling me that this is racist. If you're an African American, or in this case, an African, and you want to tell me that it was offensive, that you thought it was racist, there's validity there. I want to hear what you have to say. I don't want to hear what some fucking white kid in their 20s thinks about this, because I don't give a shit. The same way I wouldn't give a shit if someone who wasn't Jewish told me what is or isn't anti-Semitic. And that bothers me. And like I said, I think it was a bad line. I think it was a bad joke. I think it should have been edited out, quite frankly. But your intent wasn't racist. It wasn't said in I mean, it wasn't. It blows my mind that people have run with this. But look, the other part of it is, you have a target on your back. You have said a lot of shit about a lot of people, and those are typically the people that are the first ones that jump up and say, "Look, we got them." But I think this was entirely blown out of proportion. But again, it's
and the proportion again is the thing with me. And as you said, if some of the criticism or whatever had been tempered in any way in fucking reality, like, you really ought to apologize for that, because people are going to take that wrong. Not, oh my God, this no good, miserable piece of shit. I'm going to read a piece of mail in a minute that's kind of indicative of, and no, to you people, fuck you. Just fuck you, because I don't give a shit whether you like me or not. And if I apologized out the ass, if I carved off a pound of flesh and flung it out at everybody, you'd still find something else to bitch about next week because you don't like me. Because I tell the truth about your favorite wrestlers or your favorite politicians or whatever. So to those people, fuck you. To anybody that was legitimately, and then as you said, I've had so many people say, what the fuck? I was dying laughing. It was hysterical, because some people actually liked it. They thought it was funny. But hey, people have different senses of humor.
Right.
But if anybody that had actually taken the line of, you know what, Jim, that, was probably funny a few years ago or whatever, but otherwise, you might not do it today. Fine. Okay. I could even get with that. And I could apologize with that, but not with, we're going to fucking boil you in oil, you horrible human being. Do you know the guy that was popped by the feds and fined hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, and sanctioned legally for basically saying, I do not want black people to live in my buildings, is the president of the United States? And the fucking members of his administration are currently on national television all day testifying under oath on fucking global worldwide TV that he's a fucking crook. And an Ethiopian joke from 1986, I'm the worst human in the world, to those people, fuck you. If anybody came at me with tempered fucking rational criticism, such as you just did, this might have turned out a little bit better also as well. but instantly it put me off, as they say, the whole fucking thing. But whether it's overreacting to something that wasn't intended in that way, or whether it was goddamn retroactively fucking blaming me for everything when the thing passed through several sets of ears, for all the people that are just over fucking blown about this, that fuck you. For people who were mildly offended, I apologize, because it wasn't meant that way. Of course, that's not good enough for anybody. And once again, for what I've seen back and forth on Twitter, depending on the fucking hour of the day, some of my legitimate followers actually have jobs and lives and are not on all day long. But they're with, yeah, we love you, Corny. So anyway, the point with the NWA show is it wasn't fun for them either, because for some reason, I don't know what this reason might be, I overshadow everybody on every program I get on, whether for good or bad. If the good comments are, well, Cornette's the best in the world at what he does, which I am, and he's the best thing on the show, and the bad comments are, I will never watch this as long as Cornette. Of course, they're watching it to get mad, but I won't watch this if Cornette's involved. I hate him. I never want to see him. But that's the only thing people talk about. And they're trying to start a fucking promotion and a goddamn television show, and that's probably the last thing they want. I brought a lot, and I'm not asking people to not watch the NWA. The opposite. Part of the reason I don't want to be involved anymore is because it's not fun for me, because I'm distracting from what they're trying to do. And part of it is just that there's no reason to penalize all these guys that are working hard, because a bunch of people who don't watch the program and don't like that style of wrestling anyway, because it makes sense, don't like me because I take the piss out of their fucking cosplay wrestlers. So that's honestly and truthfully why, as I've mentioned over the last 3 or 4 years, I've tried to stay away from fucking actively being involved in the wrestling business, and people won't quit calling me. But, I find a good point. I try to pre-screen. I'd asked Cord Bauer at MLW, and that was only a part-time thing anyway, but I said, I won't be calling any invisible men, right? And, oh no, we're doing wrestling. But then I was calling staple guns. What the fuck? But I wasn't goddamn fucking screaming and yelling at every opportunity over it, because I was just there to do my thing for a little while. And I actually was told at one point, oh, we're not going to be doing some of that stuff anymore with that guy. And then they did it anyway. Nevertheless, with the NWA, I was safe there because they're not going to make fun of the business. That's the antithesis of what they're doing, and do stupid shit like that. So that was fine with me. And I was glad to bring our listeners that like wrestling the old fashioned way along with me. I encourage you, if you like the program, keep watching it, whether I'm on it or not. If you only watch because of me and you didn't like the rest of it, well, I'm not going to fucking torture you and ask you to make goddamn sacrifices, but I think it's a good show, and it'll get more fun as time goes along. But I cannot, but that's one of the reasons why I've tried to stay away from it, because the wrestling business, for one reason or another, has just been, whether inside or outside, has been just systematically stripped of any shred left of fun.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
The statement that was issued by David Lagana says that you resigned.
You said that name in a very goddamn...
It said that you resigned, made it sound like it was a formal process where you tendered this written resignation. Did you quit, or were you fired?
No, well, no, but he didn't get a chance to fire me if he was going to, because that's basically when I said I got wound up and I was talking and he was listening, and I said, fuck it, it ain't fun anymore. You don't want this, I don't want this, and I'm fucking sick of it. I'm fucking done, and I hung up on him. But once again, it doesn't matter. So... the cosplay wrestling fan warriors can be happy that I'm no longer on the NWA, and I'm sorry that it's not costing me any more money. And I guess I'll find some way to fill those 2 days every 2 months. But but it's not fun for anybody. The people who think that wrestling ought to be silly and fun the only company and person trying to do it in a serious way. And, that ain't good enough for him. So anyway, and have fun doing it. But no, I'm not going on a crusade against the NWA. I don't want to be grouped in any more of these fucking apologies. That's, as I said, that's why I've been doing my own thing. So I either apologize when I'm genuinely sorry for something like I have and we've referred to and etc. Or I don't give a fuck, which is the majority of the time, but I don't want to hurt someone that I'm working with because I don't give a fuck. And none of these people are paying me enough money to not give a fuck or to give a fuck or whichever the fucking tense on that would be.
Well, the reason I asked you is just because I've seen various things that the listeners or just people who aren't listeners who just want to comment on this are saying where the NWA was right to get rid of him and then other people say Jim was right to quit. So I just wanted you to clarify exactly what happened.
Well, that was the exchange. Now, I don't know whether it would have gotten around to that or not, but David was at first beating around the bush about statements and apologies and things. So, and I didn't like that tenor to begin with, and that's where it kind of got sideways from there. That's what I trended on Twitter for last week. Say we haven't spoken publicly in several days, and we were doing the experience that aired normally this past Saturday as it was. We were doing that when we heard that I was getting the blame for Watergate and the guy jumping in the ring. And I trended on Twitter while we're peacefully doing our podcast, I guess. People afterwards were like, you were trending worldwide on Twitter without doing anything, saying anything, or actually being involved in any way in the incident that sparked people to talk about me. Has anyone else ever done this before? I mean, I said one time I could trend on Twitter for taking a shit, but this time I didn't even shit. It was somebody else's shit. They just gave me credit for it.
Of course, what you're referring to is there was a fan who jumped the rail at AEW Dynamite. We talked about that on the air and what a stupid guy he was. He attempted to attribute this act of stupidity to us. Although I will say a lot of people have been, in the last few days especially, saying that the guy may be full of shit because apparently he's a Russo fan and apparently he's posted other things and I don't know.
That's the whole thing. No, that's the whole thing is he's an attention seeker. And so what he did was apparently he's some fat fuck that fantasizes that he's a professional wrestler and that he puts videos on the internet. He had been challenging Cody and Anthony Ogogo to meet him somewhere or maybe on that day because he knew he had tickets. I guess he didn't have the money to travel. So he had tickets because he lives around there. Meet me on such and such night. And he's cutting promos on them on the internet. And then he fucking at the taping on live television, he doesn't jump in the ring on Cody. Ogogo's not there. He jumps up on the ring, or he didn't get in the ring. He jumped up on the apron of the ring during Jericho's thing with MJF. I'm pretty sure because Jericho's the next best thing they've got to a star there. And he wanted to get on television. And then the next day, he tweeted, yeah, Jim Cornette, Brian Last, I did it for you because he knows that we have all these fucking listeners and he's trying to get, okay, now they'll praise me. He's an attention seeker.
And for the record, because we were recording the show when all of this happened.
Yeah.
Once we were done, what did we do? We both immediately denounced the guy and told him he's an idiot and blocked him.
Well, you denounced him. I cussed him out.
Yeah. That's true.
Yours was just a simple denouncement. Mine was more extenuous. But the point is, since he cuts promos on this guy on the internet for attention who's a star, and he jumps up on the apron of the ring or tries to get in the ring on Jericho who's a star, and he fucking tweets, see, I did it for you guys because we're stars. He's an attention-seeking fuckwit who thinks he's somebody. But the way apparently that we trended, he wasn't trending when he was talking about Cody. Nobody trended when they told him he was a piece of shit. I trended because fucking Twinkle Toes and to a lesser extent, I guess Matt Hardy, I may have blocked him or he may have blocked me. I don't know. I don't think I saw his shit. And then, of course, Matt's perpetually pregnant wife on Twitter tried to blame me for it. Well, Cornette instigated him to do it. And even Jericho had tweeted, you fucked, in response to him saying he did it for us. You fucking idiot. Cornette would have shoved his tennis racket up your ass and broke all the windows out of your car. Because he knows me. But these other fucking dimwits say, oh, Cornette instigated this type of attempted violence, attempted fame mongering. And we're going to talk about this here fairly extensively on the program, the history of people jumping in the ring or getting involved and why and how it's changed, and security, because there's apparently some things they need to know about security now that I can give them some fucking helpful hints on, since I've been through it from a different side. But this guy's fame mongering. And so they on Twitter want to blame me for instigating this. And that's where I had the fucking little joust with Twinkle Toes, because he wouldn't even name me. He just, well, it's time to tone down the online persona, because he's such a phony. He thinks everybody else is too.
And then he insulted the listeners.
But I was about to say, but then he said, and his low IQ followers. I'm sorry, but our fans are not the ones that are watching a program written for kids by kids. And even if you have a problem with what I say, if you have a difference of opinion with whether I think you suck or not, I guess that's natural. But don't say that people that listen to this show have low IQs just because you're used to seeing people like that at your programs. So I had to fucking say a few things to him. But that's how fanatical, the boy, they put the fanatic in fan, that's how fanatical that these fucking AEW apologists, I won't even say the fans, I don't even think most of their fans are this bad, just the hardcore AEW apologists on Twitter and that just can't see any wrong, you know, possibly that worship at the altar of Uncle Dave. They picked it up and decided that it was my fault. And made me trend on Twitter for, once again, something I didn't say, I didn't do, I wasn't there, I've never met this fucking guy, and he didn't mention my name till after he did it. So I just wish you guys would stop, for one thing, because JimCornette.com is still under construction, the new site, and Cornette's Collectibles is not on sale, and every time I trend on Twitter without having shit on sale, it costs me a fortune. So please hold your trending until the upcoming announcement of when we go open back up again. But anyway, the one thing that now that has come to light of the news of the past day, now that I'm back online, that made it just incredibly hilarious that Reby Hardy had to jump in on this, was the fact that apparently she was tweeting mad at me from her bed of labor. She has just given birth, but 3 days ago, she was tweeting, and I can't even remember what do you have her tweets, or at least the tweet that instigated the whole thing where she blamed me, or have you even looked for that stuff?
I haven't really looked for it.
Okay, well, basically, I don't care, but basically, she said something to the effect of, well, Jim Cornette needs to fucking shut up or whatever. And because I used to have a ton of respect for the talent that her husband used to display on a regular basis, I have not told her nearly any of the things that's wrong with her, and I try to be polite. So I just tweeted back, I know you've probably heard this thousands of times in your life, but it applies here. Was anybody fucking talking to you? And then she comes back with a tirade. It looked like a 14-year-old teenage girl with, LMFAO, like you use me for clickbait, my name and image thousands of times, and yet nobody's asking you because nobody's talking to you, but you're still talking LMAO in capitals. What the fuck? And so apparently we have infringed on Reby Hardy, and that's why she's upset. Because we constantly talk about her and use her for clickbait on our wildly popular YouTube videos, which constantly feature Reby Hardy. I wish that somebody could just go back and look. Somebody involved with our YouTube channel could just go back and look and see how many of our highly rated and wildly popular YouTube videos have centered around Reby Hardy. I wish somebody could do that.
Okay, I'm going to look. I'm going to go back to the first video that mentions Hardy. There are no videos that actually mention the word Reby in the title. So I couldn't search for Reby. I could search for Hardy because she's married to someone famous.
Yes. We are on the subject of fame seekers here. So
that's right. Here's you on the future of Matt Hardy, you reviewing some of his early AEW stuff that you didn't like. None of these images, by the way, the fantastic work of Travis Heckle. Check it out, the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. None of these images that I've seen so far have featured any depiction, characterization, nothing of Reby Hardy. Here's one. This was after she got mad because we talked about the email we got that was about her behavior on the set of whatever bad cinematic match Matt was having.
Yeah, well, and let's clarify that. We got an email from a fan who knew somebody that had worked on the crew when they shot a cinematic match at the Hardy compound. And in the process of this like page and a half email documenting the things that had gone on there and the observations that were made.
Which were correct, by the way.
Which were correct. It was mentioned that everybody was told, don't park next to Reby Hardy's car. And then we kind of made fun of the fact that at the end of this thing, for whatever reason that was not explained then and remains inexplicable to this day, she was playing the piano in a barn in the final scene. And that was pretty much the conversation that was centered around Reby Hardy. To my recollection, is this correct?
That is correct. So the clip for the original conversation about the email we received, that went up November 10th. The response after her reaction was on November 14th. This appears to be the only video I could find that we have her image in the background playing the piano while Matt's making a dumb face in the front. The name of the video is Jim Cornette on Matt Hardy and his wife being upset with Jim's review of Elite Deletion. We have never used her name in any clickbait, and this is the only use of her image, and it is so far in the back that no one would notice it in a thumbnail. So,
so anyway, here's it. I'm not going to tell Reby Hardy all the things that's wrong with her, because now she's a brand new mother. But that's the fucking thing is that 3 days ago, she was accusing me, I guess, of being at the grassy knoll, along with being responsible for this guy jumping in the ring on Twitter, and got, from what I saw, I know I've probably got the block record. I blocked a lot of people that probably would have an opposing view, but she got quite a bit of feedback telling her to mind her own beeswax as well, and not as polite terms as I used. And then she's giving birth to, and Matt's 3 days ago, he's an expectant father. She's about to give birth, and he's on Twitter, I guess. As I mentioned, I didn't see his equating me, well, this horrible violence and despicable conduct. I just want to say it before we get into the real problem here. If somebody can find a clip of mine where I encouraged people to go to their shows, jump in the ring, and take matters into your own hands and beat somebody up, then I would be more than happy to sit down and listen to that clip. Because I don't remember saying it. Now, I will say, Brian, I will go on record here, and people feel free. Wrestling news sites, take this clip or take this transcript. I will admit full culpability and apologize publicly to anyone that's involved if some fan goes to an AEW show and hits the ring carrying a giant cauldron full of boiling oil and a machine or apparatus capable of rendering said boiled oil and humans into fat to sell for soap. If they try to do that to anybody, I will apologize, because that's my fault. But otherwise, I believe my hands are clean. Because
I sincerely hope no one brings a wood chipper to the ring, or I'm screwed.
Yeah, and Brian will apologize for wood chippers. But no, I've never said anybody should get in the ring. As a matter of fact, I've said half the AEW roster don't belong in the ring. I believe that's been my point. Not only do you fans out there not belong in the ring, but most of them don't either. Point is, they're all too fucking slack, Brian. Now they've all convinced themselves there's no heat anymore. Nobody's going to try to do anything. Everybody's with it. Well, now I think, you've got a lot of screwy people in the world. The very reason why everybody's with it and nobody's mad and it's all a fucking show and nobody takes this seriously is exactly what might entice these people to just fucking try to get on television. They think nothing's going to happen to them. They think that they can whip the guys in the ring, or they're all working and we're all friends or whatever, or that they don't see police around. They just, some fucking schlub in a t-shirt that says security and you recognize him as the job guy from YouTube. It used to be an intimidating thing as a fan to come in and see that fucking ring in front of a big arena full of people and the guys in it under the lights. Most people, unless they got drunk off their ass, didn't want to have anything to do with that. And I've seen guys jump in the ring convinced they were going to whip somebody and stand up and look around and fucking freeze. Like, what the fuck have I done? And then they're toast. Terry Funk used to rip their pants off. His father taught him that. He said, guy jumps in the ring no matter how mad he is. If you just grab him, that's how he did me on TV. They do the fuck in Memphis that time. I didn't know it, but they do the marks like that. Grab the fucking back pockets and pull down. And you pants that motherfucker, and he's standing there either in his shorts or with his dingleberry hanging out in front of 5,000 people. He's done. But anyway, that's, it used to be an intimidating thing. There used to be a lot of cops around, security. The guys looked like they'd kick the shit out of you. There was no reason, no motivation except anger to try that. But now it's just, what the fuck? Everybody's just jacking around. I think they're not, if they're not taking it seriously on camera, I'm thinking the people off camera are taking it less seriously. Just think, we can all do this. That's dangerous. What do you think?
I think this was a lone nut. I think this was someone who, like you said, was seeking attention. Someone who got the attention briefly that he wanted. Probably someone that needs to talk to somebody and seek some help, quite frankly. But to the overall thing, it's a lone nut. I don't expect we'll see too much more of this, but it'll happen, especially as alcohol starts getting reintroduced into the picture. It'll happen every now and then. In WCW, we saw people trying to get to the ring just to celebrate being there. So you never know. But like I said, when it comes to this and the blaming, most people got it right away. Give Chris Jericho credit. He got it right away. Quite frankly, I can't think of another wrestling personality ever who has endorsed the idea of beating fans who jump the rail more than you. Who else ever? So I think it's all ridiculous, and I think, sometimes with some people, like...
And here's the thing, though. That's what I was going to say, is that everybody just got mortified about this guy, because what in the world was he going to do? Like, he didn't have a machete. He's a fat schlub that was unarmed and couldn't get past Justin Roberts. Bless Justin for being a large man, but like you mentioned, it's not the size of the dog in the fight. Brian Hildebrand took some of these guys down, too, and fucking showed them their own asshole. But he's trying to get attention, try to be part of the show, jumps up on the apron, gets goozled by the ring announcer, and everybody was acting like, my God, Jericho and MJF escaped death at the hands of this homicidal maniac, just because they've not, in the modern era, seen shit like this. And I hate to tell them, I would love to transport them back and show them a few things that they would have goddamn shit themselves about that used to happen. And we go, oh, that happened again. You go on. But the thing is, the companies, and I'll say this again, and then you can follow up whatever you want to say. Everybody has gotten lax and complacent on security Because, I mean, even the last several years, I worked shows, just here and there. Whether I was a babyface or a heel or whatever, I stopped even paying any attention, which, was just because nothing was ever going to happen, but you never know. But I stopped paying attention. And boy, I used to have a real good spidey sense about anybody that was close to me. So I think everybody's got complacent, and they need to put security there that looks like security. They need to make an announcement beforehand that obviously anyone crossing the barricade or the railing or whatever obstruction they have put up will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And they need to have somebody keeping an eye on this again, because I'm not saying people are going to come in the ring and try to commit murder, but there's a lot of stupid people that may just want to be part of the show. So I start acting like a goddamn wrestling event again instead of a fucking playground and get some security. And what were you finish what you were going to say? I apologize. I'm just all fired up.
That's quite all right. A couple things I want to say, but one, because Omega kind of restarted it after it had started dying down, after you had denounced him, I denounced him, Jericho denounced him. Everyone seemed to be on the same page. This guy's a clown looking for attention. And then Omega had to certainly, in his way, point people to you again. And I think, there's a hypocrisy because, for the most part, most of the people we hear from, I shouldn't say most, but a lot, because I haven't checked, but we hear from a lot of people. I love AEW and I love Jim Cornette. I like AEW and I like to listen to Jim Cornette. There's an audience that can appreciate both. There is certainly an audience that is, I love Jim Cornette, I don't like AEW. And there's even a small audience that is, I am worshiping Jim Cornette, I despise AEW. And it's the same on the other side.
Let's be fair, there's even 4 or 5 that love AEW and don't like me.
And there's the same on the other side. And when Kenny puts out a tweet like that, all he's doing is riling people up. And when you talk about fans doing crazy things, first of all, you came out and you insulted the fans. I will happily say, because I'm the one who monitored it, that some of you may remember participating in a survey a while back, and very happy to announce that the Jim Cornette Experience and Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru actually has a very large audience, educated, well-educated, high-earning, smart people, Kenny. As smart as AEW's audience, but he decided he was going to attack all of our audience, and I just think it's a disservice when they want to come at you for
when we were
things.
all doing the kumbaya thing, and even people were even tweeting, well, at least they can all come together over saying, fuck this guy, right? And then fucking Harpo's got to stir shit.
Well, it's like I tweeted out, look at this clown clutching his pearls, because that's what it is. He chooses what to be offended at. Matt Hardy chooses what to be offended at, and it just so happens to coincide with being offended at the one person who criticizes their bad in-ring emoting. That's my point. And there's a
you have a good
there.
Point there.
When the Young Bucks go out there and lie and say that Jim Cornette in his mid-50s wanted to go out on the road and work a program with the Young Bucks, I assume taking bumps. That's a lie. They know it's a lie, but it's part of their narrative. It's part of their story. Jim's their boogeyman. But when you lie like that, when Kenny goes out there and, again, he chooses who to be offended at, look who he's aligned with, and we'll talk maybe a little more later about people he's been aligned with in the past, where he chose to look the other way. There's a hypocrisy there, and both audiences have crazy fans, and I would argue that AEW has more crazy fans than we do. Listen to how many people have been harassed by crazy AEW fans. Jim Ross! They were wishing Jim Ross would die!
Yes! Because he said WWE Dynamite. Oh, God, kill him, you horrible person. Oh.
So give me a break. Like I said in the tweet, quit clutching your pearls, Kenny.
Yeah, well, he's used to clutching round things, whether it be pearls or grapes or whatever.
I will say, as we are recording a day earlier than usual, I woke up this morning a little later than usual. I've used usual twice now.
That's unusual.
Usually I would I'd wake up a little earlier, but I slept late and I woke up to see you were trending once again on Twitter.
I blame myself. I asked you before we went on the program, I said, should we even refer to this? But since I'm trending on Twitter on Super Bowl Sunday, like people ain't got anything else to do, But in this case, it was kind of in a babyface way. Thank everyone for their support and their kind words on the immolation that I had to perform on Twitter this morning. But I don't even know how this happened, because I get up this morning to make sure that the store at JimCornette.com is running like a well-oiled feather-bottom watch. And then I turn on the Twitter machine, and again, poor Uncle Dave has somehow, overnight, I guess, I know there's a time difference here in California, but it was late at night. It had to be, because it was about 8 hours previous this, and this was 8:30 in the morning. So he's up at midnight. And he's retweeted a tweet that I tweeted. God, this sounds so ridiculous. Grown men, you just using those words. He retweeted a tweet that I tweeted a year and a half, almost 2 years ago.
I have it right here, June 7th, 2020.
Okay. And it was to him, because as I recall, this was one of the tweets that either escalated or pretty much finished off the hostilities and the relationship between me and Uncle Dave.
I remember what this was.
I don't know. Okay, then what was the context? He was in some way on Twitter again, verbally filleting Twinkle Toes, and it just caught me wrong, but I think it was directed at me, was it not?
It was because we had a question on the Drive-Thru. Again, this is a long time ago, but I remember this. About Harley Race's opinion of Kenny Omega from some training seminar there was years ago. And we talked about it. We read the letter from someone who was there. And Dave, randomly, out of nowhere, I mean, it seems to happen a lot. Out of nowhere, Dave's added on Twitter, said, here's the tweet. Somebody sent me a clip of Cornette saying why Harley Race didn't like Kenny Omega. Hope Cornette mentioned how much Thez, Gotch, and the other purists from the prior generation hated Harley Race. Would be even more rich if the subject was stupid moves that aren't real. By the way, just listen to the clip. You would have heard if that was one of the things, which I don't think it was.
No.
But that was...
It was actually a report from somebody that had been at a camp that Harley had, that Omega was at, that didn't have a fond opinion of the guy either, and said that he was rude and a twat or whatever. So go ahead.
Someone sent him a clip. He didn't watch it. He started jumping to conclusions about what he thought would be there in a way to put you down. So that's when you replied, why don't you two get a fucking room? Does it really gall you that badly that most people who have an idea what this business is supposed to be can't stand fucking Twinkle Toes McFingerbang? That was the tweet from June 7th, 2020 that Dave decided to retweet last night, apparently.
Okay, but now I got to ask you something, because you know more about these things than I do. But when I scroll down through my Twitter screen here on my big-ass computer so I can see that little small print, it takes me forever just to get to yesterday. How did he find a single tweet from a year and a half ago?
I don't know what caused this to be on his radar.
How can you just go back and get that to begin with, even if he wanted to? How has he kept track of where that could be located? How it could be located? Is there a way to do that?
It's like his office. It may be a mess, but he knows where everything is.
Oh, God. All right. So anyway, so he retweets that and with the, boy, this aged well. Well, if you've got that shit, and read his, boy, this aged well.
So 13 hours ago, as we are recording, Dave retweeted your tweet from June of 2020. Tweets that age badly for $100. 18 months later, he wins almost every Wrestler of the Year award and is the first guy to hold 3 major world titles at the same time in decades.
He's, in the past year and a half, he's won almost every major award I've given him. And what are the major titles? AEW, a title that didn't exist 2 years ago. Was that Impact, right?
Impact.
Seriously?
And AAA.
and AAA, and we've seen the Mexicans will use almost anybody down there. But nevertheless, this is comparable to when Vader actually had major world championships across multiple continents and fucking deserved them. I don't know, but what he's saying basically, well, he won my award and he won the award of the magazine that wants to sell magazines because he's on the cover. What the again, I don't tweet Dave anymore to go along with the not emailing him anymore and not speaking to him on the phone anymore. And if I ever went anywhere in person, it would go along with not speaking to him in person anymore because he's a goddamn lunatic and he lost his mind. And if it was so important to him, as I've mentioned, if it was so important to him that I not take the piss out of his favorite little play wrestlers, that he's willing to knock me after 35 years of friendship, blah, 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 then fine. I told him he can piss the fuck off. So, and I don't recall, Brian, except when we give him credit for a news item that we might pick up out of his publication. We say, oh, this is straight from Uncle Dave. I don't recall going on a campaign to systematically, every time somebody sneezes, remind them that Dave Meltzer has lost his fucking mind and is a backstabbing piece of shit that turned on every friend he had for 30 years because they didn't like trampoline play wrestlers. We don't do that as a matter of course, but he sits there and waits for an opportunity that since something crosses his mind and throws his panties in a bunch, and his left testicle is lopped over his right testicle, and he's uncomfortable, and so he tweets my tweets to him from a year and a half ago like a possessed, stalking, jilted ex-lover. And I got to be honest with you, Dave was never that good. And he's got to goddamn just continue this all over fucking Twinkle Toes. It's not any other opinion that I have, anything else that I've expressed about wrestling or life in general. It doesn't matter. But if I fart in the general direction of that ballet dancing, prissy prancing, finger pointing, gesticulating, masturbating piece of shit and his two fucking brotherly, hardly friends, then Uncle Dave, like a white knight in shining tinfoil, comes to the fucking rescue over and over again. And a year and a half later, he's still mad about the same insults. So that is why that I responded to him, because it struck me wrong first thing in the morning to see this fucking lunatic stalker that I have continuing to slander me for having what is becoming a more and more popular opinion that Kenny Olivier can go piss off. He's the shits, especially when even people that formerly appreciated in some fashion what he was doing are now realizing, well, no, now he's in the same company with, I don't know, Bryan Danielson and et cetera. And, you know, come on. But that's when I had to, unfortunately, tell Dave again that I'm more than willing to ignore him if he ignores me, but I am not going to goddamn wake up first thing in the morning and see this shit when it's already cold outside. You can read my tweet back to him if you'd like.
I will, but I also do want to say this is part of the story that I think a lot of people miss from way back when the relationship first went sour. Dave was still calling you and still emailing you while on his board and on Twitter, at times for no reason whatsoever, just attacking you. And
just apropos of nothing. Just apropos. And by the way, Cornette's wrong about Twinkle Toes.
And like you said, it's all about Omega and the Bucks.
And I had to fucking forcefully on a couple of different occasions inform him to stop fucking emailing me like there's nothing wrong after he stabbed me in the back and walked around with the fucking knife.
So you responded to his retweet and comment with, Dave, you do remember those awards are all works and you give him half of them yourself, right? After almost 2 years, still with this? If you loved your wife as much as Harpo here, you'd still have one. Quit embarrassing yourself or I'll start doing it for you.
And unfortunately for Uncle Dave, a lot of people seem to wait, hide and watch for somebody to just piss in his fucking mouth because I got a bunch of hoorays and hurrahs over that because he's become insufferable with his fucking cheerleading. And it's gone past somebody being a paid PR person, somebody having a legitimate fixation. I even criticize MJF and CM Punk every once in a while. But my God. So, Dave, you want to keep fucking finding my tweets and rehashing old shit? I'll be more than happy to blister the fuck out of you in a public forum anytime, any place. I will fucking make you goddamn wish you had never been born, and I will make you curse your mother for the day she gave birth to you. I will belittle you, trash you, revile you, verbally eviscerate you, and otherwise break my foot off in your ass if you don't just leave me the fuck alone, you fucking fanatical freak. I don't know which is worse, the positive fixations you have or the negative ones. You won't leave me alone because I don't like your little fucking buddies. I can only imagine how they feel when you're goddamn slobbering all over their fucking jocks all goddamn time. I think it would be worse if he was still liked me. He would be fixated on me more than he'd be fixated against me, and I'd have to get a tire iron to pry him off. It's like a dog that won't quit humping a leg. Anyway,
Dave,
this is your show.
Dave has responded.
Jesus Christ. All right.
You, who know better and know they are voted on, and multiple publications and sites do them independent of each other, are going to lie to your fan base to this degree? Dude, you've literally...
Dude! I'm dude now? Oh, he's gone too far.
Dude, you've literally become Trump.
Oh, see now?
You struck a nerve. You struck a nerve.
You gotta fucking go there. You've got to call. There's no reason to call any human being a fucking Trump. Besides the fact, Uncle Dave dipshit, I can't tweet now because we're actually recording, but God, they're all voted on. Yes, by all the readers of your publication. Brian, let's take a poll right now. Every listener of my podcast, every member of the cult of Cornette, who's more popular, me or Vince Russo?
I think we know what the results will be, clearly.
There you go. He's been, as I've mentioned, verbally filleting these fucking guys and telling his listeners and his readers how great they are. And he is fucking, because of his, not only his tenure around wrestling, Dave's, his experience around wrestling, all these many years, they think he knows what he's talking about. They don't realize he had a nervous breakdown and it had lost the plot. And all of his longtime friends have remarked on this, but they don't know that because they don't know him personally. And they don't fucking know the trials and travails that has apparently allowed him to lose his fucking mind over the last 10 years or so. And they think he knows what he's talking about. So when he tells them that the Hardy Boys are a great tag team, the readers of his publication, which also happen to mirror the fucking, it's the equivalent of the Bobby Soxers after Bobby Sherman in the 60s. The people who buy magazines and read the newsletters love the Hardy Boys and Twinkle Toes. The people that don't watch wrestling anymore because they're offended by those people that make up a much larger segment of society, including much of my audience, has a different viewpoint. That's why we don't watch wrestling anymore. So if you want to sell a newsletter or a magazine, put the dipshit on the cover that these goddamn teeny boppers are still going gaga over, except now the teeny boppers are not 16-year-old cheerleaders with nice legs and training bras. They're 35-year-old fat guys with fucking beards and pizza stains on their T-shirts. Teeny boppers have changed too.
If you want to call out Jim and say that he's Trump, call out wrestlers who actually gave money to Trump, like your buddy Jericho,
Yes.
who never gets bad coverage in The Observer ever.
Or members of their family that participated in the insurrection to overthrow the government. But me over here that has done everything short of fucking taking Harley Quinn to Washington to bite him in the ass to get him out of office. I'm Trump. Here, the problem with Dave is he tries to verbally joust with people and or make a witty comment. And he knows, being compared to Trump, I could call him a piece of shit. He wouldn't mind that, but being compared to Trump, he's trying to get an oomph out of me so that I'll continue to bandy this around so that maybe he'll feel important. But the point is, I trended on Twitter again. Thank you, Dave. Every time you do this, I've just opened the store at jimcornette.com, so I appreciate the payoff. But can you leave me the fuck alone so I don't come home and find Harley Quinn boiling in a pot of water on the stove? You fucking freak.
Jim, I want to ask you some questions, and I demand answers. I want to ask you some questions about a few things happening in wrestling surrounding you.
Okay.
I apologize if any of these are sensitive.
Who's surrounding
issues.
me? I don't see a soul.
Well, that neighbor with the driveway. I think he's trying to surround you.
Well, he is building it close to my property line. All right, go ahead.
Jim, if you remember, as we were closing up the experience this week, we got some breaking news that many people were sending us on Twitter and via email as the show was transpiring that Dave Meltzer had been tweeting about you, and we discussed that on the show.
Oh, and this also apparently is why I trended again, against my knowledge or without my consent.
Yeah, as we said before, there appears to be some hitch where if anyone says anything positive about you, it becomes something where he has to not just disagree, but completely shut it down. And the one
which then his procedure to shut it down then creates more debate and talk and back and forth. And that's how I trend when I'm minding my own business.
You were outside playing in the dirt, and all this was happening in the dirt on Twitter.
I wasn't playing in the dirt. I was playing in the trees.
Well, you were playing in the trees. This is the one that several people have been sending to us over the last couple of days. I mean, they're still sending it to us as of today. Someone tweeted in response to Dave. I don't have the initial tweet that triggered it. Someone named Victor Todorov. You would almost think that had to be a Russian bot, but
I was about to say, wait a minute. I've heard of these Russian bots, but I didn't know they gave them names.
Well, here was...
I thought is he the tag team partner of Vladimir Gotcharoxov?
Well, here's the tweet. Jim is wrong about some aspects of today's wrestling, but he's right about a lot of other things, in my opinion. If he, and for example, Tony Khan, could combine their best thoughts, AEW would benefit greatly. I think that's kind of a fair assessment there. Nothing that's over the top.
The only questionable aspect would be whether or not that I would have a nervous breakdown being in the room with Tony Khan, but that's as a statement, not inflammatory and fairly reasonable and well thought out.
Right. I think even your detractors would say if you could just take the very best of Jim Cornette, those great creative ideas, and combine them with the very best of Tony Khan, whatever you want to say negative about him.
Yeah, and if you could find Tony's very best and combine those, it would be great.
Well, Dave responded to that tweet, again, suggesting that maybe you and Tony Khan, if you sat together, good ideas may come out of it. Actually, he's the single last person to listen to. He doesn't know the audience, nor the modern product. Maybe you could say that about John Muse, but Cornette is the last guy who could help Tony.
Wait, what? John Muse is a longtime wrestling fan from Michigan. And as I recall, John was a major tape collector, was he not?
I believe so.
Back in the days when we had to watch our wrestling on videotape. I'm not aware that John has ever worked in the wrestling industry professionally, behind the camera or on camera or any of that nature. And is John still alive? I haven't heard his name in 20 years. How did John Muse come up out of nowhere?
Well, I believe he came up out of nowhere because Mike Tenay probably bowed out of the offering of who should be the consultant that he recommended instead of Cornette this week. No, I think, didn't John Muse actually consult with Bischoff? When Bischoff was going to buy and relaunch WCW, John Muse was going to, am I thinking of the right guy? I think it was John Muse. He was going to come in there and help run the cruiserweights and everything else.
Okay, help run the cruiserweight. Okay, I'm not knocking John. I haven't seen John or talked to John in 20 years, as I said, but I don't know where this came from.
But the idea
he was, but that didn't happen, did it?
But you're the single last guy. The single last guy that Tony Khan should listen to.
Nobody worse. Nobody has any stupider ideas. I don't know what to say to Uncle Dave, because at this point I'm speechless. For once, somebody has rendered me speechless. Does he wake up in the middle of the night screaming, "Don't listen to him"? He is, what do the kids say, triggered? Every time somebody, if Cornette and so-and-so could get along, no, it'd be horrible. Well, if Cornette could, no, that would be terrible. And
it's so over the top when you really think about it. It's every time.
I have seen people fucking, ran down a member of somebody's family in the street with a car, and they apologized and got, back together. I don't know what his fucking deal is. Just because, again, have we ever said anything bad about Dave as a person until he started all this? We defended him. Have we ever maligned him or slandered him? Or do we even come up just at random and say, that Dave Meltzer, we haven't heard from him in a while, but boy, he's still a prick? No, but it's incessant. Just because I don't like Twinkle Toes and the fucking Hardley Boys. That's the only disagreement, bone of contention, breaking point that we have ever had with old Uncle Dave, is that we don't fucking like the silly play wrestlers. And now it has made him go out of his mind. And again, I've seen people not care that much about family members, beloved pets, cherished personal possessions. What the fuck has Olivier and those two little smarmy pricks from Cucamonga done to or for Dave Meltzer to engender this kind of loyalty and dying on that hill every single time? Whether it's me or anybody else on Twitter that just says, you know what, we don't like these fucking guys because they act like goofs. Fuck, oh my God. You can't say that. How can you say that? They sold out Yokohama or whatever. What do you think, Brian?
You think if someone said, like, hey, AEW should hire Vince Russo, be like, no, that's not the person. He's the second to worst person. Cornette's the worst.
Well, that's what it would be. Because I'm the worst. So he can't be the worst because I'm the worst. So yes, Uncle Dave thinks it would be better to hire Vince Russo for AEW instead of me.
Well, here's the other thing. If you are so out of touch with the modern product, how come the things that you critique the least, the things that you enjoy the most, the things that you champion the most, the Punk segments, the MJF segments, those are the highest rated segments they have. Those are the feuds and guys who have drawn the pay-per-views.
It's a complete accident, complete coincidence, Brian. Nothing more than that. And it's just a complete coincidence that all these things I say show up on their television program, either in something that the talent utters or some sign that the fans bring or some change that is made in the program. It's just all coincidence.
Do you think, I want to carefully craft this sentence. this question, I should say. Do you think Dave knows how much stuff is being influenced by you and he's lashing out about that? Or do you think he's oblivious to what's really happening? And again, I'm not going to say too much.
That's a good question because you can't really tell because he speaks like a person that's oblivious to things most of the time. But I think it actually, at this point, it's bothering him that 3 years ago, I was one of the only people saying these things. Now, 3 years later, there's a lot of people saying these things because they just know it took them a while longer to notice. But that may be what it is. Maybe that's what it is. He was so sure that, oh my God, this is going to revolutionize everything. And for the kind of people who like that kind of thing, that's the kind of thing those people like. They have done tremendous business with the same fans they had 3 years ago. The same numbers on television, the same numbers in the building. They're very good. But it's the same people because it's the same people. Because that's the amount of people in this country that were going to like modern wrestling. And occasionally you get some peaks from real stars and main event angles that click like an MJF and a Punk or whatever the fuck. But more people have noticed, well, the fucking guy with his hands in his pockets was a one-note joke that never went anywhere, and now he went somewhere. Because they couldn't fucking keep doing that forever. Now they got a guy that puts curses on people. And they won't flesh that out, and that won't be funny in a year and a half. Or the fucking little dwarf that was with, his tag team champions until he figured out, I'm sure they probably got a bunch of complaints from people who had to work with the dwarf. It wasn't like people weren't going to figure this out. They started out with indie-rific guys that had never done this, had no experience, and couldn't do it. But they started picking up talent, and they got some momentum off those people to at least where now, usually on average, half the television program is great, and then the other half falls in a fucking hole. But that's better than where they started, where there was no part of the show that was great. But back to Dave, that's the problem is he can't accept that everybody didn't suddenly see all this greatness that he saw somewhere in these 7-star matches with his fucking idiot Harpo and the rest of his masturbatory
theater
minion crew.
Masturbatory theater.
Masturbatory theater, yeah. The Cutlets and the Knock-It-Offs and all of the fucking idiots Dave now is, I guess he's pissed. No, you can't see the same things he saw because he was wrong.
Let me ask you this. If John Muse decides that he's busy, Dave previously recommended Mike Tenay. Now it's John Muse. Who do you think is next? Do you think it'll be Klon or Zombie Harry White?
Ooh, that's interesting. Well, Mike Tenay actually would have been a large improvement, but he wants to fucking be involved with the wrestling business about like I want to go up on the next space shuttle. I think Dave needs to keep his suggestions on booking to himself because I don't think that's his strong point. Either booking or suggesting other people to book.
Well, Jim,
And how old would John Muse be these days?
I don't know.
He'd have to be as old as me.
In that range, I would think, of course.
So you think some 60-year-old guy from Michigan wants to come down and fuck around with these dipshits? I bet John Muse won't speak to Dave Meltzer anymore for suggesting that. Speaking of punching on it, okay, let's start the show off with how you're going to explain something to me today here on the program in front of all of the people, the cult of Cornette. Because you started to the other day on the phone, and I said, wait a minute, save this for the show because I'm getting lost. But somehow, and I've narrowed one of them down to a reason not associated with our friend Uncle Dave, but somehow I have trended on Twitter now over the past week either 3 or 4 times without ever actually being on Twitter myself. And actually, in most cases, I was out in the yard. A couple times I was signing action figures. And apparently, again, it has amounted to Uncle Dave's irrational fucking meltdown that he continues to have on Twitter, trying to discredit my not only apparently valid, but now increasingly popular opinions about some of his favorite wrestlers. And he's causing me to trend, even though I'm not seeing them or responding to them, because so many people, you're going to give the details on this, but so many people were responding to him, asking him what his goddamn rabbit-ass issue was with me, and what the fuck's the matter with you, Dave, that I trended without knowing it. And now it's to the point where he has somehow managed to fix it up to where people can't reply to him because so many people were taking the piss out of him and asking him why he didn't go to a movie or sit down and pet his dog. How has he done all of this? Have I hired him to be my PR agent?
Well, let me just say, I don't know how many times you have trended exactly, because sometimes things happen at different hours and you're not watching, and I don't know how their trending things work, but it keeps popping up on my computer that you're trending at various points, and it all comes back to Dave's tweets. I do want to say, maybe I'm wrong, but it appears Dave may be going through something. So I feel bad in a sense. Maybe beating up on him.
Why does he have dragged me down?
I don't know, but he's tweeting like a West Coast Bix. He flooded my fucking timeline the other day, which is nonsense after a while. So I don't know. I really don't know.
See, I don't see it. I don't remember whether I blocked him or just don't follow him, and he doesn't actually put my gimmick in there. He just mentions my name.
Anyone who mentions you to him causes him to make sure to let everyone know that you are completely discredited, that there's nothing that you say that has any validity. No one should listen to you. You're the very last person anyone in AEW that Tony Khan should listen to, the very last person. Which makes me feel good because I have a shot now. If you're the very last.
It still could be worse for you, Brian.
Yeah. But the other thing of note, and again, this is a topic that the listeners, unfortunately, have really taken to, because they keep sending me all these emails about it. Dave is now, apparently he tweets out stuff and he's turned off the ability for anyone to reply, I believe, unless he follows them.
But how, I didn't even know you could do that. How is, he's a grown man with a business to run. How does he have this much time on his hands to do all of this internet witchery with the Twitter machine? And here's another thing. I guess we should explain for some of the newer listeners, because I still have sometimes, if I will tweet something, and I've been signing figures so fucking much the last several weeks, I retweet shit a couple times a day, and that's mostly what I've gotten into. But people still say when I tweet something, they'll say, put your phone down. Like they don't know. So I will just bring everybody up to speed again for all the longtime listeners. You're well aware of this. Don't have a smartphone, never gonna have a smartphone, refuse to. I tweet on my computer where it's got a nice big screen, and I got a keyboard in front of me so I don't type like a savage with my thumbs, and I can check my spelling. And I do that first thing in the morning when I get up, and I retweet our announcements of our shows and our clips and our various things. And then probably later on in the afternoon, I'll stop by again. But otherwise, I am not on the internet unless I'm talking to you and we're recording this show. So these things happen behind my back, but so I'm not really up to date on a real time. Like, how many of these people sit there in their daily life and look at Twitter constantly and like are keeping an eye on it all day while they're awake? I don't understand it, because they answer instantly to anything at any time.
There are people specifically in and around wrestling who live on Twitter. Go look at the amount of tweets. It'll blow your mind.
Okay, so Dave has figured out a way that you can't respond to him unless you follow him or he follows you, or how did that work?
Hold on, I'll actually,
Because
I believe it was that he had to follow you or mention you in order for you to be able to respond, which I'm thinking may be a way someone said, hey, you got to stop fighting with everyone. And maybe the easiest solution was, okay, I won't let them reply, so I won't see it, but then he's still finding things to fight with.
But then people are, because then they're screenshotting it and fucking sending out, what's the matter with you, pal? And it's causing me to trend. And here's what I was going to say. Apparently, it's flummoxing my Twitter machine on my computer. Because normally when I get up in the morning, as I mentioned, I'll turn it on and I'll go down to where I last left off the previous day fairly quickly, scrolling down, see if everything catches my eye. But when this happens, the notifications go from like 4 hours ago to 17 hours ago instantly. I'm missing a big chunk of shit. It's like it's blown my thing up. It can't handle all the traffic. And so I don't get to see a lot of that, of what the fuck went on, unless I was to sit there and fucking try to figure out how to find it, and I don't have time. So some of this I'm in the dark on, but I appreciate.
We should use it as a tagline. It's actually pretty good. Jim Cornette, the very last person you should listen to.
Yes. That'll send our ratings through the roof. Everybody wants to taste forbidden fruit. They want to do the verboten. They want to take a walk on the wild side with Corny. I appreciate him being my PR agent, but I'm doing okay on my own, because one of the times that I trended, Brian, I found out what that was for. It didn't have anything to do with Uncle Dave. I trended on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen, because I think it was your show on one of the recent podcasts over the last week or 9 days. I said I'm not a fan of Liv Morgan. She's not in the top echelon of the girls in my opinion, the Rheas and the Charlottes of the world. She's too girly. She's a little small and girly. I trended on Twitter. People specifically pointed this to me because I upset all of the mouth breathers that, follow the girls way too closely. And so therefore, I am so irrelevant that if I say Liv Morgan's too girly for me, that trends on Twitter. What else should I trend? Pistachio ice cream. I'm for it. Oh, shit. I'm blowing up the internet now, Brian.
Are you really for it?
No.
Good.
I just want to be controversial. Anyway, speaking of controversial, we have passed that magic milestone, over 300,000 subscribers on the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Just want to thank everybody for their support. I still didn't get a cake from you again, Brian.
I thought we established that the cake is not supposed to come from me. It's supposed to come from people who are celebrating with you, or YouTube.
Well, they didn't send me one either. The only one I can count on is Joni out there in Washington. She's a cake kind of girl. All right, let's go back to trending on Twitter, because we got started on Ranger Ross, the motorcycle bandit, after Butterface, and I forgot where we were going, but I trended on Twitter again this week, as I mentioned earlier in the program. While I was unsuspecting and unawares dealing with my contractors, you informed me of this, and I said, well, what did Uncle Dave say now? And it wasn't Uncle Dave, it was Twinkle Toes. Apparently now I trended a number of times this week on Twitter because Twinkle Toes decided to play video games again, I guess, with random people and be recorded doing it. Was this an actual interview, or was this just him sitting alone at home with his joystick in his hand, playing video games with people on the internet?
I believe from what I saw, this was on Twitch, once again with...
Oh, on Twitch. Okay, on Twitch.
Which would be, yes, it involves video games.
We've got the Wall Street Journal, we got the New York Times, we've got NBC News, we got Twitch. What was he twitching about?
Apparently he was twitching out about you. Once again, now we had played audio from a previous stream where he talked about his many injuries and how people attack him all the time.
Yeah, can you just read this one? Because between him trying to speak English and play a video game at the same time, and he might have been trying to chew some gum too. We're not sure. It took forever. Can you just succinctly, briefly encapsulate whatever the drivel was that he had to talk about so that we can tell Harpo what we think of him?
Yeah, let me read this and we'll break it down because it is quite amazing in its disingenuousness. But let me go to it.
Stunning and baffling in its bullshit.
It's amazing when someone's a bigger worker out of the ring than they are in the ring. But let me go to this comment here.
Not with this guy. I would say he could do anything, work anything outside the ring better than in the ring. But go ahead.
I think Jim Cornette has backed himself up into a corner where, now, he's found this group of extremely pathetic human beings who have no other thing to aspire to become, or no one to base their life off of. No one to listen to. No one to adhere to their commands. And so, when it became a character that he could play as though he was still traveling up and down the strip in the Indies, like back in the old days.
Wait a minute, back in the Indies, but there weren't any Indies in the old days. We had a thriving business till people like you came along. I never worked the Indies, dipshit. Go ahead.
Now he's got this group of people hanging off his every word. And all he has to do is sit and talk on a podcast with some other guy.
Hey, other guy.
Hey, by the way, I'm not some other guy. I'm the SOG.
Yeah.
So fuck you, Ty. Let me go back to the quote here. When he realized he could make money by delivering hateful speech, he backed himself into a corner. And now, if he want to... He's so stupid. If he wants to make rent... If he wants to buy his fancy McDonald's double cheeseburger meal.
Hey, where's the Wendy's gets no love? And what about Freddy's Steak Burgers? They just opened one over here not too far away. Why don't they get the love?
You know, just take a quick break. I hate cheeseburgers, so I never really listen too much to your details on what you want like other people do. Do you like McDonald's cheeseburgers or is it always Wendy's?
If I'm on the interstate and the only thing available to get to is McDonald's, I will go there, but it's not my first choice. Okay. But see, well, because he doesn't know anything else about what he's talking about, so why is he going to get my fast food pick right?
He has to talk about the things that are going to get attention. And a lot of the time, that's going to be yours truly. And then, I guess, talking a little bit further down here, he is asked about whether or not Cornette's comments have any effect on backstage life in AEW. This is the funniest part. That seeps into our locker room, too. Yeah, it does. Everyone is so afraid of the fucking cult of Cornette army and people that have, like, you know, anti-AEW sites that they want to do whatever the fuck they can to stay safe.
Wait a minute, the guys that, what is he talking? The guys in the locker room want to do whatever they can to stay safe from mean websites and our fans who don't like them. Have we got an army out there that I'm not aware of, Brian? Who appropriated or apportioned the money to equip our field army to go out and you know, put the hammer down on the people that we're against, that all these people are huddling up and trying to stay safe?
Yeah, he's not saying what it really is, which is a lot of the wrestlers listen to his podcast and a lot of the wrestlers agree with his podcast and a lot of the wrestlers talk to them and they know what the fuck's going on. Not that. Not me and the Bucks are losing some of the influence we have and we're worried. Not that. But
some of the guys in the locker room are actually starting to listen to common sense instead of us.
It's not just the locker room. It goes higher up than that.
Well,
while this guy's out with multitude of injuries to the point where no one knows if he could ever work a regular schedule, as if he's ever worked a regular schedule. He's playing video games while he's taking years to develop this AEW. When did they start developing that video game? Was it at the beginning of AEW?
I don't know. When did they invent video games? It was like the following week they started. And he's only, you know, he's making whatever he's making from Tony Khan. Tony's a charitable kind of guy. So, go away and get all fixed up and we'll send you $1 million or $2 million here and there or whatever. But here's the problem. And first of all, let's address the fact that at first I thought, you've always thought they're just saying this because the Hardly Boys and Twinkle Toes, they want to get the narrative out, as the kids say these days, that you're the bad guy, Cornette, and that they're the good guys, and that's why they always say all this bullshit.
Yeah, and let me stop you right there, because they've done that. When they made up the whole story about Jim Cornette coming up to them at the Jeff Jarrett show about wanting to work a program with them across the indies, that it's all just some big work. That's when the narrative started changing. And then all of a sudden, Dave Meltzer, various people started rewriting everything before it, going back to Ring of Honor. Now you were supposed to know in like 2009, 2010, the Young Bucks were the future. Just turn over Ring of Honor to them. It's a completely fucked narrative. And with Omega has an incredibly dedicated fan base who like his style of wrestling.
We ought to be watching out for those weirdos.
But let's just address.
Talk about our pathetic fans. We ought to be watching out for those weirdos, because if you've got something in your fucking brain that likes to see some guy get out there looking like Harpo Marx, skipping around the ring doing video game moves, you might be dangerous. Maybe we need to do a mental evaluation, throw some red flag warnings on his fans. They seem to be the ones that are slightly disturbed, but nevertheless, that's why I said, you've always thought that. I have always said, no, I don't think they're doing that. I think these insufferable douchebags are so in love with the smell of their own farts, heads so far up their own asses, that they genuinely believe that they're big stars in some capacity, and that if anybody talks about them, they do it because those people that are talking about them want their attention or want attention. I got news for you. First of all, as far as the pathetic people, Twinkle Toes, here's the facts. Sit down, Mr. Peabody, and let me give you the deal here. I'm not alone in my opinion of you. I will explain in minute granular detail momentarily why that I dislike almost everything about you, and the only things that I don't dislike are the things I haven't discovered yet. But to think that I'm alone in thinking that you are a joke jackoff is ridiculous. Because if anybody can bother to do mathematics, wrestling has lost approximately 75% to 80% of its fan base in the last 25 years. And the modern fans may go for the V-trigger and the one-winged fairy and the Canterbury step off the fuck, whatever the fuck. But all those people that have gone away, they're the ones, Twinkle Toes, that are repulsed by you and your ilk, the rest of the members of the Lollipop Guild. They're the ones that blame you and people like you, the phony, cosplaying, video game wannabe, trampoline cowboys that do a goddamn floor exercise every time they get in the ring when they're not bashing each other with inanimate objects or setting each other on fire. You ruined a pastime, a hobby, an interest and entertainment that a lot of us had, and some of us professionally, for years and years and decades, because it's just so silly and phony and stupid and illogical, and you've made wrestling something to be laughed at, and you admit that. It should be fun. We should all laugh and have fun at the silliness. Well, guess who's laughing now, Twinkle Toes? Because I've got the 75 to 80% of the wrestling fans that loved wrestling and don't watch it anymore because of people like you on my side, and you've got the remaining people that will eat that Elmer's glue and thank you for the ice cream. For the kind of people who like that kind of thing, that's the kind of thing those people like. So I think the roles are reversed here, because when you talk about me, I trend. You don't trend. What would your brothers Groucho and Chico think, Harpo? I mean, I know you were always the third place Marx brother. There was always Zeppo, but he had the good sense to get out.
Well, there was also Gummo. He was the brother who wasn't in the films.
Yes, but Gummo was the businessman behind the whole thing.
That's right.
And we see how fucking Harpo's doing with the business of the video game. So the point is, he genuinely thinks that he's such a fucking artiste that everybody talks about him to get noticed. You are talking to some guy that you're playing a video game with on Twitch, and I'm speaking on the highest rated, do we have ratings? You know what I'm saying? The most listened to podcast hosted by a professional wrestling personality in the history of history.
Well, it's any wrestling podcast altogether, not just hosted by a professional wrestling personality, to clarify.
Well, I thought that would kind of be the same thing when I said it, but thank you for clarifying my clarification. But nevertheless, so I'm sorry that the star, actually he wasn't even the star. I'm sorry that one of the bit players in the incomparable independent film Sissy Boy Slap Fight, look it up on YouTube. I'm sorry that he thinks he's such a major superstar that I need to fucking talk about him to stay, as the kids say, relevant. But since I trend on Twitter weekly, I speak to, what did we do on YouTube week before last? Over the weekend, we did about 2 million downloads. But that was 3 days.
Well, not downloads.
Downloads, uploads, views, whatever they call them.
Yes.
You know what? See, I'm a big enough star that I do all this shit, and I don't even know how it works.
That's the truth.
And you know what? I always thought that was the sign of success. When people have a hard time getting a hold of you, you've become successful. And almost nobody gets a hold of me. Brian Last, you're a very successful motherfucker yourself, so you can. But anyway, Harpo, old Twinkle Toes, Mr. Olivier, world's greatest wrestling artist, our listeners aren't pathetic just because they think you're a shitty wrestler. And I'm not latching on to you for relevancy, because let me know the next time you do the 10 million fucking tubes on YouTube that we do every more than that a month. But here's the problem. The problem is that me and old Kenny, we're completely different people. And it's not like, now that I've heard him talk and kind of got an idea of his personality from all these various interviews he's done and etc., it's not just wrestling. I don't know why anybody would have think I would ever like this fucking guy. The first time I saw him in Ring of Honor in 2007, they booked him for a one shot. And somebody said to me, hey, watch this guy, Kenny Omega. He's pretty good. And I see a guy that comes out. He's got a good physique. And he's making the blowfish puffer face like fucking Ultimate Warrior. And he was still wearing tassels back then. And he's running the ropes like the Ultimate, shaking the ropes like the Ultimate Warrior. And his work was the shits because he looked self-trained. I later found out that was kind of the case. And I said he's got a good physique. He'd need to go to a quality training facility for a couple years. And Jesus Christ, can somebody tell him quit shaking the fucking ropes? And then I never saw him again until I believe they tried to book him the once more. That was Adam Pearce tried to book him, and he ducked out of that to take a booking in Japan and I've told this story, sent the weird picture of a disfigured foot with gangrene and said, I hurt my ankle. And Pearce sends it to me. He said, look at this shit. That can't be his leg. I don't know what no loss, because we didn't need him anyway. And then I see the videos of him wrestling the 6-year-old children, girls, not even boys, and the sex doll. Brian, I've asked this before, but apparently either Harpo was busy flying back and forth to Japan, or he couldn't pay his battery bill for his Raycon wireless earbuds, so he couldn't hear me, so I'll say it again. Why would I like anybody that wrestled a small child or a blow-up doll in competitive matches in front of people and on video? Why? Why would anybody think that I would want anything to do with a motherfucker that would do that? Anybody that's ever known me in my life.
Well, I think the people that don't know you think that Okay, you don't like it? Just move on.
No, fuck you. Here's the thing. From the time when I was a fan in the 70s, I didn't, if a person wrote a nasty article knocking the wrestling business in the paper, I didn't like that motherfucker. If somebody knocked wrestling on the street, I didn't like that motherfucker. When I got in the business, I was taught to protect it because I was allowed into something that people had spent a long time building, and I should take care of it or get the fuck out. And when Eddie Mansfield exposed the business on network television, I thought somebody needs to fucking find him and put him in a goddamn landfill somewhere. And I have that feeling yet today. That piece of shit, for his own self-serving interest, exposed the business, trying to get on TV and trying to make a point, and trying to get even with people who wouldn't push him because he just wasn't good enough. So I hate Eddie Mansfield to this day for that. But you know what Eddie Mansfield didn't do? He didn't make wrestling look like a fucking silly, stupid, nonsensical joke. Just a fucking chaotic show of shit where nothing makes any sense and everything's phony and everybody's winking at the audience with a smile on their face because they think they're fucking characters in a goddamn movie or major motion picture. Eddie Mansfield never did any of that. So what he did was bad enough, but that's even worse. And why would I have anything to do? I'll guarantee you this, whether he showed up or not, old Twinkle Toes would have never been booked on that one date in Ring of Honor that he was booked on, that I was involved in, that he no-showed if I'd have seen the video of him with the children and the fuck doll. I don't like anybody that's... What? Go ahead.
Did he wrestle the blow-up doll? I know Kota Ibushi did. I don't remember who did what. Did he actually wrestle a blow-up doll too?
Yes. No, they've had multiple matches with children, multiple matches with dolls. That's what they got into the business in comedy wrestling in Japan. That's why that all of the people that Twinkle Toes brings over to AEW from Japan are not legitimate Japanese talents, girls or guys, but they're the Michael Nakazawas and they're the Maki Itos, the outlaw garbage phony wrestlers of Japan. And I'm sure he don't like it that I tell people, and it's not like I'm telling people revelations, that I'm stunningly seeing something that nobody else can see. I just make mention of it because I got a platform, but it's the same thing if you go to the YouTube section in the comments, or if you go to fucking Twitter, or if you go to social media on the websites. Nobody likes his fucking joke fucking Japanese wrestlers any more than they like his joke American fucking wrestlers. Just because he's friends with them or they're fetish objects or whatever the fuck, they're not properly trained. They're not serious. They're nobody in Japan. And he expects people to treat him like stars here. And if you say, don't bring me any more of these Japanese outlaw mud show apartment house wrestling girls, then you're being sexist and racist. No, I like Japanese people. As a matter of fact, they're probably the most respectful people as a culture on the face of the planet, and they're very industrious, they're very intelligent, and once upon a time, like here in America, they had great wrestling. Not anymore, just like here in America. But it's only racist if you dislike Japanese people or dislike all Japanese wrestlers, not if you just dislike the shitty ones. Just like it's not sexist if you don't dislike all female Japanese wrestlers, just the shitty ones. And that's what you get when you deal with Twinkle Toes, because he's got a mind in the mud show and it's going to stay there. He's never learned any respect for the business. He's never been properly trained. He's never been in a position where he could even share locker rooms with people who knew what the fuck was going on in the business until he got his little contract from fucking Tony. Because in New Japan, like we've said, even if he was on top in New Japan, the Japanese wrestling scene has gone to shit just like the American one has. And the American talent that they get over there now is what's left over after Tony Khan and Vince McMahon finish with what they want. So, as a matter of fact, old Twinkle Toes, when he was in Japan working for New Japan, Brian, what would you say in a comparison of general star power, mainstream celebrity, cultural significance? When we go Ricky Dozan, Giant Baba, Antonio Inoki, Tatsumi Fujinami, and on through the more modern Japanese superstars, and then there's old Twinkle Toes. Where did Twinkle Toes rate with the real Japanese wrestling stars? Could he have got arrested walking down the streets of Tokyo?
I don't know if the wrestlers of today have, I mean, I'm not going to say I don't know. They don't have the notoriety or the fame that the wrestlers of yesteryear had for a lot of reasons, including no network TV, but he didn't. And I remember talking to a Japanese historian in Japan who was just puzzled by some of the reactions to Omega and the Bucks here in the States, because the attitude was they're not so special. They're not the special part of the matches. They're not the special part of the card in some cases with the Bucks. So there was a completely different narrative here than what some people in Japan had. But no, you can't compare Kenny Omega to any of the big stars, but you really can't compare anyone. But I don't think you can compare Kenny Omega to Hanson or Brody, the Funks, Hogan, Andre. I'm thinking the biggest foreign stars in Japanese wrestling.
Yeah, well, the point is he walked down the street and nobody looks twice because it's a small niche audience, just like we've got here today in this country now. So this fucking guy never been on television in America of any consequence whatsoever until he gets his billionaire mark to fall for their bullshit and puts him on TV. So, oh, Kenny, you've been on TV in this country for 3 years. So if we want to compare relevance and star power and mainstream recognition, I've been on TV in this country most of the time for the past 40 years. You've been on TV in this country for 3 years. I've spent more time in a fucking wrestling locker room than you've been alive. I think if we actually did the math, we can probably verify that I've been in more locker rooms than at least time that he's spent either awake or asleep. So I hate to break it to you, Harpo, but I ain't trying to be a star off of you. You're trying to do some damage control with me and discredit me because I just have the platform to bring up what everybody can already see about you. You're an insufferable twat, a douchebag, and a shitty wrestler. It's what you are. So embrace it. Embrace it. And because that's what your friends are too. They should embrace that as well. The problem is they act like insufferable douchebags on television and they're heels, but they act like phony insufferable douchebags on TV. If they just act naturally and be the real insufferable douchebags, they might get some fucking heat.
See, that's where I talk about the narrative, if I could jump in for a second. Because what happened is you didn't accept the narrative of Omega being the best wrestler ever, having the greatest match ever, and then the greatest series of matches with Okada, and the Young Bucks being the greatest tag team of all time, the greatest tag team currently, the new Midnight Express. You didn't accept all of that.
Well, because it's preposterous. A lot of other people didn't either because it's ridiculous to make that statement. It's observably, demonstrably not true.
But because you didn't accept it, it became something where we got to do everything we can to destroy this guy's credibility. We got to do everything we can to get people to not listen to him, not like him, whatever it is. And this is part of that. When he says the locker room is scared, let's be honest. A lot of that locker room has nothing to be afraid of. Just do your best. It's the fucking douchebags like Kenny Omega. And this is where people wonder, why does Jim hate him? Is it just because of the stuff in Japan? No. Is it because Kenny's gay? No, it's not that. It's because of the person.
And also, but I'm getting conflicting reports on that because I didn't know. I just thought he was just a nerd. But then no, he's not gay. Well, yes, he is gay. Well, sometimes he's gay. Well, I don't give a fuck. I don't care if
that's
he
my
blows
point.
Notes. I don't care. That didn't enter into it. He's a shitty wrestler. He made the business look like a joke. He's embarrassed it on numerous occasions. I still don't like his wrestling. And as I said, the more that I hear him talk, the more I realize that if we were locked up in the same room for 5 minutes together, I would want to gouge his fucking eyeballs out. I think he's an insufferable douchebag. And I don't know what his fucking mental status is. I don't want to push him off a bridge or anything, but goddamn, Don't be lying about me just because I tell the truth about you. Go ahead.
But that's what I was going to say. Him being a douchebag, the narrative that's out there publicly isn't what people say throughout the wrestling business. Ring of Honor, New Japan, people in AEW currently.
Everybody I've heard just says he's a weirdo.
The nicest thing.
Nice guy, but
man,
a weirdo.
Two different people. I swear to God, the nicest fucking thing they both said, independent of each other, was, he's really nice, but he's the weirdest fucking guy I've ever met in my life. And these are people that like him. He's a weird fucking guy. And if you don't accept the crap he likes, he attacks you the way him and the Bucks accused Jim Cornette of attacking them. If you notice it, that's the hypocrisy of it. We're going to do to you what we accuse you of doing to us, but we're going to be very soft aggressive, not even passive aggressive, soft aggressive about it, and just try to rally people. A lot of that locker room has nothing to be afraid of. You know who has something to be afraid of? That women's division. You're a fucking bad booker. What the fuck's going on there? There's some talent there. The whole division's a mess. That's on you. That's on you, Ty. So really get your shit together. And it's the outside of the ring stuff that I hope we start hearing publicly more what people say, again, Ring of Honor, New Japan, AEW, about what these guys are like behind the scenes. How they're fucking phonies. I'm not talking about in the ring, I'm not putting down wrestlers. Behind the scenes, as human beings, phonies. And there's a lot of wrestlers who like Jim Cornette shows and listen, and there's a lot who don't, who all think that. And you'll hear more about it in the coming years. You guys know I got it all right about Cody. You'll see.
And, again, I've heard that he gets very emotional, old Twinkle Toes, and just throws hissy fits if somebody doesn't see the greatness in whatever the fuck it is he's doing. But again, Pismo, from me to you, fuck you. I got my brains beat out by fucking Cajuns and goddamn cowboys and everybody in between to try to protect the somewhat credibility of this crazy business. I'll be goddamn if I let some jack-off like you come prancing in like a fucking video game character and start fucking having matches with blow-up dolls. I know you probably brought it from home because you couldn't get a date on a tombstone, and most of the time the only sexual partner you have is Four Fingers on Thumb Street, but still, fuck you. And they keep searching for another reason. It can't be all about wrestling. Yes, it is. Well, as I said, it's expanded. I think he's a complete twat in every way. But yeah, it is about wrestling. You disrespectful piece of shit. And the idea that people would say that you would try to engender that opinion that you are the greatest wrestler of all time in a business that's held the Funks and the Steamboats and the Flairs and the blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. And I don't need to do this for money, and my rent's taken care of. Now, I do have several contractors that are dependent on me, but I think I'll make that too.
Hey, the SOG does also. The SOG does too, over here.
Well, yeah, there you go. But we'll make it. But we're going to do this, Kenny, not for money, but for fun. Because anybody that's taken a massive shit and wiped it all over something that somebody cares about, that person needs to be talked about from time to time, and the general public needs to be reminded what a dipshit they are. And that's a service that we provide free of charge. So there you go.
Hey, can I say something to you, though?
And I guess now I've blown my opportunity for a personally autographed movie poster of Sissy Boy Slap Fight.
Well, you never know. There's always eBay, but I wanted to say something to you. And please listen to me with, I was going to say open heart. Is that the word? No, just
with open ears.
Open ears. You like barbecue. There's a lot of people that love barbecue.
So you're telling me you want me to barbecue Kenny Olivier?
That's not what I'm saying. Will you let me finish?
Okay, I thought you were leading down that road. Okay, go ahead.
But there's so many people throughout the country doing barbecue. Some of them are horrible people. But a lot of people just enjoying their food. Some people do awful things with their food. But most people don't. Most people are good people. My point is,
I've heard that those people are called foodophiliacs.
My point is, video games are all right. They're not the problem. Don't blame video games for guys like this.
No, I'm not.
I play video games. They're great games, and you can play them and be normal. You don't have to be fucking human gutter balls. So don't blame the video games.
I loved Pong. And what was Tetris was a favorite of mine, playing the back seat of the car. And I don't want wrestling characters to be video game characters. In other words, like I've said before, they made a UFC video game and they made the video game moves based on the fights. But now in wrestling, the wrestlers are taking moves from video games and making them wrestling moves. It's become video games are more important to the goddamn wrestlers than the profession that they're in. They've mistaken their hobby for their livelihood. And in the process, they've mucked up the whole goddamn thing. Because, as I mentioned, nobody sells in a video game unless you press the right button. But in a fucking real altercation, if somebody hits you hard enough in the face, you're going down and not getting back up. Or there's going to be some blood spurting from somewhere. But that doesn't happen in video games unless they hit the right button. So now it doesn't happen in the wrestling matches either. Unless they really can't get back up. And here's Twat Boy over there, just having had everything from asshole to appetite operated on, surgically fixed, and he thinks he's a great worker. Fuck, he's not even 40. He can't wrestle at the same level again, may never wrestle again. Hopefully, we can always keep our fingers crossed. And he's torn his fucking body up, and this is a great worker? Fuck. I believe and something you said a minute ago, Brian. So you really believe that old Twinkle Toes and the Young Bucks for the past 5 years or so have been actively trying to discredit me and to keep people from listening to me and to ruin my reputation. That's what you believe?
I think it has been a concerted effort on their part to put out false narratives about you and try to do everything they can to stop you and your growing influence. And again,
goddamn, if that's the case, I need to send them a check. Because if they've been working that hard for the past 5 years and everything that we have done has continued to go up and up and up, well, these are the best partners that money could buy. I need to send them a healthy check to keep trying to discredit me because apparently nobody believes anything that they say because they have failed spectacularly.
For the record, that check's going to come out of your share. Just want to make sure I put that out there.
All right. Well, I'm going to sign it Peter Rabbit, so it's not like going to go too far.
Well, listen, we've talked about this for a while. I'm going to save it for the drive-thru. But one wrestler apparently, you never know. You never know if it's a work or not, but apparently came out and did say some public comments about Kenny Omega, and that's Will Ospreay, a guy that a lot of people consider the best wrestler in the world, which probably bothers Kenny Omega. So we can save it for the drive-thru if you want, or we can do it here. It's up to you.
Well, let's save it there because I'm tired of Twinkle Toes. And on the drive-thru this week, also, we've got a special talk with the legal side of wrestling with Stephen P. New. That'll be on the drive-thru. And we'll talk about Ostrich because I just got a chance to read some of his comments. And I don't know whether they're working. It doesn't seem like they're working or that Ostrich is working about Harpo because he's not that good a worker. He sounds like he really dislikes the guy, and I believe that. But, you never know with these people. But
let me give a little tease right before we go to Raycon. Let me give a little tease of what's coming up on the drive-thru. Here's a quote from Will Ospreay that I probably have to bleep on YouTube. The worst thing is people are going to listen and be like, they're building to something. We're not building up to anything. He's a cunt. I will slap that boy and remind him, you're a fucking 40-year-old man and you're fucking fragile. Do you really want to get with me? I will end you.
So there was plenty of love in the air between Ostrich and Harpo. And just for the record, in case anybody's taking notes, neither one of them are the greatest wrestler in the history of the world. Come on. Have we all lost our fucking rabbit-ass minds?
That's right. Don't forget about Richard Belzer.
Well, yeah, there you go. He took a mighty fine bump. He took one on the show, too, as well as the ones in the locker room before the show. But nevertheless. What?
If you got the transition or I got it, but there's so many different options here.
You sent me an email. It happened again, and now it's happening again. I'm talking to you on Skype. I'm dealing with my remodeling, and I'm trending on Twitter because anytime somebody sees something ridiculous on a wrestling program, they all get on to talk about me and what I'm going to say about it rather than what they were actually watching. So I continue to trend apparently on Twitter automatically due to these things.
Well, let me ask you about one of them, because I have something here. I think this was one of the reasons you started the trend the other day. And now you have become beyond the post office ninja and the most irrelevant man who's relevant in wrestling. I think you're now the king of clickbait, because every single website listens to the podcast and then just takes snippets of what you say.
Yeah.
And that becomes a headline that drives people fucking mad.
Jim Cornette likes cool weather. Run with that.
There was an article on a website, Sportskeeda, and it was you saying, it was your hot take, it says here, from the Jim Cornette Experience. I paid attention. Under 1 minute and 15 seconds, they, Moxley and Brody King, went to the floor. I just said, fuck it. Moxley's the worst wrestler in the world, and I tried to fast forward to the finish, but AEW can't manage the time, so they almost ran over. And people lost their mind over you saying Moxley is the worst wrestler in the world.
Can that be that unique of a comment? I mean, there are other people in the world that will watch Moxley wrestle, and what other impression can you come away from it? Same thing every time. Most of it looks phony. Some of it looks stiff and painful. Much of it looks dangerous. None of it makes any sense. Can we find a silver lining in this dark rain cloud? So I'm appreciative that everybody wants to know what I think about everything, but it's not like these are revolutionary comments, because if you got two eyes, a brain, and cognitive function, you can see the things that I'm pointing out. So it's not like I'm, discovering the goddamn what lays beneath the curse of Oak Island here. I'm just looking at what everybody's looking at and giving my thoughts. So I appreciate that they think that I'm revolutionary and groundbreaking, that I can see all these things that nobody else can see, but I think you could probably see them if you just paid attention. And some people do see them, but they're just too fucking gutless and chicken to tell the truth.
But when it comes to Moxley, saying that he's not good or you don't like him or you don't see it, that's one thing. The worst wrestler in the world, that takes in a lot of wrestlers.
Well, yes, but then see, now you got to remember to grade on the curve, because there are a lot of shitty wrestlers that nobody ever sees, right? And then there are more shitty wrestlers that some people see. Every once in a while, they do something good. But then there are people like the CEO of Moxley Plumbing that they're on TV all the time, and they're used in a prominent position. And there are some people who like that kind of thing, and for the kind of thing, or for the kind of people who like that kind of thing, those are the kind of thing that those people like. But if that is what truthfully makes him stand out, because he's on TV all the time. He's in a pushed position where you would think that the guy in that position should know what the fuck he's doing. And every time it's the same shit, and it wasn't that good the first time, and it's worse now. Talk about drinking blood. Do a promo that sounds great until you realize that he never really fucking made a point for 3 minutes. Go out there, face to face, trade a few blows that you're not trying to duck, hit the floor within a minute, rattle furniture around, do some more Outlaw bullshit, pull out a thumbtack or two, and do some screwy finish where it's flattered in 4 o'clock because you choke the guy out with no fucking build to the climax whatsoever. Have you ever seen him do anything? Oh, and occasionally there's a stuntman bump thrown in if it's some kind of garbage stipulation match. What have I missed about Jon Moxley's matches that I didn't just mention? Oh, I forgot. And the phony elbows and things where he thinks that nobody's paying any attention, and he's just acting like he's hitting someone, but he's really not. But if you're up in the cheap seats, it might fool you if you're on the other side and from behind. Now I've mentioned everything.
Yeah, I'm not a big Moxley fan. I'm not a big fan of it. Motherfucker, now they're calling me.
Are they going to charge you too?
Fuck off! There we go. Now I get to do one on the show. I'm not a big Moxley fan. That was him on the line. And I think with a lot of wrestlers today, and this is going to sound funny considering the CM Punk song, but I do think there's a cult of personality. Whether someone's talented or not in the ring, I think people latch on to the people, and that's their person, and they're going to be with them ride or die. And I think there's a lot of people like that with Moxley, because sometimes I watch him and I can't understand how anyone sees very much in him. And I just watched him last night at Dynamite. I'll wait to talk about that because I know you haven't watched it yet. Another match where I thought his opponent really shined, actually. And people say that was Moxley doing that, but you'll see what I mean. But I wouldn't call him the worst wrestler in the world. Now, I do think he's been overexposed for me because I certainly didn't not like him as much as I don't like him right now when he was on TV less. When he wasn't the AEW champion on TV every week. But he's one of those guys I don't get. And early on, I heard comparisons when he was Dean Ambrose. You heard the Terry Funk ones and the Roddy Piper ones.
I know. Before I'd ever seen this guy, I heard all that. And then I saw him. I'm like, that was part of the big letdown. I was built up to think, oh, shit, this guy might be something. You would have thought that he would try to come into the company and make them more professional because he's worked for, whether you like it or not, folks, the biggest wrestling promotion in the world, and he's learned, or should have learned, like others of those people have, something about Major League Television production and how to bring in an audience with a story, and instead of this garbage indie shit, and he couldn't wait to get out of there so that he could forget anything that he might have accidentally learned and go back to garbage wrestling. The guy idolizes the bank-addicted drug robber. The guy goes out of his way to do these garbage wrestling shows where they have hardcore bullshit because that's his fetish and his fantasy. But yet still, he's allowing himself and promoting himself to be pawned off on the wrestling public as a real, legitimate, mainstream major league star in wrestling. And he's got the worst garbage indie outlaw habits of anybody this side of fucking Ian Rotten. So I think he's not only the shits, I think he's bad for the business. And the impressionable youngsters that don't know any better, they refuse to learn, and they won't take legitimate advice from competent professionals, but they'll copy the fuck out of what he does because that's their same mark-minded philosophy about wrestling. And then they can say, but I'm just doing it because Moxley does it and he's a star. So that's why a guy like that is worse for the business than somebody who you don't ever see and is somewhere isolated in a little outlaw show and doesn't mean anything. But this guy is high profile and he's the shits. And he encourages other wrestlers to be the shits.
But I guess the question is, are you the shits if the people like you? Can you both be the shits and be Can you be the shits and be popular?
Both these things can be true because we just talked about McDonald's. Most of their food is the shits. I mean, it's if you find the one place where the manager cares and the employees give a shit and you catch them when they've just cooked it, otherwise it's the shits, but the lines are around the block because of the marketing, merchandising, and mass hysteria. And that's what I think has taken over with some of the marketing, merchandising, and mass hysteria for Pockets, for fucking Moxley, for a variety of these pet projects that the marks that are in charge of the wrestling business these days think are funny and cute. You want to talk about this Smackdown while I'm on the subject of this? I'm just taking this thing over. I don't know. Lou, be more forceful. God damn it.
Oh,
Do you have any other comments to make about anything? Anybody I've pissed off so far before we move on?
Nope. I think the only thing I would say is that, you're the name that trends worldwide, even when you're not doing anything. Your name falls from the chicken lips of Pat McAfee on Friday night, and then all of a sudden the social media world is ablaze with your mention of your position as co-host of episode 1.
Well, thankfully, he didn't mention my position at that particular point because it was prone and probably with my balls in my hand because I was asleep. But go ahead.
Yes. And so, Smackdown reached the arbitrary 1200th episode on Friday in Montreal in the province of Quebec. And so at the top of the show, McAfee was jabbering with Michael Cole and said, "I was 11 years old when you and Jim Cornette called that momentous show." And of course, if you looked at Michael Cole, he had to dip his head a little. Looks like
popped for me. He popped for me.
He broke.
It was yeah. Here's the thing, Michael and I have never had a crossword, and I enjoyed him as a person, and it wasn't hard to work with him. It's maybe a little bit harder than it is now because he was brand fucking new then. And every once in a while you get the deer in the headlights thing, like, what do we do now? Because he'd never done it before. But no, I had fun with Michael. But that was Pat McAfee doesn't have chicken lips now. Pat's our boy. I won't bestow chicken lips upon him. But yeah, it was the 1200th program, as you mentioned, and Pat was, mentioning that he was 11 years old. That makes me feel, well, I was only 24 back then, maybe, give or take 10 years or so. But anyway, it was April 29th, 1999, and Michael Cole and I did the pilot for the very first Smackdown episode, which was the pilot for the ongoing series that debuted that fall for the UPN network back then. And that was a big deal because at that time, since the NBC deal, the last NBC deal they had, and then they had one or two maybe specials on Fox a few years before, but they hadn't been on any kind of network TV, the WWE. That was 1999. So what had it been? 5, 6, 7 years at least, I think. And do you remember off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head, but I'll do some digging.
See if you can Google that. Yes. But it was a big deal to him in time internally in the studio and in the office because do they still have the UPN net? Maybe you ought to Google that first. Is the UPN network still even around?
Well, it's back a while ago, UPN and the WB merged to become the CW.
And I should have remembered that because our station in Louisville here with Ohio Valley Wrestling was the WB. And they were actually the strongest signal in town at one point. They put up a brand new transmitter and they had to gear the power back. It was supposed to be channel 34 Smoky Mountain Wrestling it's a side trip here while you're Googling things. Smoky Mountain Wrestling was on a little station in Campbellsville, Kentucky, channel 34. And they ran it out of a mobile home. And suddenly, when Louisville got a new TV station, I find out that it's the channel 34 from down here in Campbellsville, but they've got an open license in Louisville and were able to make the switch. And they started channel 7 here in Louisville, WBKI. And the first, it was 7 on cable, but it was still channel 34 over the air. But the first antenna, the transmitter that they put up was so powerful that people were picking it up on like 33, 34, 35, and we have a channel 32, so it was gumming shit up. They had to cut their power back. But anyway, I don't know why I mentioned, we were a WB affiliate at the same year. I believe it was 98 or 99. Networks popped up from the UPN, United Paramount Network, and WB, which was Warner Brothers. And so there were more network choices. And that was a big deal with the office at the time. They were trying to get back on network TV broadcast affiliates in all the locations, which I've always said is more important for drawing live event crowds to wrestling, your local broadcast television, than cable.
Right.
But anyway,
and by
did
the
you
way,
find out the network information?
Yeah, looking up here on, God help us, Wikipedia. So, let's see. There was a gap. The last Saturday night's main event, number 31, aired on Fox October 27th, 1992. And then there was a gap of almost 14 years. The next one aired on NBC on March 18th, 2006.
Okay, so basically UPN was the network debut of some network for the first time in 7 years. And then they were looking forward to it. But here's the deal. It was a pilot episode. They wanted to make sure that it was polished and good and etc. So it wasn't a live broadcast. They taped it. And then Michael Cole and I did voiceovers at the studio, as we often did with syndicated TV or episodes of Raw that weren't live back in those days or whatever. So we voiced it over. And the reason that it was Michael Cole and myself, Michael had been doing syndication, I think, at that point. That was still a thing. And, you know, it was the various ancillary shows. JR and Lawler were the Raw team. And that was USA Network, and this was going to be another network. And if they picked it up, they didn't want to have the same announce team. And Michael Cole was their next, you know, play-by-play guy that they wanted to push behind JR, because, as we've mentioned, Kevin Dunn liked Michael Cole. He had a background in real news, even though Kevin Kelly was more advanced as a wrestling broadcaster. So they're grooming Michael, and honestly, Kevin Dunn wasn't particularly a fan of it, but otherwise than Lawler in the company at that point in time, they had nobody else doing color that was ready to do a network pilot. So I was the guy. And that's what Michael Cole was sitting there at one time. We were taking one of the breaks, and he said, because I already knew at that point, everybody knew I was coming to Louisville to work with OVW. This was the end of April of 99, and that we had settled on that April, May, June, because I came here July 1st, so 3 months in advance. So the first of that month, they knew I was moving. And Michael Cole says, well, what are you going to do if they, you know, pick us up in September or whatever? I said, well, you're going to be coming to Louisville every week, I guess, is the only way I can figure this, because I'm going. I don't know about you. But anyway, so apparently, as you mentioned at the top of this drawn-out segment, by mentioning my name, I trended on Twitter again. When Pat McAfee mentioned my name, they talked about him. And so I thank everybody who was happy to hear my name. But goddamn, that's the thing Stace was saying the other day. Because, you know, on Friday night, they turn on Pat McAfee, and then just last week, we turn on Svengoolie, and there I'm on Svengoolie or whatever it was 2 weeks ago. She said, goddamn, I can't get away from you. Every time I just turn on a regular television show or something, they're talking about you. I said, I'm popular. I'm Trendy McTrenderson.
All right. Well, Jim, while we were talking about all this, I was researching why you're trending. Apparently it's several.
What
reasons.
have I done?
It's several things, apparently.
Oh, boy. Several things.
Several of the news sites or the clickbait sites, whatever you want to call them, have jumped on various comments you made on recent episodes. Jim Cornette urges AEW star to join WWE, quote, as quickly as possible.
Wardlow.
That's right, but it doesn't say that in the headlines. You have to click first to find it.
Well, yeah, but goddamn, how is that shocking? Anybody can see that he's tailor-made for the WWE, and anybody can see that the way they're using him in AEW has killed all of his forward momentum. It's not his fault. He needs to go somewhere where they have a plan in place.
Well, obviously, every one of these quotes that's put out there's a lot of people that agree with it, and there's a lot of people that get really, really upset by it. Here's another one. Dan Lambert, Jim Cornette is the greatest manager of all time. That was another article tweeted out, so that got people talking.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. I still defer to Bobby Heenan, but, you know, Dan's a Southern boy, so he may not have got to see enough of Bobby.
And then here is also related to the Wardlow thing. I guess another site has tweeted out an image of Wardlow and Brian Cage with a giant Jim Cornette quote from the Jim Cornette Experience. Thank you, Sports Skeeta, for crediting the Jim Cornette Experience. We'll give you credit now. And that got people going bananas. Here's another one. Jim Cornette speaks his mind about Bray Wyatt's return to WWE. That's got people going batshit.
Oh, boy, a bunch of people are pissed off about that.
We'll talk about that in a minute. And then this may be another reason right here. Approximately an hour ago, a tweet sent out by Soraya, dirt sheets, podcasters, and an old man that loves to have his voice heard, even if it's full of shit. And then in parentheses, it says, Cornette.
Oh, I thought, why is she mad at Eric Bischoff?
Loves to talk about me. You're welcome for the clicks and views. Hey, listen, the last video didn't get that many clicks, so don't.
I was about to say,
now's not the time. Now, last 2 weeks ago was the time. Now's not the time.
Yeah, she's like all the other AEW debuts. First night in, boom. After that, law of diminishing returns. But thank you, sweetie, for your support.
Yeah, this is our house.
Sweetness.
Get the fuck
Thank
out of
you,
here.
sweetness.
This is our house.
It's our house.
But those are some of the various reasons why apparently you're trending right now.
Apparently, I've turned the page.
It wouldn't be an episode of the Drive-Thru or the Experience without you trending. You're trending right now. Would you like to guess why you're trending?
No. Okay. No, because I have no idea this time.
All right, let me see where this all seems to be stemming from.
I'm going to turn on the Twitter machine, too.
Did you tweet out something about Kota Ibushi today?
Oh, that was early this morning. Yeah, somebody else had a tweet, a clip of one of his classic matchups with the fucking blow-up sex toy. And I said, hey, for all the dipshits that they, it'll be great. We can get the great Kota Ibushi in AEW. Well, here's one of his classic matches. This guy's worse than fucking Harpo. At least Harpo can, every once in a while, can fucking come up with something that makes us laugh.
That was it?
So that's basically what, Ibushi is the shits. Here he is exposing the business, wrestling a sex doll evenly, competitively, and fuck him too, just like his friend Harpo. I trend for that.
Yeah, because apparently a lot of people don't like that. You know, of course, it gives people a lot of chance, even if they know why or not, to whip out the video of you versus Cowabunga.
You mean a living, breathing human? A living, breathing human. Oh my God, they can't get it yet, can they? And and everybody says, oh, Kota Ibushi's well, but that's because they bought Uncle Dave's bullshit. And they think he's so great. He's a fucking disrespectful piece of shit like his fucking ex-tag team partner, Harpo. And they both deserve the same response from me. That's why they get it. But if they want to trend me again over that, big shit.
A lot of things happening in the world of wrestling this week, Jim. Let's start talking about them, and we have a lot to catch up on. And we have another experience to record in just a few days. So there's a lot going on. Let's start with the really, really sad news here as we start the show. Matt Hardy is still wrestling.
Yep. Yeah. Unfortunately, we hate to have to bring that to you, folks. What the?
And he's better at that than he is at Twitter.
Let me just explain. So I have trended on Twitter again nonstop for like the past 2 days while I was taking Stacy to her back doctor appointment and seeing whether she needed another MRI. And I was out in the yard trying to get some work done in between these rainstorms. And I vigorously rubbing Harley's belly, as well as trying to run our various business enterprises. And I don't know whether it's the Hardy faithful and the AEW faithful and just the people with no lives have continued to make me and you, Brian, both of us trend. At one point, we were both trending and you were trending more than I was trending, you trendy McTrenderson.
At one point, apparently, I've been sent all these screen caps. I was the #1 trending item in sports. At one point, it was me and Pete Alonso from the Mets, so that made me happy. At another point, it was me and Eddie Murphy from Long Island, so that made me happy. 2 Long Island guys, Nassau County.
They kept us alive while we, basically went about our business. And we want to thank everyone for the extra added exposure of not only us as prominent people, but yourselves as complete morons.
You know what kind of upset me? It was all happening, and as it was happening, we started getting these comments. I can't wait to hear about this. And I'm like, fuck, we still have an episode to drop before we can even record the episode to talk about this.
Well, and for the people who have been living under the proverbial rock, or who are lucky enough not to be on Twitter at all this emanated from Matt Hardy. Apparently, I guess it was late at night. Does Matt drunk tweet everything was spelled approximately correctly? There was some questionable, grammar, but that would be normal. But he has to, late at night on a Saturday or Sunday night or whatever it was on a weekend, get on Twitter. And he's, remember, folks, a grown man, nearly 50 years old, telling people that they should give his other grown adult friends, grown adult males, supposed professional athletes, their flowers. They don't praise Kenny and Maddie and Nikki enough. They should give them their flowers. Now, this is a quote, and don't worry, we're going to quote everything, folks. If you want to hear this exchange, we're going to be reading it. But he wanted to give his friends, their flowers now, and it's only because of haters and the toxic Cornette cultists that everybody in the world doesn't love and get all furry and fuzzy over everything that my friends who also employ me,
bingo,
and pay me,
bingo,
do. And it's just that it can't be legitimately because anybody in the world would ever just say, no, these guys are the shits. I don't like their wrestling. I think they're silly, phony, fucking childish cretins. No, it's because you and I, Brian, basically you and I, because I don't think the cult of Cornette being toxic, poisonous, I know what he's saying. He's saying there that we're just toxic and poisonous, and we have toxic, poisonous listeners. And that's the only reason that anybody in the world could possibly dislike my friends. So give them flowers.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's one thing coming after you or even, an idiot like me.
It's one thing coming from a 14-year-old girl. Give my friend some flowers.
But he's going after the listeners because it's their fault that they don't think the way he does, that they're not soft in the head. Now, he says the listeners are toxic. I'll take him at his word. Whether it's chemical or behavioral toxicity, he seems to be quite the expert in toxic. But that's the thing. It wasn't even about me and you. He came after the listeners.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. He doesn't want to tag us, as the kids say. He doesn't want to mention us. He just wants to knock our fans and our listeners. He didn't.
No, but he doesn't even want to do that because he is a fucking listener. Let's be very honest about it. He's a member of the cult of Cornette. He wants to get the points for knocking the listeners.
Yes.
He's using our listeners as a tool, treating them like shit.
To suck up to the EVPs.
That's right. That's right.
And he thought that if he didn't put our names in there, that he just said the toxic. But of course, immediately, anybody who says, what the fuck are you doing, Matt Hardy, informs us and spreads the word around about how they're being called toxic and poisonous and etc. And so I merely responded to him and went to fucking bed. And then he apparently, because you stay up later than I do, Brian, because you're not only busier with all of the technical empire that you've got up there, but you're a younger person with children. So you're up past 8:30, 8:45.
I was working on my quarterly taxes.
Well, there you know
what I was doing.
And so he continues to, now he's just all fired up. And this goes into the wee hours with him now arguing with you, still claiming that he's somehow in the right for telling our fans that they're poisonous. And then the whole floodgates open up of people who can spell all the words right and who use some punctuation and who have a grasp on the comment that they're trying to make and express themselves in sometimes sarcastic, sometimes witty, sometimes deep manners. And then you have the others that I don't know what the fuck they're doing or what they're on, but they're clearly on the other side of that. And they've all just lost their minds over it. And
it wasn't that big I mean, the crowd on our side seemed to be quite significantly larger than the people defending Matt Hardy.
But see, the thing is, the accounts are about the same, because if you look at the people going, there's something wrong with Matt Hardy and what the fuck is he doing? Well, they're normal people with normal profiles or a significant number of followers or following people or whatever. And everybody else that wants to say, well, one of the or two of the tweets we'll read, but everybody wants to say Cornette and last. They've got 0 followers. They follow 7 people, or there's a picture of some generic person that they pulled off of fucking Getty Images or whatever the case may be. So I think that the account numbers, it's pretty 50-50, but the actual people behind them, I think it's 95-5.
You know, and the other thing is he used the audience. He was using the audience and trying to put down the audience. But the truth of the matter is, Matt Hardy is upset that even you can't pretend that his shit is good anymore.
That's the problem.
The problem is that we come on here and honestly talk about what we think of what we watch. And it has been impossible to see Matt Hardy. Let's just go back to the first moment he was in AEW, because that's like the last 4 years or so. It's been impossible to see that and think any of it's good. Either the performances in the ring, either the craptastic performances on the mic, the concussions.
Well, and let's be fair, the way he's been booked also, which may or may not be his fault, or he may or may not have contributed to, because that's up in the air. Tony's also probably had a big hand in that, but how many times have they damaged his brain? And couldn't figure out how to put the Hardy Boys back together. And this is the thing we've never said. The Hardy Boys aren't a draw. We said they aren't a draw now because of the way they've been put back together. I booked Matt and Jeff Hardy in Smoky Mountain Wrestling when they were teenagers. I booked them on goddamn WWF TV tapings to do jobs when they were teenagers. I used them in OVW. I booked Matt to come back to Ring of Honor in 2012, I believe. There's been value in them, but it's ridiculous at this point. Not only the teleportation, the changing clothes in the ice machine, the fact that they're still trying to be the Hardy Boys when they're each almost 15 years older than the Rock and Roll Express were when they were in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And people say, I used the Rock and Roll when they were over the hill. The fuck? To the bad booking. To the fact that they literally, factually, demonstrably gave him brain damage and allowed the thing to go on. In that whatever kind of arena match they were having, whatever they called it, when he got speared off the fucking forklift and could walk for 3 minutes. And they let that go on. And then, wasn't it then the next week, or was it the week before that, that Sammy Guevara hocked a chair in his face and busted him from asshole to appetite?
Oh, I forgot about that one, actually.
Yes. So the point is, this is the company he's taken up for. And the only thing we've said is that goddamn Matt should be ashamed of himself for the past few years for changing clothes in ice machines and teleportation and trying to do all this shit that he can't fucking do, instead of trying to be a force for good and logic as a veteran, saying, don't do this stupid shit, you're going to kill yourself. And then when his brother comes in after all those chances and they botch reuniting them so that they don't draw any money and they've put them in a meaningless position.
I also think his work sucks. And again,
well, it does now.
we're talking about AEW, but remember, before that, all of a sudden this broken, woken, bullshit fucking stuff shot at his house. That was one of the turning points. All of a sudden, Impact, which had just completely given up, and that has continued to this day, apparently, started letting him do that. They turned it over to this Adult Swim kind of stuff. There's an audience for that. There is a relatively small audience, but an audience that likes that. But it wasn't good to a lot of other people, and he's worse today than he was then.
So the point is, Matt had a meltdown on Twitter until late in the night, and then it became and which you primarily carried the banner for our side on, because I was asleep. And then a bunch of people picked up on it. We all trended for a couple of days. Would you, going back again to the original, because I didn't even see anything until I saw the tweet that said, oh, the cult of Cornette is toxic. But it was, the origination of that was him trying to say that some match was great when other people were saying, no, it wasn't great. And we need to give the kids their flowers. So can you bring the people up in chronological order on this chain of events?
Yes, Matt Hardy, best known for standing on the apron, wrote this on July 7th. Dark Order versus the Elite was a fantastic match. It's nice to see Dark Order earn such a well-deserved spotlight. Hashtag AEW Rampage. The Young Bucks and Adam Page are extraordinary talents that will unfortunately get their flowers way later than they should.
You know, Big Mama's used to be right on the spot with delivering those flowers. Big Mama's Flower Shop in Charlotte. But now I guess she's got so much business, it takes a while to get the flowers out there.
And let me just say before we get into all the back and forth, because I think he's such a goof, but I also do feel bad and sympathize for his situation. And like a tweet like this spells it out. Like, these are likely his last years of earning income, if we really just want to put it out there. And he's trying to hold on, and by doing so, he's trying to latch onto these fucking guys. And that's why you get out of nowhere tweets begging people to accept the people that he's latched onto. So he tweeted that out. Then someone...
And by the way, there's nothing wrong. I mean, it was a patronizing tweet, but he works for the company. He's praising the talents. There's nothing wrong with what he just said. And obviously, since nothing was mentioned about us, I would not have had anything to say about it.
So someone named Ryan quote tweeted him saying, Matt's right, though. I know it's cool to hate on the Bucks and Hangman if you're a Punk Collision fan, but not for me. Give those guys their flowers.
More flowers. You know, and by the way, I would love to give those guys, I'd buy them the whole flower shop. Big banners across them. Rest in peace. I'd love that.
Should the Bucks come out to You Don't Bring Me Flowers?
Do you know? Brian, last year in the music business, Neil Diamond and Barbra Streisand, right? 1978 or 9?
I believe so.
Am I correct?
I think. I'm not one of the records I buy, but yes.
Do you know how that duet originated?
No, tell me.
A DJ here in Louisville. Both Barbra Streisand and Neil Diamond had recorded that song, and he did, what do the kids call it? The mashup, the mix-up? He put them together in the studio, and they got so many requests, people went apeshit over the thing, that it actually got back to the record company, and they did it. How about that?
Wow, I had no idea about the history of that song.
Go look it up sometime in your little black book. But anyway.
It'll be in my book. It certainly won't be in my record collection. But Matt Hardy quote tweeted Ryan saying, between this and the toxic Cornette cult, these guys don't get the adoration that they truly deserve. The die-hard Elite fans are phenomenal and get why they're special. But there's a huge chunk of fans that failed to give them the credit they deserve. Give these guys their flowers!
The flowers!
Is he high? What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know. Is he burning the flowers? Again.
Not the vape! Give them the flower! Hint, hint.
You can fucking verbally fellate these guys all you want if you don't knock our listeners and say the cult of Cornette is so toxic because we don't think that these guys are worth a shit. I'm sorry. It's a terrible thing that everybody in the world doesn't like your fucking friends that pay you. But there's no reason to call all of our listeners toxic because they don't like play wrestling. So that's when I was alerted to this, when I checked it on Twitter at whatever point that was. And I merely responded to Matt in a fairly respectful manner for me.
Oh, would you like me to read that one too?
I would like, because you got them in front of you. I don't know how to pull all this shit up.
Geez, Matt, I can understand selling your soul for rock and roll, but selling it for Adderall? Even if you have to abandon your principles and verbally fillet these childish cretins for your check, leave my fans alone. It's not their fault Tony's not paying them enough to lie.
And that was my comment, and I've left it there. It's don't bring our people into this fucking thing. And that's where I left it. And then apparently Matt could not go to bed. He couldn't go to sleep. He couldn't leave it alone.
He knew what was waiting in the bedroom.
Oh, now, come on now.
That's what he said. That's what he said at the end.
Well, I know you're dramatic foreshadowing. But at the same time, some people said, was it Reby that had his phone? Because you couldn't believe it. He's going to go on and argue this all fucking night, right? But people could believe she would because she does sometimes.
No, we did hear that from a lot of people. And to be honest, I'm not too familiar with her prose, so I could figure out if the writing style is hers or not, but it doesn't matter. Shut up, turn off your phone. Don't try to go back and forth. You're not going to win. So, after you were off the computer, which I knew, Matt Hardy responded, "Geez, Jim, I haven't sold my soul. I'm sticking to my principles and telling truths. I feel morally obligated to do right by my friends, although that's probably foreign to you. I earn a check because I'm great at what I do and still employable. Keep on seeding dissension amongst fans with your shtick. It's too sweet."
See, and again, is still employable not a synonym for needs work? And also, is if I am 82 years old and I'm sitting under my dogwood tree petting Harley the Fourth, are people going to go, boy, it's a shame nobody will give him a job? What the fuck? Again, Matt tries to do the shock jock thing because that's verbiage from Maddie and Nikki, his doppelgangers.
Can I say something about that?
Yes.
I grew up in New York. I grew up with Howard Stern. My father liked Imus, Opie and Anthony when they hit, sports talk radio, all this shit. Whether it's Matt Hardy and where's he from, North Carolina? Or the Bucks in California? Shut the fuck up about shock jocks. You guys don't know anything about shock jocks, you idiots.
Well, but in this case, it's a synonym, a kayfabe term for truth teller. Yeah, all those people are telling the truth about my friends. They all want to be shocking. No, we just want to get your fucking friends off our television.
But you see, this is part of the bigger problem, which is that, and I posted something about this on the Cult of Cornette Facebook group. If you talk to people in wrestling, and if you talk to wrestling media personalities or whatever the fuck everyone is, you get real stuff. You get real talk. You get gossip. You get real opinions, real thoughts. A lot of these people, when they get on the air, those opinions and thoughts are gone. They're not going to say what they really think, and you understand why. They don't want to upset people, or maybe they want to edge their way into a job one day for one of the companies. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that out there. We don't do that because we're happy doing this.
I've already done that, and you don't want to do it.
That's it. This is what we're doing. And the idea that unless you're doing a wrestling version of the Drew Barrymore show, where you hold the guests' hands and you kiss them and you tell them how much you love them, that you're negative or this and that. No, we're honest. We're honest. I love late night TV. I love David Letterman. I thought Craig Ferguson was the last great late night talk show host. Conan, Tapes of Cavett, and Carson. I love all this stuff. I can say Jimmy Fallon sucks. And I'm allowed to say I am happy James Corden returned to England because he sucked too. You can appreciate good stuff and point your finger and say it about the bad stuff. And again, a lot of the things that people get upset about that we talk about, everyone in the fucking business talks about.
Of course.
They're just not prepared to go on the record saying it. I'm not looking to be friends with wrestlers. I don't give a fuck. So anyway, I responded to Matt Hardy because I knew you weren't on the computer. And again, he's attacking the listeners and he's saying that we're seeding dissension. So I wrote, he thinks he's great at what he does because he said he's still great at what he does. We've all been watching. His promos suck. His in-ring work is shit. And the only thing anyone has ever been interested in him doing is tagging in his brother. Jim telling the truth is, quote, seeding dissension? How many concussions is too many? And Matt Hardy responded to me, I'm great at what I do, Brian Least. I'm great at pro wrestling. I'm great at giving back and helping young talent. You're just some asshole with an opinion. And that opinion doesn't mean shit in reality. But most importantly, just an asshole. By the way, you seem to care a lot about this asshole's opinion, buddy boy. So I responded, because again, he's arguing over how great he is.
But I know now you've got him hopping up and down like one of the Rock and Roll Express fans in 1986.
And again, now the defense is he's arguing his greatness. He's arguing his greatness with the great Brian Last.
And the reason why he's so great, that proves that our fans are poisonous.
So I wrote, you've been a great enabler, but you know your crap has sucked for years. And that's Mr. Asshole to you.
Yeah.
Toxic.
I think we should start a company called Toxic.
That's good. Toxic Wrestling.
No, just Toxic. We could poison everything.
Well, no, let's not say that. That's not funny. We don't want to poison things.
Well, no, we're toxic. That's what non-toxic means. A kid can stick it in his mouth, right? Well, toxic. We're going to market this shit as your kids can't stick it in their mouths.
Well, can we market the toxicity that it's self-contained, it won't be spread?
No, what's the good of toxicity if you can't spread it?
People may not want it.
Well, they're gonna get it.
Well, let's go back to toxic Matt Hardy here. Another shitty joke. Must be your forte, Least. My shit's good. Your shit is shit. You toxic bitch-ass asshole. That's a first. I have not seen that combination of words.
You're
there.
a toxic bitch-ass asshole.
Yeah, toxic.
Oh, God damn it. Are the Hardys up there in the Hall of Fame yet? If as soon as they get put in one day, then you can say that a Hall of Famer has called you a toxic bitch-ass asshole.
Yeah, which Hall of Fame is that? The Sackler Family Hall of Fame? But let me go back to the tweets here. I said, are you trying to convince yourself? Your work is shit. Stay home. No one will care. You seem much more toxic than I am, with a track record to back it up. I'm better at what I do than you are at whatever it is you are still trying to do. And it's signed, Mr. Asshole to you.
You know, and you got him with a point there because you are better at what you are currently doing than he is at what he is currently doing.
That wasn't a joke or anything. I'm very, very serious.
No, because this is the #1 wrestling podcast in the genre of wrestling podcasts. And he is a wrestler and he is not the #1 wrestler in the genre of wrestlers. So that's pretty cut and dry.
That's right. And more people care about what we're talking about here on the show. More people want to listen to it than will tune in to see Matt Hardy. And that's a fact, too.
Actually, most of the time, by the time we get finished with all the various feeds, more people tune in to hear what we have to say than see the show that he's on.
Well, let's go back to the Hardy compound. Don't have to convince myself. My live reactions, paycheck, and appearance fees solidify I'm good. I don't know shit about you, nor care to. So keep doing what you're good at, you goofy bitch-ass asshole.
Now, is that 2 times you were a bitch-ass asshole?
Well, this time goofy, too.
But at least not toxic.
I'll do the same, and you can continue to whine and cry about it like a baby. So I responded, how dare you? You're way goofier than me. You understand that you are the one whining and crying, right? Can you still comprehend that much? Once again, you seem quite toxic, all in caps. Is everything okay? He wrote...
What time is this?
Well, you know what? Now that I look at it, these screen caps may be from a different time zone. It says 5:11 a.m. It couldn't have been 5:11 a.m.
You weren't still up there.
I don't think so. I work late into the night, but at a certain point, I'm not doing anything that late. But let me go. This is now the longest tweet he sent out. Me stating that you two constantly fuel a toxic culture isn't whining. It's just hard truths. You constantly moaning and bitching about me wrestling is whining and crying. Can you discern that? Or are you a mooncalf? I'm great, by the way. Just did a huge con in Tennessee.
Great, by the way. Wait a minute. I'm great, by the way.
By the way, he said he doesn't care about my opinion. He says he doesn't listen. You constantly moaning and bitching about me wrestling. Yeah, you listen, you fucking dope. And we know it. Dope. But anyway, I'm great, by the way. Just did a huge con in Tennessee. Have 4 beautiful kids. Financially set for life. Still get to live my dream. Have major respect within my industry. If I say so myself. Am considered a living legend. Been a huge contributor to pro wrestling, and no rando from the internet's opinion is going to change any of this.
And by the way, he pays for the deal where you can just tweet as long as you want to tweet, right?
Either he pays for it or he was grandfathered in. We don't know for sure. But
okay, but one way or another, because that's how this is so voluminous here.
Especially not an egotistical asshole like Brian Least. Congrats on the podcast. It'll be a great way to be remembered in history. Enough of this silly-ass cyber convo. It's time to go crawl on top of my hot-ass wife.
Oh, he actually, and this is a quote, right?
No, he literally wrote everything I just said. Yeah, and by the way, I will be very happy within wrestling to be remembered for the rest of history as being behind this show. Absolutely, 100%. We're the biggest thing ever. Don't ever forget that. And it's only getting bigger. But anyway.
And it's even got a vein on it now.
But anyway, he left it with, he's going to go crawl on top of his wife. Now, I didn't see this, I don't think, until the next morning. But I wrote back, are you crying again? We call the bad shit bad. We call the good shit good. You wouldn't be whining if you had produced anything in the last several years that we could have said anything good about. However, as you know, your work is shit. Have you thought about talking to someone? And at this point, many of the listeners started sending him links to BetterHelp.
And so, obviously, when I got back on Twitter, did I answer him one more time? Did I say one more thing to him?
You did, because you didn't know any of this had happened.
That's right.
So,
because, the next day, I'm like, what in the flying fuck is going on here?
So the next morning, you retweeted one of Matt's claims of how spectacular his life is because he did a convention in Tennessee.
It was Fanboy Expo, by the way. Remember a few years ago, I told the story about Dave?
Dave! I remember that.
Couldn't help me find the fucking hotel I was supposed to be at, and his cohort, Tony Hunter, that moron. Go ahead.
But you tweeted out, I'd like to thank Great Brian Last for staying up into the night toying with this concussed ex-great while he was protesting too much about how successful he is. I go to sleep too early on Saturday nights to have time to play with kids. Golly, Matt, don't you have signings to do? And he responded to you.
And by the way, and I was incorrect. It was Sunday night. It was the night before. I wrote Saturday because, hey, every day's a weekend to me.
Last night was Sunday, Jimmy. Maybe you're the concussed one. You're definitely an ex-great. I used to have massive respect for you, but that's been long gone. That's the case with many people now, and it's sad. This is my final tweet to you.
Thank you.
You and Least keep doing your shock jock routines and fanning those toxic flames of hate and negativity for your zombies to slurp up.
Said now they're zombies as well as poisonous, and they're slurpers.
Make those bucks however you can, though, right? I guess that's your philosophy, isn't it, Matt? Enjoy your life, Jim. I'll certainly enjoy mine.
And hopefully, I was about to say, hopefully he will live long enough to enjoy it if they don't keep damaging his brain over there in that company he's taking up for.
So I responded, I know it must upset you, but it's 2023, and the, quote, shock jocks matter more than you do. Do what you do best, and just tag in Jeff. You have certainly proven that you don't have the brain power for Twitter, let alone good promos, good angles, good matches, or walking straight.
Oh.
And I don't think he responded after that.
No, he didn't. And it was, a lot of people were saying a lot of bad things about poor Matt because of that display that he had to go through. And I'm sorry for that. But as well, I looked at my Twitter, and remember I said a bunch of these are just, they're obviously fake accounts because they have no profile, generic picture, single digit in followers or whatever the case. But there was actually some real people. And I felt just like I was back in 1986 messing with the Rock and Roll Express, only these were tweets instead of crayon postcards or whatever. But Brian, that's the thing is our fans, I guess they are toxic. We've heard they're poisonous. They're zombies. They eat flesh and slurp hatred. And, they can only aspire and hope and dream to be as refined and classy and dignified and tolerant and verbose and eloquent as the Hardy fans and the Hardy supporters out there that are obviously non-toxic, that obviously children can put these people in their mouths because they're not poisonous. And I got a bunch of them, but I retweeted a couple of specific ones because it was kind of indicative. But this person was even a little bit more, eloquent than most of the Hardy supporters who, as I mentioned, are non-toxic and very refined and eloquent and tolerant. Would you read a couple of those missives, please?
Yeah, I have a couple here. Jace, you're going to have to bleep a few things here, but I'm going to read it as it was.
What now? Wait, since we're not using this language, we're reporting language that was used to us. Is that still?
It could still cause a problem for certain words, yes.
So then read it slowly where the people will have time to mentally fill in the blanks on the beeps. Don't make the beeps too loud, Jason, really, so it doesn't shock them. So you'll get the full effect of what this, again, exceptionally tolerant and loving and caring and benevolent individual was saying about the toxic fans that we have and myself.
Yeah, we received a lot. We received a lot from the toxic Hardy fans, the toxic Elite fans, a lot more toxic than anything I've ever seen from the cult of Cornette, but it's hard for those people to
as a matter of fact, this could be poisonous to your ears, folks. So Anyway.
Well, this was tweeted out from Atasha Blevins at HardyFan24. And surprise, surprise, her image is her with Matt Hardy. I'd like for you two to go suck some more dick. Fuck both of you pieces of shit. Your moms should have swallowed your bitch asses. At least Matt Hardy's birth certificate wasn't an apology from the condom factory. I didn't even read this before. I didn't see that. Fuck you two yeast-infected cum bubbles. You're nobodies. And by you're nobody, Y-O-U-R.
Yeah.
You're nobodies.
Yeah. You're nobodies till somebody's loves you.
And here's another one from her. I bet that's why your last name is Cornette. Your mom used to suck cock that probably had corn on it after pulling it out of someone's ass. Sucked so many and swallowed so much, she named her dump after it. When you open your mouth, dicks fall out. Fuck you and your boyfriend, bitch.
But at least I'm not a bitch-ass asshole.
Fuck you and your boyfriend had an exclamation point. Bitch has nothing. It's just bitch on its own.
Just bitch and it trailed off. Yeah. And now there's an update on that. So many people, believe it or not, this woman, and I use the air quotes, this woman not only didn't delete her whole account, or I don't even think those tweets, but when people deluged her about what is mentally wrong with you and talking about what she had said, her final response, I think, the next day or whatever, well, I was just mad. I shouldn't have said those things, but I was mad. And then she sent out a tweet apologizing to me and you, Brian. Have you seen that one?
I actually had not seen that, no.
Yeah, I saw that this morning. Well, I guess I shouldn't have said all that stuff, but I was mad, but I shouldn't speak that way.
Apology accepted.
I don't know. Have you seen the picture of her?
You know, let's just say a few things here. One, it's a popular thing to blame everything on Jim Cornette and now blame everything on his audience because his audience are just mindless people. They're zombies who can't think for themselves.
And there's so many of them. You know, goddamn, if The Walking Dead had had a cast like this, they could have fucking taken over the whole goddamn world.
Hey, listen, every single week, there are a lot more fans of these shows. Every single week, there are less people that care about Matt Hardy. There aren't any more new fans for Matt Hardy. This is it. This is the end. And he wants to blame us. He wants to blame us for giving honest thoughts about his work.
No, anyway, you know, it wasn't even his work. At first, it was his friends' work that didn't get their flowers.
No, but this, based on what he said, this
then
goes back...
Then the true thoughts came out.
Right. This goes back to the fact that his work has been shit for a very long time. And Matt Hardy is upset that we're just not going to do the Drew Barrymore type of wrestling programming that everyone else wants to do. And if you like that kind of stuff, go there. This is a show. These shows are built on honesty. We're honest with the listeners. I don't care what the wrestlers think or the promotions think. I care what the listeners think. And I'm not going to start hiding my true feelings about these guys because it'll upset people. I don't care. I'm not looking to be friends with them. I'd rather be able to give an honest assessment to the audience.
I wish I could say the same thing about I would love to still be friends with some of these people, but not at the cost of having to humor them when they have gone off the deep end, whether they're having matches with the Invisible Man or praising the Buckaroos or doing whatever the fuck it is they're doing with the teleportation and the space aliens or whatever the fuck. They have disappointed me. Therefore, I have to give my opinion. Because this is what I do. And very well, by the way.
No, and everyone, that's the thing. There's a soft fan base. And it's such a small fan base. We do need to point out, it's not even, like the Observer audience. It's a small portion of the Observer audience. Because we know, because a lot of them are listening to this. But there's a small group of them that are on the Observer message. Well, once again, they pay Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer so that they can go on a message board and hide and talk shit and say all sorts of slanderous things. They know they won't be sued. Dave and Brian will be sued. But we'll get to that at another point. Everyone wants to attack Jim Cornette and his fans. At some point in history, you guys want to talk about history, you guys are going to have to turn around and realize that you all missed this story. How big these shows are. And how big this audience is. And how many people agree with what Jim says, don't follow what he says.
You just hit it. The reason why is because all of these people are pissed the fuck off that these jackoffs have ruined the wrestling business. And at least they can get a kick, the same kind of entertainment they used to get out of good wrestling, by hearing us take the piss out of the bad wrestling. And it's easy to do because we don't have to make anything up. We can just relate what we see.
Yeah.
So therein lies the problem is if you don't want us to not give you your flowers, then don't go out there and take a shit in the middle of the ring.
And don't attack the listeners. You got a problem with what we say? Yeah. Come to us. Don't out of nowhere attack the listeners because you're looking for points. You're running out of points.
I hate those fucking Madonna fans because I don't like her music. What the fuck? Just because... Or vice versa. I hate those people that don't like my favorite singer because they don't like my favorite singer. Well, maybe because your favorite singer sucks.
The soft fan with weak takes, and some of them are just fans and some of them are in wrestling media, have a problem with anyone who doesn't toe that line, and then they act in the toxic manner that they accuse everyone else of acting in. How dare you say things? How dare you make fun of everyone? What? What? We can't make fun of things now? We can't make fun of things. Seriously, all the soft, weak-minded fans, all the people with the weak takes, all the people with a closet full of Young Bucks t-shirts, go fuck yourself.
They make fun of the wrestling business, so we make fun of them. It's tit for tat. Only we got bigger tits than they've got tats. See?
We have the biggest tits in wrestling podcast.
Yeah, they're spectacular. And we like to make fun of stupid people doing stupid shit. And we're going to continue to do that for the other people who like. And let me ask you this. Brian, you're a big baseball fan, right? So isn't this human nature if some player made the team on the Mets this year, and every time he got an at-bat and swung at the ball, he lost his grip on the bat, and it flew and beamed the fucking pitcher in the goddamn head every single time. After about 5 or 6 of those, wouldn't people start making fun of him?
It would happen after the first one, and after the second one, people would think something's going on. After the third one, it would be the biggest scandal in sports.
But it would be hard to do that on purpose, wouldn't it? It would have to be an accident. You couldn't nail the guy. But nevertheless, a lot of fans would be making some fucking fun out of him, right? What about old Titus O'Neil that entered the Royal Rumble head first under the ring? He's never lived that down, but guess what? That's human nature. So when you do stupid, silly, bad things, funny-looking things, whatever, people make fun of you. Get the fuck over it.
Oh, my God, you made fun of Kenny. Well, guess what? So do his coworkers, and so do his friends, and so do the people that know him.
And so does everybody that sees that ridiculous cult Japanese bullshit of him wrestling sex toys and sticking his finger up other oiled men's naked assholes in the middle of a wrestling ring.
We just say it. Everyone else will say it on the phone. Everyone else will say it in text messages. Some people will hide on message boards and say it. We say it on the air. We're honest with the audience. Wrestling industry be damned.
Yeah, don't worry, it has been. I think the wrestling industry about 30 years ago kicked the fuck out of Maria Ospinskaya and got cursed. Oh, kicked her right in the fucking face. And she said, ooh. Even a man who is pure in heart and says his prayers by night will have to watch bad wrestling when the WWE takes over and Tony Khan convinces his father to put in a bunch of money to fucking fund his goddamn live action figure playset. It didn't rhyme as good as the original one did, but...
And the other, one last thing I want to point out, just a little bit of the hypocrisy. So many of the people who have a problem with you because of your rejection of, the Bucks...
Them.
The Bucks, Kenny, other people, whether it's them or people that someone is a fan of, these are the same people that never had a problem with you until your view diverged from theirs.
Yes.
And now they have a problem with you. If you came out a few years back and you were like, you know what? The Young Bucks are amazing. Kenny's amazing. All of those fans would love you, and all the fans that disagree with you wouldn't. They would still be there. They exist. But that's the point. There is a hypocrisy because Matt Hardy's mad at Jim Cornette because Jim Cornette's not going to say, Matt Hardy had a great match. By the way, he's not going to say that because he doesn't watch fucking Rampage or the pre-show. But he's not going to say it.
Do you know what I told Matt Hardy? I think, 2016, I think. It may have been 16 probably because I was busy in 17. I don't think I was dead. But I was in Spartanburg. One of the Legends shows that the Hardys were on, and I think that's one that Dr. Tom was on, whatever the case. Anyway, Matt and Jeff were there. I think Jeff even came unannounced or whatever, but they did a thing where we were waiting to go on there was a Rock and Roll Express match, and Jeff had done some kind of thing where he became the Will-O-the-Wisp or whatever, his alter ego, and...
Weather the weather.
Yeah, and whatever, and they were saying, and somehow he was going to be a heel and fuck the other guy, but then come back. And I told Matt in the bathroom or the locker room, I said, Matt, were you doing some heel stuff? Well, Jeff wanted to do something, whatever. I told him, I said, look, you've got, between the two of y'all, you've got the business head, which I thought he did at that time. And I said, with y'all's names, this is the Carolinas, just North and South Carolina, maybe a little bit of Virginia, but up there you might get out of your, your comfort zone with the region. Everybody knows you here in the states of North and South Carolina. You need to start now. Start running your own shows. You can get publicity all over the place. Establish that you run in various places in the Carolinas 6 big independent shows a year where all of your friends will come and work for. They won't rape you on the rates. I'm not saying have them do it for free, but they'll give you good deals. Your local and regional celebrities, you can get into the newspapers, the television stations, get publicity, radio. Start working on that now. And if you establish something like that, if Impact wants to come in the Carolinas, you can promote their big live event because you got the connections. You can make money as a promoter of your own shows or helping to promote other events for other companies that want to work with you. And you can establish relationships with some of the medium-sized buildings in the Carolinas to where if they're going to have wrestling, they will call you, say, this other group wants to fucking... These are the things that people don't understand about being in the wrestling business and running regular locations. The building will call you, hey, another wrestling promotion wants to run. You going to give me a show next few months? And I'll tell them no. Shit like that, right? And then he's got a part of the country sewed up where he doesn't have to travel far from home. He can promote fan fests, autograph sessions, and you can make 6 figures and not fucking be away from home, but maybe 10 nights a fucking year if you want. But instead, he's getting speared off fucking forklifts. So I've given up.
Yeah, well, that's that. And don't call our audience toxic, all right? Keep your brother off the road, keep your wife off the internet, and don't worry about our audience.
And it's Mr. Asshole and Mr. Toxic to you.
That's right. You're Mr. Toxic?
I'm Mr. Toxic if you're Mr. Asshole.
You want to trade?
How about the system of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather? That's an overlooked Alan Parsons Project classic.
Boy, I guess so.
You don't remember? I'd say it was on the Tales of Mystery and Imagination album.
I don't know that one, no.
Oh, it's fantastic. The whole side, actually. A Dream Within a Dream, A Cask of Amontillado, the system of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather. It's amazing. Amazing music. Anyway, I'll have you know to introduce me as Trendy McTrenderson. No more of this Jim Cornette. Everybody knows my name. We want to go where everybody knows your name. Well, go to fucking Twitter. Everybody knows my name. I'm now Trendy McTrenderson because it wouldn't stop. And folks, I appreciate your efforts on my behalf and spreading the gospel according to Corny and spreading my likeness and my image and my name around to the few people somewhere in the jungles of Cambodia who may not have heard of me. I appreciate everybody doing that, but goddamn, I trended and I know I didn't trend worldwide. And there's a whole big continent of Asia over there that probably didn't talk about me. But for the sake of the wrestling world, and however they figure that on the Twitter machine or the X or whatever the case it may be, I was trending constantly for days, and every time I'd try to get on Twitter and retweet some of the cult's pithy comments or tweet the fine work that we do on YouTube or here on the podcast, it took forever to slog through everybody just battering each other about the head and face with clubs, the people for me and the people against me. Everybody's heads was on fire. Brian, it's got to the point where you can neither tell the truth or state your opinion anymore without people's heads catching on fire.
About things they know nothing about.
About things that they're not familiar with. And people they've never spoken to. But yet, so what's left? If I can't tell the truth because, in the words of the immortal bard, you can't handle the truth, at least some of you out there. And if I can't give my opinions, well, then I don't know if there's a good movie line about that. Well, then what in the world's a boy to do? The only other option is to do what everybody else is doing in the wrestling community and the podcasting community, and either, well, this is two sides of the same coin, either lie or avoid. They either lie and say, oh, everybody's wonderful. All this shit's the greatest shit we've ever smelled right up under our noses, and lollipops to all, because they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, they don't want to make anybody mad, or they don't want to piss anybody off where they won't give them a job, or just avoid all the topics, which makes for a kind of a boring program. You know, you think about in the history of broadcasting, investigative reports, true stories, avoiding the issue. Which one of those doesn't really get over? So if I can't tell the truth and I can't state my opinions, and I won't start lying or avoiding, I guess I'm just going to have to sing. I love to sing about the moon and the June and the spring. I love to sing about the soft wrestling fans and the soft wrestlers they like. We'll work on that and come back to you.
Please.
But, and you know, it's usually I trend a lot when we just release the programs or the YouTube clips because of the massive audience that those attract and the conversation they start. But I think they were especially upset this week, Brian. Apparently, somehow, I don't know, I've heard of reading comprehension being an issue facing America today, but I think listening comprehension is taking hold amongst people, because everybody was saying, well, how dare he say all those things that I didn't actually say? As you recall,
he's horrible. He's talking about a girl. A girl. Leave her alone.
That's disrespectful, isn't it? She's a grown adult woman over the age of 18. We can't call her a girl, can we?
That's the way people react. It's crazy.
Well, but and folks, so you know, we're talking about Megan over at AEW, the head of legal.
Well,
the legal beagle.
Mega's her name, not Megan.
That's what I said, Megan. And what we were discussing was the impropriety, it would seem, the conflict of interest potentially that one would think would arise when the head of the legal department and the person who's been described as the number 2 in the company, publicly by Tony Khan in the past, that was a part of the group who stormed into CM Punk's locker room back last September, and when that whole thing went down. Now, she wasn't leading the charge. She wasn't the first one in the door, but she was on the scene and bringing up the rear. That's pretty much been established that she was right there in the picture. And then she has continued over the last year. We've heard that she was involved still in contract, not necessarily negotiation, but preparing contracts in her legal duties for people that were involved in that situation. That seems like a conflict on either side. And we'd also heard that, you know, maybe all these investigations that have been done, maybe they weren't completely independent. Maybe they were still under the AEW Khan Empire umbrella. I mentioned that also that, you know, since obviously she's close to the Bucks, maybe that was a conflict when she was dealing with things involving CM Punk. I said she's close friends with the Bucks. I said not as close as she is with some of the boys. And my goodness gracious, that wasn't pea-picking good for a lot of people. How dare you? You're slut-shaming Megan. Oh, my God. I had people saying that I said in so many words that she had slept with every member of the locker room.
You're going to get sued. Watch out, Cornette.
You're going to get sued.
She's the head of legal. She'll sue.
As a matter of fact, somebody tweeted that. He said that she slept with all the members of the locker room. And I retweeted that back. I said, I never once said all. And I don't know where these people, in their in their perverted minds, their deviant behavior in their real lives is coming out, and they're projecting. And they just think that apparently either they know something I don't, maybe, because they went so far with these accusations, like they were trying to defend her, but they said that she'd pretty much done everything except the USC football team. And I never said anything like that because, Brian, I've got to admit one thing. Whether we like the wrestling or not, or Tony's booking or not, you can't tell me that there's a more professionally run pro wrestling promotion in the world than AEW when it comes to talent relations and lack of impropriety in talent relations, making sure everything's done according to Hoyle, as they say, and that there's no improprieties amongst the members of the roster or amongst the roster and office people. That would have to be a pretty shoddily run company to allow something like that going on. Imagine the number two in the company having improper and or intimate relations with members of the wrestling roster, and the number two in the company having inappropriate relations with younger members of the wrestling roster, younger than they are, when they have power and control over their contracts or legal issues. And the number two in the company actually carrying on in a manner like that with people on the roster that are beneath them and under them and subject to their wills. Well, that sounds positively Laurinaitis-ish. That could certainly never go on in a company that values its smooth talent relations and its complete professionalism backstage in every way, office and roster, like AEW. It could never go on, could it?
I don't think so, because I think if something like that happened in AEW, if there was a executive, male or female, who has had sexual relations with one or more members of the roster who were all younger and a unequal position, like you laid out there before, I think it would be reported to HR.
Who runs HR over there? The legal department?
I think Mega runs HR.
Well, there you go. Well, she'd keep a good eye out. She would keep a good eye out for those whistleblowers and that information, because she'd want to know first thing. But anyway, otherwise than that, I appreciate everybody helping spread the gospel of Cornette around the world as you have by making me the center of attention. But give somebody else a chance. I'm trying to be humble and I don't want to be greedy. So 1 or 2 days this week, go ahead and talk about somebody else just for a change. Make it different. And I'll sit back and pet Harley and enjoy being out of the spotlight for a day or two before somebody else does something stupid.
It's like a fucking traveling high school, AEW.
That Rock and Roll High School. Maybe they could do that instead of, maybe they could do that instead of calling it a wrestling program or having live wrestling shows. They could say, look, Rock and Roll High School, only the fight scenes.
Have you seen Rock and Roll High School?
No, I just remember the title, but it sounds like fucking AEW.
No, it's about Riff Randall, a big fan of the Ramones, and she gets to go see them, and Darby crashes in the crowd, and the Ramones play a great set, and then if you read the book, Please Kill Me, Dee Dee Ramone couldn't remember his one line, hey, pizza, it's great, dig in. And then the Ramones blow up the high school.
Well, these pretzels are making me thirsty.
All right, Dr. Van Nostrand, if you'd like to move on, we can keep going.
Anyway, so in the middle of this wonderful day where I didn't have to do anything out in the public eye, trying to just be a senior citizen here, enjoying my golden years, a low-profile family day.
You're not a senior citizen yet.
I'm senior to you, aren't I?
Yes.
Well, and I'm a senior citizen. And you call me on the phone. And I knew we weren't supposed to record that day. And when I said hello, you said, how are you? In a tone of voice of like, I've heard about the accident. And I said, well, how am I supposed to be? What's the issue here? And you're trending. And I said, well, how am I trending? And that's when you informed me that you had been deluged by messages. How do you people that are on the internet most of the day get messaged? Do they direct message you or face you? Or
I'm pretty hard to get to. If someone thinks they're direct messaging me and I don't reply, you're probably not direct messaging me. I'm never going to see it.
But you had messages coming in from people in the inner circle.
I had people tagging me.
And you had people tagging you and things.
Emailing the Drive-Thru email, and it was annoying.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was basically drawing you away from your editing work to ask you, is it true? Is it true? Can you make it happen?
That's my favorite. Can you make it happen? Like, I'm going to pick you up and drive you. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, but they don't know what it is yet. But what it apparently was Jeff Jarrett apparently he does a podcast these days. And he was inviting me to the AEW television spectacular that they held inside under cover of darkness inside the Yum Center, or at least part of it, in downtown Louisville, Kentucky, last night as we speak. We were talking of this on Tuesday, is when this story broke. And to be perfectly honest, yes, the words did come out of his mouth. He was asked if he might stop by and pick up his old friend James E. Cornette and take him down there, and Jeff replied, both honestly and with a bit of an ulterior motive, yes, I'd love to have Jim there. And I'm sure he would. And I'm not yelling at Jeff right now. He gave a truthful answer. I'd love to sit down somewhere not involving AEW or really any other professional wrestling and just have a conversation with Jeff sometime. But he said, yeah, I'd love to have him. And I bet he would. He would probably enjoy having me and Dutch Mantell sitting next to him while he's in that building instead of the plethora of buffoonery that he's got right now surrounding him. But he said that. And then apparently the wrestling media, all the copy and paste news sites, picked it up like it was not only a legitimate offer of come down to AEW and appear in my group, but that there was any chance of it happening to begin with. And there was speculation like, well, Jeff Jarrett is invited, like it was an announcement from the fucking promotion on some of these sites. Jeff Jarrett has invited Jim Cornette to come to AEW. Will it happen in Louisville? And which Jeff, bless him, his little pea-picking heart, because he's a third-generation promoter, was smart enough to know that if anybody was for the people who like that kind of thing, that's the kind of thing those people like, AEW. And they are some of the easiest to work and the most gullible of the wrestling followers. And he's smart enough to know that, well, that may get some talk because they put him on the last minute publicity push for this Yum Center debacle that they did. He was interviewed on Spectrum News 1. If you in Louisville, Kentucky, don't get your news, your television news from any of the network affiliate stations, Fox, ABC, NBC, CBS, the local stations with the professional news teams and programs and various, offshoots, hours per day, you can sit there and watch the people who weren't good enough to get a job on those news teams do the local news on the fucking cable Barker channel. And Jeff was interviewed there because they sent him up because he might be the one person on their roster that still means something in fucking Louisville. And well, then they sent Big Show to OVW to push the 2-for-1 deal. So that's what it would. Jeff figured, yes, I'd like to have him there because that was an honest answer. And as I mentioned, I'd like to visit with Jeff, just not there. And also, he knew that maybe it would drum up some fucking last-minute ticket sales because of the fiasco that they had in a 23,000-seat building, which we'll talk more about in a second. But we actually had to issue statements that I know I'm not going to fucking be there because people's heads were on fire one way or the other, either for it or against it. And they were, and because they couldn't get to me, they were belaboring you.
Well, let me also say, although not known, and we're not going to talk too much about it, this came on the heels of a couple of bizarre inquiries from AEW about Jim attending. And we can't go into too much detail because it's off the record. And one of them is, the other one I just don't want to talk about. But there were weird inquiries about getting you there. And then all of a sudden...
Or trying to get me to sniff around about going.
It was bizarre. It was really, really bizarre. But on top of that, then all of a sudden it's everyone saying, what do you say? Is Jim going to go? That's what I said before. What? Do something. You got to do something. What do you want me to do? Pick him up and go there? By the way, I'd be dropping him off because I ain't staying.
Yeah.
Drop him the back gate of the Yum said, all right, I'll see you later, Jim.
And that's the thing is that, again, people and I'm not talking about a quality, news site like fucking, well, I guess, or the Sports Illustrated or something like that quality anymore. But I'm talking about the off-brand websites. They're running with it like it's a fucking legitimate thing. And the reason why that you called me when I got on Twitter for a second to see what in the world this was about, because I was trending while I'm trying to cook fucking crab cakes. I get on there, I see half the people again, the AEW clowns, their heads are on fire. Well, I will never watch them again if Jim Cornette shows up there. And our listeners are like, yeah, God, can you imagine if he got then cut the promo on whatever? And they're all happy about it. And so to try to get people to leave you alone, and so you'd leave me alone, I go back to my crab cakes. I tweeted that I appreciated Jeff Jarrett's invitation to the AEW TV taping here in Louisville, and I tried to make it work, but unfortunately, I couldn't find anybody else in town going to split the 2-for-1 ticket deal with. But maybe, they could come up with another ratings ploy by Showtime. And then I trended for another day because the goddamn, again, the people who suck at the teat of parody of wrestling that is Tony Khan and his ensemble of wacky characters, their heads were on fire again and their goddamn asses were blowing hot air and lava. And they despised the fact that legitimately, if I did show up on that program, at least for a week or two, maybe the first time and last time would be the same, somebody would fucking watch it. But, and then our regular listeners, the majority of folks who have cognitive ability and the power of reason, were once again entertained by their fucking... It was sad. I heard from a little bird, and I do live in this town, that they had people standing outside the Yum Center because it's downtown. When people are leaving office buildings or closing up for the day or whatever, they're walking down these streets. It's almost at the fucking river, the big bridge. And they're trying to give away tickets, and the people wouldn't take them. They're like, no, wrestling? No, I'm good.
And the email was going around about seat fillers. You saw that, right?
Well, yeah, boy, apparently they didn't show up either. Because they should have, hey, what about the blow-up fucking pilot from the movie Airplane? They should have just had a bunch of those in the seats and hit the fucking... the tank and blow them all up at the same time.
That's a great idea. An inflatable audience. Anytime someone goes to the bathroom, something just pops up from the seat to sit there.
Yeah, and if they had an inflatable audience, then fucking Kenny could wrestle half of them. But getting back to this fucking thing. So So after I finished trending, because everybody was upset about a tongue-in-cheek invitation to a fucking show that nobody was going to begin with, that I was never going to accept in a million years, and people let it ruin their goddamn days. Those AEW fans, they're still pissed off about it. Oh my God, they hate me like crotch rot. But they ended up putting under fourth, and we're going to talk about the difference in tickets distributed and tickets sold. They put under 4,000 people in a 23,000 seat building with a last minute local market push of advertising the best they could do, 2-for-1, people on the street handing out free tickets. And I saw the map from, who is it? WrestleTix does these type of things.
Yeah.
And everybody's retweeting it because they had literally opened up. It looks like if you cut up an apple pie into 8 pieces and then took 6 of those pieces away, and somebody still couldn't eat what was left. That's what the part of the building that was opened up. And they said that, I know they did a last minute media push around town here, but on Spectrum Cable News. But they said the last day they sold 300 and something tickets. Or no, I'm sorry. The last day it was plus 300 and something tickets distributed. And they've been the last, because there were 2,600 or so about a little less than a week out, according to the same source. And then they ended up with 3,800, whatever it was. Now, I'm sorry, but I know we've gone crazy about the Wembley statistics and the verbiage and how it was presented and everything, and that's much more important than this. But for the sake of it, just because they distributed those tickets over this last week, does that mean they sold them? Or when we were running the Knoxville Civic Coliseum 30 years ago, and it was all at the time, all the Ticketmaster buildings, you couldn't just distribute all the tickets that you wanted. It still was computerized, which it is now. And they charged us 25 cents a piece for every comp ticket that we had printed, because it had to come out of the Ticketmaster computers. So our comp tickets actually cost us a quarter. So we didn't print any more than necessary. But that's the thing, is that still was in the tickets distributed count. We would get a count from the building, tickets sold and tickets distributed. The free ticket, that was 2 different numbers. You see where I'm going with this, Brian? For the layman, am I describing this right?
There's how many you ship and there's how many you sell.
Right. And so are we getting zoomed on the tickets distributed on all of the towns, just because we know that this particular fiasco was, again,
if you as a promoter give 100 tickets to charity, that's tickets distributed, correct?
Well, they have to come out of the computerized system, right? It's not like I'm not copying them on my home copier and handing them out. Say, just show this at the door and they'll let you in. It's tickets to the event. So
radio station tickets, distributed tickets.
Yeah. So my question is, on all of the towns that they're running, whether good or not good attendance, we're getting the tickets distributed number, but that don't mean they're selling all of those or even the most of those. So they couldn't even, with giving shit away, put 4,000 people in a 23,000 seat building, which begs the question, why are they running a 23,000 seat building? And boy, and we're not even going to talk about it today. We'll save that for the experience because we have actual newsworthy things. But after the program that they gave the live audience, much less the TV viewer, from Louisville, seeping from Louisville, Kentucky, who would ever want to fucking pay to see that again?
Well, that was AEW in Louisville. We'll see when they come back.
I won't. I will not. I'm going to make a blanket refusal. No matter who invites me that next time, I will not be there.
Does AEW have any hot markets right now in the United States? Is Chicago still going to be a hot market beyond Punk? Even if Punk was there and everything else was happening on that show that's happening, the crowds, I think, would still be down. Do they have a hot market still?
Well, no, because now the people that wanted to see it have seen it, and the most dedicated have seen it numerous times, and it's getting worse with they're losing people that the fans cared about and not replacing them, except in the case of Adam Copeland, with people that they care about, and they're doing the same old shit, only worse. So why do you continue to... I mean, do we think that MJF versus Jay White has the cachet in the industry, as they say, that MJF versus Danielson in the 60-minute match, or MJF and Punk and Dog, whatever that had? No. What? Hello, McFly. And nothing else is attractive. And they've got this weird thing they're doing now where MJF is unfortunately the center of everything because he's the only guy that they can count on to deliver a performance of whatever description, but they're all dragging him down because he's playing with children. And so they've cooled off quick. It's happening in front of our eyes.
One of the things happening in wrestling right now, you were trending once again, Mr. Trendy. Apparently, and I saw some of this, you got into a fight online, or a fight was started online, you jumped into it. I'm not exactly sure, but you and the artist formerly known as Top Dolla, AJ Francis.
My friend Flopper. Remember my friend Flicka?
Yes.
It was a horse.
Wow, I do remember that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, my friend Flopper, he's you got your surf and turf. You got the horse and the marine life. And there wasn't really a fight because I tweeted him twice and then retweeted a couple of immediate comments that I saw that tickled me about what I tweeted him, and then went about my business again, and I trended for a day and a half. But basically, I wish I could actually, and you might be able to, because what happened was he, in short version, before we get into granular detail, he tweeted about me without mentioning my name or tagging me, as the kids say, but slandering me nonetheless. And then when I saw it, because somebody sent it to me, obviously don't follow the feller, then I responded to him, and then apparently he blocked me and kept responding to me. But I wasn't sitting here anyway watching it, so I don't know exactly what he said from there, but he didn't come out very good in the exchange from what I was able to see. What do the kids call it? Ratioing?
I believe so, yes.
More people were against him than for him on this thing. Now, there were some people that were for him. The entire Bunch of Numbers family, everybody in the Bunch of Numbers family came out. And there was a bunch of people that, I don't know, you can tell maybe have never seen wrestling before. And there's like 107 people around the world that like him as an alleged rapper. They were on his side. But anyway, what instigated it was, and that's why I say I'm going to have to paraphrase, because since he's blocked me, I can't see
I'm blocked
any of
too.
the things.
I'm blocked too.
Blocked.
I couldn't see a
Okay.
lot of it also. I had to go find
I can't
articles.
see any of the things he's saying about me anymore. And by the way, I block people who become nuisances, who say smart-ass things to me or reveal themselves as Republicans. I block them. But they're basically unknown and or interchangeable random people around the world on Twitter, possibly not even real. If somebody is real, I don't block them if I believe that I'm going to have occasion to tell them how to modify their behavior again, because I want them to see it, right? It's only when I'm done with them and they're dismissed that I block them. apparently he jumps on the block and then keeps running his pie hole. But nevertheless, what he did was there was some girl that had tweeted
Some girl, Billie Eilish. She's one of the biggest musical stars in the world right now. One of the biggest musicians in the world, I should say.
Okay, I was not aware of this. I saw her picture there, and she had tweeted not to him. Apparently, this is not a conversation to him. She had tweeted about being body shamed and how it affected her, whatever. I didn't get into that.
It was how it doesn't happen to men.
It doesn't happen to men. Okay, so, and what's her name again?
Billie Eilish.
She's a big music star.
Major star, yeah.
Well, there you go. So, apparently he follows her. What genre of music? Is she in the rap genre also?
Well, no, he didn't retweet her. He retweeted another Twitter account's quote from her with a picture of her, but it wasn't actually her who tweeted it out.
Oh, good Lord. So, is it her sentiment? And then somebody else retweeted it, and then he jumped in totally unsolicited to say, oh golly, I've been body shamed. But the way he said it was, hey, a documented racist called me fat and a whale and a manatee. It can happen to men. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
And nobody batted an eye.
And nobody batted an eye. But he added a 60-year-old documented racist called me a fat and a whale and a manatee, and it can happen to men, and nobody batted an eye. So here is this, I assume, young girl, Billie.
Oh, yeah, she's like in her early 20s, I think.
And she's talking about being body shamed, and it doesn't happen to men. Well, probably in her industry and in her age group, that is a topic that's going on. I don't particularly care if anybody body shames me now. I'm fucking 60. I'm in better shape than I ever have been, but I'm not going to fucking have any goddamn surgery or do anything about it. So they can say whatever they like. But nevertheless, this fucking 40-year-old supposed grown adult, supposed man, supposed ex-football player, supposed pro wrestler is on there commenting on young women's goddamn problems. Like he's a victim of this too. Oh, a guy called me fat and a whale and a manatee. Like he's commiserating with them.
Well, he quickly turned it, though, if you saw that tweet, because then he wrote, because when I see him in person and take care of that business myself, don't start acting like I'm the bad guy. With a couple of emojis, a smiley face and a angel emoji.
And something where water comes out of their eyes or something. I don't know.
No, there's a halo and then a big puffy red cheeks. So
he's got puffy red cheeks. But nevertheless, so he uses this opportunity to slander me, to cry about the names that I called him, and then to tell people that whenever he sees me, he's going to take care of that business. He goes from fucking Pippi Longstocking to fucking Suge Knight in the same tweet. So
that should be his rapper name, Suge Longstocking.
Suge Longstocking. But now we're gonna dissect a couple of things about this. But first of all, that just didn't sit well with me. It kind of ticked me off that I'm being slandered and that he's a whiny little bitch and that he's threatening me. All in the same tweet.
And he didn't tag you or anything, but as soon as he wrote the word manatee, it was obvious who he was talking about.
Because some people said, hey, he could have been talking about Michael Cole. No, okay, Michael Cole very well might have called him a whale. But God damn it, if I'm giving up the trademark on manatee, I'm the one who said he looked like a manatee wearing basketball shorts, and I'm protecting that fucking original fucking intellectual property.
That's right. You said it. Travis drew it. So it's ours.
Yes. It's ours, baby. And then there are the other people go, well, so you You didn't fucking have an issue with him saying you were a racist. No, that's part of it. As a matter of fact, my first fucking tweet to him was, I'm 62, flopper. Get your facts straight. How can having an aversion to marine life that tries to wrestle be termed racist? I don't think whales and manatees are all bad, just the lousy workers. If your swimming is half as bad as your wrestling, you could be huge at SeaWorld.
Huge in caps.
Huge. Huge. But anyway, so then that was where I quote tweeted his little fucking piece and showed everybody. Now you can't see it on my thing because he blocked me, by the way, the dickless little pussy. I'm sorry, I shouldn't call him little. But then I also, that was the quote tweet, but then I just replied to him directly because I thought when you reply to somebody directly, then it was just, you replying to them, right? But apparently a lot of people saw that too. And they liked that too. And I said to him personally, by the way, just between you and me, flopper, run your pie hole all you want about what you do, because we all know we'll never meet. And if we did, you'd do nothing and like it because you're not a gangbanger. You're a fat Uncle Phil. Blow me. And that was, I figured at that point I had told him all I needed to tell him. And I fucking, as I said, retweeted a couple of other things that people tweeted up real quick. And then I went about my business. And apparently, the Twitterverse went out of their minds. And people say, well, you didn't deny that you're a racist. Well, no, if he'd have said, hey, donkey fucker, I wouldn't have bothered to lead with, hey, I've never fucked a donkey. Let me explain something to you, flopper. Fuck you, first of all. Now that we've got that out of the way, I'll go into more detail. I'm not going to let some fucking nobody, a failure in the industry, a middle-aged fucking delusional nitwit that thinks he is somehow a celebrity and a superstar despite having displayed absolutely zero talent at one of his chosen professions. I don't know how you were at football because I don't watch football. But apparently if you were any good at football, we'd have fucking heard of you. You didn't do very good in the opening season of the reality show hosting because you came off as an obnoxious asshole trying to bully people out of their collectibles. And then you debut in such spectacular fashion as a professional wrestler that your own company not only fires you the first time, but then as I remember, Brian, for having a bad fucking attitude and going in and telling the office the way things were going to be when they fired the girl out of the group. And then they said, well, fine, how about all of you fucking go? And then he got a second chance. And within, a month? They were telling the announcers to make fun of him on the air. And then
which they have a long history of doing to guys they have no respect for.
Exactly. And people that piss them off, and people that they think are fucking idiots, and people that they are soon to release, which they did again after a stretch where they wouldn't even let him get in the ring in a tag team matches because he'd fucked things up. So flopper, I called you those names because that's what we see. And that's what we were talking about. I haven't gone on a personal crusade against you like I have against, Mr. Shitstain, because you're not that important to me. And we only mentioned you whenever you were actually disgracing the television screen. Otherwise, there was no reason for me to make you one of my pet projects. That may have ended. But since you're so offended because you're not a 40-year-old adult fucking grown man, a gangster, which we'll get to in a second, you're goddamn soft. And you're delusional about your standing in the community. And you think that you can either joust with me verbally, not only because of the difference in our verbal capacity, but also because Let me tell you something, Flopper. I spent more time sitting on Vince McMahon's toilet at his house in Greenwich than you spent working for him. So this is not a goddamn fair fight. And I'm just now doing it because you ran your fucking dick licker. So a lot of people, oh, you're so racist and you're homophobic and you're this and you're that because I called him a gangster. Brian, you're the
well, you said gangbanger
or a gangbanger. You weren't a gangbanger, right? You're Uncle Phil. Because he's threatening me with physical violence. He thinks he's Suge Knight. That's what people, but as we said, looks more like Suge Longstocking when we look at him on television. But Brian, you're the music industry insider. So is his whole television persona not meant to be a play on the gangster rap that the kids used to listen to?
Well, he was certainly flashing signs and trying to...
Well, no, Hit Row, isn't it Death Row? Isn't it Suge Knight? Isn't it fucking the gangster rap genre? Isn't it the gang signs and whatever the fuck they're dressing in?
Well, part of it is you don't know anything about rap, and I think that's...
Well, of course not.
Yeah, so you don't know what's gangster rap versus rap. I wouldn't call what they were trying to do gangster rap. I barely want to call it rap. I wouldn't call it gangster rap. But certainly he was presenting a certain image, and also...
And he's fake!
Also, he should have seen the writing on the wall when Swerve didn't come back. Because Swerve was the entire act. And there's nothing you said on the show that people in the locker room he sat in didn't say. There's nothing you have said on the show...
They were listening to it!
...that the commentators didn't say. I mean...
Except Manatee.
Except Manatee. Because you publicly said what everyone in that locker room, no one wanted him there, and he didn't make a good impression, and now he doesn't have a job in wrestling. And I don't know... I said that AEW should hire him because I did find joy out of how bad he was. And I could have watched more of that.
We did enjoy watching the awkwardness of his movements and how he looked like a disconnected bucket of body parts flummoxing across the ring, and we pointed that out, but I don't believe we were any harsher on him than we have on anybody else that's really, really, really bad, not good.
No.
But he was offended.
Because you body shamed him.
Because I body shamed him. Actually, Mother Nature beat me to it.
By the way, enough of wrestlers crying about being body shamed. If you don't want to be body shamed, put on your fucking shirt and go get an office job. Body shame. You can't say a guy who was in shape got fat. You're body shaming him. You can't say a guy who's a big fat fucking whale is a manatee. You're body shaming him. Then don't be a wrestler. Then don't be on camera.
Don't be a bikini model, flopper.
What the fuck? It's not even just him, though. There's others. You're not allowed to say anything about wrestlers unless it's a positive thing. If you're saying anything else, it's not even that, like, you don't know anything or you're just a negative person. You're just horrible as a human being because how dare you say anything about the bikini model, like you said. It's so stupid.
Well, I'm not even going to debate the goddamn issue with you, but I'm not going to listen to it from him.
Well, that's true. That's true.
He's not the poster boy for this to take the standard bearer for, don't say mean things about me. He's supposed to be this big tough guy and he's threatening me. He said he's going to take care of that business, which I assume is me, whenever he sees me. And I believe he said before he blocked me, and I will see. Where are you going to see me? I don't know where you live, but I'm pretty sure I don't plan to come there. And are you going to show up as part of the gardening crew? Or are you going to join the Monroe brothers and come work on my Creekstone? Are you going to start shopping at the goddamn local grocery store here? Where are we going to cross paths in our social circle, fat ass?
Don't you think you would see him when he tries to hop the fence and he falls on his face?
Yes! Because it's lower than the goddamn rope that he couldn't get over. And again, we're not going to meet each other because why would we? Because I have no interaction with you nor you me. You were doing what Butch Reed used to say in the locker room was selling wolf tickets. You're promoting a fight that ain't going to happen and talking about what you're going to do that you ain't going to do. I didn't say I was going to come find him and take care of his business because I'm not, because I don't care about him enough to leave my house and leave the county. But to I've stirred him up so bad that he had to, again, comment on this poor girl's post about being body shamed, that he's a goddamn supposed adult and not even related to this conversation, and he's got to jump in to be a victim and then threaten me that he's going to beat me up for doing it on Twitter. So everybody will think he's going to beat me up. When in actuality, he ain't going to beat me up. And you know what, Flopper? If you did come to the goddamn house and knock on the door and beat me up, then we'll just check your fucking bank account. Did you save your goddamn football money? Because you didn't make much in wrestling.
He didn't make that much in football either.
Well, then maybe he will be working on the goddamn leaves and the creekstone around here to pay off the judgment for what he's not going to do. And he's running his fucking yapper about it. I never said I was going to beat you up, Flopper, because I'm not. But I did say that you're a fat fucking whale manatee, because you are. And you're a joke, and you're pathetic, and nobody liked you, and they want you to go away. I'm talking about the fans and the other wrestlers, the ones that asked not to even be in the ring with you because you would fuck up whatever you were doing if they were beating you up. Good Lord.
Yeah, Jim won't beat you up. However, if a strange man hits you over the head with a club and says the words, "John Pantozzi says hello,"
yeah,
it's not us.
That's a code. You know how badass Pantozzi was. Tell you what, he was nobody to be fucked with. That time they tried to knock over the U.S. Mint, he slapped him around single-handedly.
I mean, that was when we were first introduced to him, when he was the host of that hidden treasure show, whatever it is, where they knew where things were, and then they sent him there to lowball offer collectors so that this billion-dollar company could just add this stuff to their warehouse. And he was their conduit.
Remember, was he not the one that made little Nate Charles Robinson cry?
That's right.
Over the conflict of whether to give up that robe? Oh, God. But anyway, so point is, Flopper, if you keep your pie hole shut and go about your business, we're done, because I don't really care. But if you continue to run your ever-loving yap about people that are more famous and more equipped to answer back than you, then this can go on and on. Otherwise, we're done here. You're dismissed. And if I need you, I will send for you. Thank you very much.
All right. And that was the top Dolla portion of the show. Or I don't even know if, what's his name now? I guess. Well, whatever he calls himself now.
AJ.
Who's going to book him?
No, you know what? They'll bring him into AEW as AJ Smiles and see if they can get away with it like Jack Pfeffer.
That's actually a good idea. I like that. But let's move on from Top Dolla or Flop Dolla, whatever the hell his name is.
Just my friend Flop. We've traveled again because we're pumping this content out, baby, so quick that the Nielsen people couldn't keep up with us. We had to take a break to close the show with the big ratings extravaganza because of the holiday weekend. Everything's been delayed, and now we have the ratings for last week's Dynamite episode that was more like nitroglycerin, in that it was very volatile and blew up when they didn't expect it. But, Brian, you want to talk about some ratings? I want to talk about some ratings. I want to talk about some viewers. You remember when I drew the very clear and concise picture, the timeline and everything, to where I proved that not only did O.J. Simpson invent Stone Cold Steve Austin, but he owes me $5,000. You remember that?
I remember he cost you that house in Knoxville that night. I don't remember.
Well, and then I extrapolated on from there that because then Jake the Snake no-showed me because he got a shitty payoff and his wife got mad about it because O.J. Simpson was on the car chase when he was defending the Smoky Mountain title in Knoxville, and we didn't draw, and as a result, Jake was gone, and therefore he would not have done what he did, and when he came back in the WWF, he wouldn't have cut the promo and the blah, blah, blah. And there would have been no Stone Cold Steve Austin. But I've got another one now. CM Punk is the Beatles, and I am Ringo Starr.
All right, let me know how you set this one. I know the Beatles. I love the Beatles. I want to hear how you set this one up.
Because apparently this is a big deal to the kids these days. You know, there are these YouTubers and these influencers and these effluviers and various people that live their lives to get on to you know, the old spooky boy up in Canada. He lived his life to get on YouTube and
bleed
and have subscribers
and take your blood. Just blood everywhere.
But the thing
Fuck
is,
you,
all
Moxley.
these people, they're trying, and that's the problem, because you got to just be the Beatles, and CM Punk is the Beatles, because this is a big deal to the kids. Like I said, right now, as we sit here recording this on YouTube, not wrestling YouTube or a subcategory of it, but on the fucking YouTube. This is how over CM Punk is, ladies and gentlemen. The #1 trending video on YouTube is CM Punk is back on the WWE YouTube channel with almost 5 million views on this 2 minutes alone. CM Punk is back. See the epic return, blah, blah, blah. That's the #1 trending video on YouTube, courtesy of the WWE, a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Now, number two is apparently, and I guess trending, it's the pace that you're at right now. It's not the total views, but it's like apparently the pace, because this #2 has 24 million views, but it's slowing down. Apparently a girl group called Baby Monster performing something called Batter Up. It does have a couple of lyrics here. I'm on a mission, don't need permission. No matter what, I'm going to make my own decision. I'm talking you want it too.
Is it written by
So
Enzo?
that's from Baby Monster. And then #3 trending video on YouTube. One is from the WWE, a multi-billion-dollar company. #2 is Baby Monster, and they got a check mark next to them, and apparently somebody's dressed them up, so they probably got a record label behind them. And #3 trending video on YouTube right now, Jim Cornette on CM Punk returning to WWE at Survivor Series.
No, it's not. Get out of here.
Yes, I go to YouTube right now and click on the goddamn deal. I'm not talking about our YouTube page. I'm talking about the trending thing on the whole YouTube.
I don't.
#1, #2, and #3. And obviously we are neither a multi-billion-dollar corporation nor a major record company. We got the #3 trending video on YouTube, which is an audio clip with Travis Heckle's thumbnail. And we're kicking the shit out of Hammer Jam, Upgrade Uproar, which is apparently #4.
What the hell is that?
I don't fucking know.
Hammer Jam?
The Clash of Clans animation. And then #5 is Benavidez versus Andrade. That's not our Andrade. That's a Showtime boxing. Yeah. But CM Punk is so over and so hot that we get the #3 trending video on YouTube with an audio clip talking about what he fucking did.
I got to see where my trending thing is. I think a lot of it's dependent on what you watch. Right now I have just my recommendations of chiropractors, Paul Revere and the Raiders.
We're having people comment and tweet at me. That's why I brought this up to you. No, say it. Hey, we were trending #4, and then we were trending #3. We could trend #2. Hey, watch out, Baby Monster. Fuck you, will kick you right in the uterus.
Speak for yourself.
Well,
right in your uterus. How many members are there? How many members are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Just you and me. Well,
you're gonna go for all the uteri?
No, maybe we'll talk to him about this. See if we can squash this beef. There's 6 of them.
This beef that you started.
Well, fuck. Who are they getting in the middle of me and Punk on trending? Nobody asked them to show up.
Hold on now. Now, wait a minute. Let's go back to what you started with. We somehow went right past this. I could understand the Punk to Beatles comparison. Maybe not the one I would use.
Well, 1, 2, 3,
But-
4, 5 on the top 40 charts. I was kind of going that way.
Right, Punk's a big star.
Yeah,
How do you get that you're Ringo? Where did that come from?
Well, because he was the least important member, but I do have a part to play in this number 3 somehow.
Does that make Tony Khan Pete best?
You know, that makes Tony Khan Pete worst. It makes Tony Khan want to tear his hair out because the television program that Punk would have been on, had Tony Khan not lost his mind and fired him instead of Jack Perry for being a smartass, would have been getting not even as many views on network cable on TBS as we've gotten for this audio clip talking about him appearing on the Survivor Series. We're up to 300,000 pretty much already on that clip. The TV program that they spend a lot of money to produce would not have had that many viewers if Jack Perry had not been a smartass and Tony Khan was not Dickless Pete.
Holy shit, I just pulled it up. You're right. Here's Baby Monster and here's Hammer Jam, and we're right in between
Well, God, there you go.
the baby and the hammer.
We're in between the baby and the hammer. Between a rock and a hard place. Please, Hammer,
Stop,
don't
stop.
hurt the baby.
Stop.
Stop what?
Hammer time.
Oh, God damn it. Anyway,
It's twice I've got you.
you keep doing that to me. Anyway, I was trending again, was where you were going with that, and I started, and we took a sidetrack. But I believe it was yesterday afternoon. You know, we're easing into the holidays here at the castle, and Stace and Harley and myself, and trying to have a relaxing afternoon, just anticipating with bated breath the opportunity to do the last show with you of the year. And I pitched the idea. I said, well, let's get some Freddy's steak burgers delivered. And as soon as she picks her phone up, she says, why are you trending? Because I've said nothing. I've done nothing. I've retweeted a few of the clips. I don't know what I may have done to inflame people, and come to find out that people were not even inflamed. They were inflamed about the concept of me. And who else might appreciate the concept of me or have things in common in their viewpoint with the concept of me? I'm trying to figure out how to describe this. I was trending on Twitter because someone else that those people apparently dislike as well put on Instagram the thumbnail picture of one of our YouTube clips. Have I gone through that goddamn procedure and laid that out as succinctly as possible?
Almost succinctly, but you certainly laid it out. I guess what happened was the other day on Instagram, one of our guest artists, George Livinitis, who just had a baby, and George...
And is not going to name it John Laurinaitis.
No, and that's not his last name either. And we say hello to George and his family who are listening right now in Australia. But George did this fine artwork of Stephen P. New as a lawyer representing, I don't even know, in the artwork, Punk and Ace Steel were on the stand, and you were the judge.
Well, you couldn't put everybody in the whole courtroom in there, so he got the important players in, me, Punk, Steel, and of course Stephen P. New in the center of the piece.
And it's a very nice piece, and we put it up, and it got a good reaction on YouTube, and I guess CM Punk, maybe when he was on YouTube looking to see what's happening on that day, what's trending, he saw this video, and
because he's very trendy also.
He liked the image, or he took the image, and he sent it to his Instagram followers as part of his Instagram story. And for some people, it was
and he added a caption though that I thought was very, very apropos, saying this should be hanging in the Louvre.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Punk. As soon as he did that, George raised his rate.
Well, it had to happen sooner or later. I mean, $10 only goes so far, even in Australia.
The image went out there, and to some people, it was a eureka moment. That, oh my God, he has the same lawyer as Jim Cornette. And to other people, it was a cool moment. Wow. Stephen P. New is a real person after all these years of hearing about him, and he represents the good guys.
And again, people lost their minds, what apparently little they have. I don't know, when you got that much helium in your head, I guess things float away easily. You turn your head sideways, your ear canal's big enough, boop, there goes your brain up into space, like a little kernel of popcorn. But they have somehow, to figure out a way to dislike all of us at the same time, they have overlooked, first of all, Stephen, who almost completely innocent in all this, but he hasn't gotten a lot of heat because he's done a variety of representation of wrestlers as individuals, as clients, as friends against the big corporations, as well as other small people, the everyday folks against big corporations. That's his line of work, and he generally makes his clients happy. But for some reason, the idea of Jim Cornette and CM Punk sharing some idea or concept or mutual friend or fucking viewpoint inflamed people to where they completely lost track of their fucking senses and somehow equated that to both of us having somehow become right-wingers.
Jim hates the Bucks, and Punk hates the Bucks. It's the apocalypse!
And it's insane. Now that Punk has gone back to the WWE, has he abandoned all of his principles? What? What the fuck? And some guy said, well, this could be a career killer for Punk. Like anybody that he goes out in front of in any of those WWE shows are going to have a fucking clue what the fuck he was referring to begin with, or even know he referred to it. They're just there to see CM Punk because he's a superstar, you fucking morons.
And by the way, this is the most popular wrestling podcast ever, and AEW is losing fans. You should shut up about it. It'll kill his career. It'll help his career, if anything.
Good Lord. And I mean, again, I just dismiss, I tolerate with laughter and condescension people. He's racist, he's sexist, he's homophobic, he's an asshole. Because only idiots believe that. They don't listen to the program. Well, the asshole part, I might own up to some of that. But calling me a right-winger, they've gone too far, Brian. They've gone too far, especially in support of who they're allegedly supporting, because they're Buckaroos fans and they're AEW fans and they're fans of all the people that we fucking blister. And we say bad things about their favorite wrestlers. And they're the ones that are either fanatical in some right-wing way. The Buckaroos are the religious fanatics. The Khans gave money to fucking Trump. So did Jericho. And his wife went to the insurrection and bragged about it on Facebook. But Punk and I are somehow in this fucking ilk. Well, how do they get it? Where do they get it?
Well,
how does this...
The problem is Jericho donating money and the Khans donating money. These aren't things they brag about. These are things that people find through public records, because you have to make this public what's donated to a politician. The Bucks have made their views pretty obvious in the past. All you and Punk have done is a podcast talking about your ultra-liberal views and wear t-shirts for trans rights and gay rights and women's rights on television. Other than that, you guys are ultra-right-wingers, the likes of which we haven't seen since Jerry Falwell.
Have never been seen before. Falwell was a liberal. That pinky commie.
Pinky commie, Jerry Falwell, really?
That should have been a goddamn gimmick, too, in the 60s during the Cold War, a pinky commie. Maybe even that would have been, you know what? That was the manager's name, the girl manager, Pinky Commie. And there's General Commie with his manager, Pinky Commie. Anyway, so then I trended for however long, and Punk trended, and people called for the end of his career. He's the hottest star in business and will continue to get hotter. We're apparently the hottest podcast in business. We'll continue to get hotter. Check out the views on YouTube for Jim Cornette on smart appliances versus anybody else talking about shit that nearly claimed all their lives.
I saw someone send a picture out. It was the most ridiculous thing. It was, I guess, from Punk going to NXT or the Performance Center or whatever. If they're the same thing or different, I don't even know. But he was there and he took pictures with various talent, some of the women. And it was a picture of all the women and it said, "See, no men. No men." Like he's there as a predator. I mean, this is how sick some of these people are. What's he supposed to say? "I'm sorry, Nikita, I've hit my photo quota for the day for women. I can't take any more." It's insane.
Well, and again, do the people think that he was going up to them, say, "Can I have my picture taken with you, new trainee Rosie Dozy?"
And maybe he did. Who knows? Maybe he did want a picture with one or two people.
He probably never met these. These are brand new fucking NXT. I can understand if it's the main roster, but he probably hasn't met these people before. They were probably asking for him for a picture because when a talent on the roster of his level and or magnitude of him comes down to visit and do that, normally he doesn't go around asking the talent to take pictures with him when he first meets them. It's the other way around. "Ooh, could I have a picture taken with you, CM Punk?" So that's not his fault anyway.
See, this just is another exposure of something we've kind of been on the forefront of dealing with. The ninny hysterical fan. It started before AEW when the Young Bucks and Colt Cabana and people that either you rejected or you just simply didn't want to book because it was too expensive took out their frustrations for their careers on you. And then when things started to get better for them, still, you were the boogeyman. They needed you to be the bad guy to get all their fans riled up.
See, he was wrong. He was so wrong.
He wanted to work with us. He wanted to go on the road and work with us. No, he didn't, you idiots. So then all these nitty fans had a problem with you because of all that. Then AEW starts and you point out the bad shit. And you still see it now. Now it's even more ridiculous.
Because let's face it, no, the first few shows, they shone a bright LED fucking spotlight on the bad shit to where you couldn't really overlook it because it was so glaring.
And this whole time they kept saying you're out of touch. While this audience kept growing and more people felt like Jim was representing their voice as a wrestling fan, you were out of touch. We were all out of touch. And here we are, 2023 going into 2024. We have all this audio archived. Where were we wrong? Where was this show or the experience ever wrong in telling you what was going to happen and the reality of it? And this audience keeps growing. Out of touch. Are the Young Bucks in touch right now? Are the Young Bucks hysterical fans in touch? Or are they out of touch with reality? Who's more popular right now, Jim Cornette or the Young Bucks?
They're out of touch.
Go look at their YouTube numbers. Go look at their YouTube. There's a reason they've abandoned their YouTube show.
We run them off of YouTube like scalded dogs. All we saw was assholes and elbows of the buckaroos as they bonsai'd off the YouTube channel.
So when people want to talk about out of touch and everything, and people can complain on Twitter about you, the audience loving you is 3 times as large on just Twitter alone. And what's more out of touch? People who are consistent and time proves them to be correct? Or 60-year-old men whose hair goes from gray to black to red, and they're trying desperately to fit in with an audience that's abandoning them?
But now there's something to be said for the fellow kids out there. And we need to try to educate them. They need to learn, Brian. That's the problem is the kids and the people with the shifting hair colors, they need to learn not to just go with the fads, not just the instant gratification or the self-gratification or whatever it is that they're going. They need to look at the overall thing for history. How is this all going to play out in the end? And that's where you and I and people of our magnitudinous ilk come out ahead, because they're just going with every little willy-nilly fad and then the hula hoop and there's the pet rock. Oh, it's so shiny. But you and I are like astronomers that are looking out into the future. That's where you got that time travel machine for.
Hey, Jim, from what you see on Twitter, serious question. How does the hysterical smart fan, not all smart fans, obviously, just the hysterical smart fan, the hysterical Young Bucks fan compare to like the Rock and Roll Express fans, the girls in the 80s, in terms of just their reaction to things and how they behave?
Well, it's different because it's now 32-year-old men acting like 14-year-old girls. And so that's that. I mean, there's similar behavior, but with a vastly different demographic. Does that make any sense? But in all honesty, I understood the 80s fans or the 80s young fans, Rock and Roll Express fans, better than I do these current fans today, because those girls weren't smart to the business. They thought that here's these cute guys that we like and we have their poster, and it's like any other rock and roll teen idols or movie idols, whether James Dean or goddamn whatever the fuck in any era, right? Frank Sinatra was a teen idol one time in his career.
Very big with the Bobby Soxers.
The Bobby Soxers. So the point is, it wasn't a new phenomenon, and it happened in wrestling. And those teenage girls, generally between, well, under 22, they genuinely believed, whether you can talk about anybody being smart to fucking wrestling or not, it's fucking teenage girls, right? They lived and died with those guys, and they hated us, and they would write us legitimate letters in crayon. When I turn 18, I'll find you and kill you. That was an exact quote. And they're in the Midnight Express book, and maybe someday I'll do a book just of the goddamn mail, right? But the point is, these are adults who are well aware the business is a work, and that these guys are, the only damage that's really being done to them is not by the opponents, it's by themselves. Sometimes by the opponents when they're klutzy enough. And it's not even the grown adult men who could get behind Steve Austin or fucking Jackie Fargo or anybody of that ilk in between who could take a few fucking beers and goddamn get lost the idea this is a fight, maybe when climbing the ring. It's a bunch of guys sitting there waiting to watch people cartwheel. Fuck. Just fuck. So to have this level of not only misinformation and outright delusion and not understanding the personalities involved, and just whatever the fuck you've heard somebody else say on Twitter, and being that vehement about it, I think they're fucking mentally bankrupt and cognitively impaired, just as a first fucking blush statement.
Plus, you have to understand it must be really hard for a lot of fans who bought into the AEW myth and the AEW dream and everything about the Bucks and the Elite and, you know, we're doing it for everyone else. There are fans who bought into that.
I've been doing this for 40 years and watching it for 50, and they just didn't want to think that I knew what I was talking about because it conflicted with their fucking delusional ideas of what wrestling's supposed to be. Is that goddamn where we've come?
Well, my point is they were mad at you when you first started saying these things. Imagine how mad they are at you now when all these things are coming to fruition. That's the point. You didn't go away. They thought you would. They thought they were going to be able to kill you off. And here you are, with your pictures going to the Louvre.
They almost bored me to death. They almost got me to go away that way.
But Jim, it is my show. And we got to talk about Raw later, because I know you watched it.
Yeah.
But we're going to go slightly out of order, because Dynamite aired last night as we are recording right now. We don't have ratings yet. It was a hell of a spectacle. And I understand you did not see the whole show.
There's no way that I was going to watch that on Valentine's Day night, and we are recording early, and I've had other commitments this morning, such as sleeping till 8 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to let the people know exactly what they tried to get away with on national television in its entirety on the experience this week, because there was lot of problems with the show, but one thing.
Wait till you see the main event. You have no idea. Wait till you see the main event.
Oh God!
I wish your DVR would record the overrun just for the outrage.
Well, I'm sure it didn't, but I'll try to find a clip of the outrage. It was pretty outrageous from the parts that I saw, getting to the one segment that has triggered my continued popularity today. And let me just say this as before we tell the people in detail what the hell went on here. I would love to take credit for everything. I'd love to be like Shitstain as I created water, bro. It was dry without me until I came around. I created it. I would love to take credit for everything. But just because maybe I'm the most high-profile person saying these things, it's not, and I'm not trying to steal anybody's material, because there's some things that are empirically, objectively, observably obvious, correct? And one of them that is not a hidden fact, something that we didn't create the earth-shaking revelation of, we just talked about because it's true, and they've never made any great effort to hide it, is that the Buckaroos got all their fucking friends from school jobs in the big-time wrestling company when they found somebody that was rich enough and stupid enough to hire all those people that nobody else ever wanted. Brian, did we break this news to the world? Or was it already fairly common knowledge for anybody that wanted to pay attention and hadn't, got their fucking various Buckaroos phalluses stuck in their mouths? They knew this, right, everybody?
Well, I think people in the business knew this. Even some of the people turning a blind eye knew this. The general public may not have known it, although they may have said, who are these people that are just showing up on this wrestling show?
Well, the general public, yes, the general public didn't know who any of these fucking people were. But the smart fans...
And still don't.
Exactly. The smart fans, they kind of knew it too, because it was obvious. So, like I said, I would love to take credit for, breaking some new ground and exposing something that was completely unheard of. But no, everybody has known that was either in the business and wanted to be honest, or as a smart enough fan on the internet that knew all the behind the scenes stuff, exactly what this whole thing has been. They had their fucking clique, and they, along with Kenny, and Cody fell in that some kind of way with the Bullet Club when he was going around the world reinventing himself so he could go back to the WWE and take over. And their friends, and and then Tony Khan was gifted unlimited amounts of money by his father to start his dream, and he fell under the sway of these guys know what they're doing, and he let the only one that did get away. More on that later. And now it is what it is. And they've seen through the douchebag brothers. That nobody gives a shit about the Buckaroos anymore. And they were the ones that plumbed the depths of nepotism and friend hiring to the deepest, right? So now they're trying to play on that to their dwindling audience, because everybody they've got left kind of knows that they're douchebags that got all their friends jobs and bilked a billionaire. Tony doesn't realize how bad it makes his company look. And they're acting like, and Uncle Dave is acting like that I'm the instigator of all of this talk, that nobody else could see it in front of their very eyes unfold over the last few years. If it wasn't for that Cornette, nobody'd be saying this shit.
Well, that's the thing. If anyone tells the truth about AEW or some of the people in AEW, they get accused of being like Jim Cornette or copying Jim Cornette, not recognizing that the much smaller group that drinks the Kool-Aid of AEW or just really wants AEW to succeed past where they're going to succeed, both because of what AEW is and the people in AEW, it gets to be ridiculous. It's the smaller group pointing at everyone else who says the real stuff, the much, much larger audience that says the real stuff, and somehow it's an insult that they're talking like Jim Cornette. It's an insult to some people. A quick bit of time travel here.
Are you sure it wasn't a long bit of farting? Do you have gas, Mr. Last?
It's the machine. It's the time travel machine.
Phew. Is that the smell-o-vision we got along with this? Anyway, try to set this thing up.
Well, we'll try to set this thing up. We are traveling one way or the other, I forget, to talk to you about something that everyone's talking about without actually doing the full review, which we'll be traveling back in time to go do. But on Monday Night Raw this past week, Jim, a reference was made by one CM Punk to the drive-thru and the experience, although he ordered it, the experience in the drive-thru, but that's another story.
Well, that's subjective. People can pick which one they want to go first. There's so many to go around. But you have completely confused people that might be listening to this on YouTube at this point, Mr. Last, without having knowledge or cognizance of the fact that this will be dropped into the podcast later on, as you mentioned. But basically, people will not quit worrying us to death, as Aunt Lola used to say, on the Twitter machine about, please say something about this, please say something about this. So we're going to do an episode of your program, one of your Punk mentionee there.
The drive-thru.
The drive-thru.
That should have been the first show he mentioned.
Well,
I don't know what happened.
We're going to do an episode of that in less than 24 hours, but we're going ahead and addressing this hot button issue just to get the people off our back, or at least off of Twitter, so they can go back to their homes and their lives and their families. They can get out of the streets. I mean, this thing is goddamn, there's people with all bonfires everywhere.
Where are you seeing this?
Well, it's on the news.
What news?
Well, WCPQT Poughkeepsie had a big piece on it. But there's a lot of, well, if you take Twitter as a reference for anything, and boy, in that case, I've got some oceanfront property in Nevada to sell you. But this has been the big issue here. I'm Trendy McTrenderson again. People have blown up on both sides of the issue. People who are upset that I have wished death on their favorite wrestlers wish I would die. I just want to let that one sink in for a second. And, of course, the people who listen to the program, of which there are legion, as we demonstrably can be easily proven. This is not hyperbole emitting from my sense of the magnitude of me. It's just factual, folks. A lot of people listen to this thing, apparently more than we realize, Brian, and we're pretty goddamn on top of this thing. And they're taking the pro and con stance on whether I ought to be elected president of the United States or whether I ought to be burned in effigy in every town square in America with a population over 2,500. There's no in between on this issue. And so we thought we would do just a little statement to put, is this like a fireside chat? Do we have to put the nation at ease? Get the people back to work?
Now that I think about it, what is this? If we're not reviewing the actual segment, what are we doing?
We are commenting on being commented upon because it became a fucking thing. And I don't know what's the matter with all these people. But again, and here is what happened for those of you who may have been living under a rock or a stone or living a life free to pursue your other interests and don't hang on all this stuff. The other night on Raw, about 36 hours ago here as we sit here, I guess now or so, Punk was advertised to be on the show, as well as, we knew we were going to see Cody, and we had a whole bunch of big stuff was going to go on. And since I knew Punk was going to be on the show, even I was running around the house is what I was doing because it gets dark later. And I was trying to get all of the evening things done because normally I don't watch Raw live, as you know. I record it so I can zip through much of it later on, right? But I had it on in the TV room so I'd keep an eye on if Punk came out. And I swear to God, I was almost there. And I guess I should back up a little bit. Harley's been stopped up past couple of days. And then she was stopped up for a couple of days over the weekend, eating normally, but not pooping. And then the moment came and it was ugly and required bathing of her in the sink with the liquid soap and the scissors and the whole thing.
Why do you need to tell this story?
Well, because it ties into what's going to go on here. And then she didn't poop again for another day and a half. So we knew there was an explosion coming. And we wanted to make sure it happened outside the house. So right about the time that Punk was about to come out, she gave me the signal and I took her outside and she wandered around and it took forever. But boy, howdy, again, it was even worse. And what happened was that we had to take her around back to the patio and do some more trimmage and do some more wiping and comforting of the baby before we could even bring her in the house. And by the way, she's feeling better now. She's gotten all regular and everything. But what happened was I never went back to Raw. So the next morning I get up and I'm trending and people are inflamed and goddamn whatever the fuck's going on. And I had to catch up on this and one guy on Twitter got it right. He said, Cornette's trending again. And he's probably out taking Harley out for a Russo and doesn't even know it. That was exactly what was happening. That's how it tied in, Brian.
It's a great story.
So anyway, what happened was Punk came out, was doing his live in-ring promo that we will cover fully when we record your program tomorrow when we revamp or review all of the momentous occasion of Raw. But he'd doing his promo and he happened to mention, he said, everybody, and this is true, everybody's got to talk about him because think about this. Everybody's talking about us because he talked about us. And since everybody talks about him and everybody talks about what he talks about, well, you can see there's a domino effect here. And as he was mentioning his promos and et cetera, that everybody had to talk about him to get attention, and he's looking at Pat McAfee down there at ringside. And he said, you, Pat McAfee. He said, I understand you've got a program, daily program. Not a regular listener. I listen to the Experience in the Drive-Thru. But you had a guest on your program, Pat McAfee, and went right back to it. And that's why, again, he's a master. He's a cunning linguist. Because this is not inside smart talk that confuses the fucking story and half the audience, and they don't understand because it's the crux of what they're trying to get together. It was not meant for that audience or for that story or that promo to be an aha gotcha moment. It was a little drop in for those of you who know, and the people who love us, as we said, there are many. They got a pop out of it, and the people that hate us, and boy, there's a bunch of those too. Their heads caught on fire. But he, at the same time, went right back to the put. But you, Pat, so the delivery was perfect because it was, what do the kids call it? An Easter egg, Brian, where it's dropped in there.
I mean, not really. An Easter egg, it's not just thrown out there so obviously, I don't think.
Well, it was there. It was a subtle little jab for some people and a nice little wink at other people, and it didn't detract from their story because he went right back to it and started making the points he needed to make. That's how you fucking talk to the smart audience while at the same time not deterring yourself from your program and your meaning of your story. But nevertheless, and by the way, everybody not only got mad at me for existing and for you and I guess for existing with me, but now, oh my, that Punk, he listens to those and oh my God, oh, he's horrible. More on that later. But McAfee emerged unscathed, by the way, but I'll bring it up because when he told Pat McAfee, Punk did, he said, I don't listen to your program, I listen to Experience in the Drive-Thru. McAfee said, understandable. Because I'm sure Pat's listened to a program that we've done or two in the past here. because most people do in this wrestling environment that we find ourselves in. But I got to think that Pat McAfee would agree with some of our philosophy on wrestling because, he's from Indianapolis. He actually engaged Rip Rogers to train him before he got in the business. So he had a solid basics and fundamental, which is why he's overperformed for the amount of matches he's had. But Bri, you are well aware about philosophy of wrestling most of the time. If you ask Rip Rogers and I a question, you'll probably get similar answers. So I'm sure Pat he's no stranger to some of our opinions one way or the other.
Well, who knows? He's a busy guy. Maybe he's just trying to look trendy.
Well, I mean, he does, he does hang out with some of the cool cats, though. He really does. He's not just one of these
cool
pretend
cats.
Celebrities. He hangs out with the cool cats and the hip kids. Yes, even him. Yes, he's a rapper, right? Yes, I heard his last fucking record.
Really? You heard the record of Heathcliff, the cat?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
He's one of the cool cats.
That's right.
I'll tell you, is it spelled like Katt? Heathcliff the cat?
No, but if he leaves the record label, it may have to be just because of trademark issues.
Well, as confusingly similar, sometimes we'll get by. But anyway, back to our topic. So after that mention, then they went on with the rest of the interview presentation, which was brilliant. One of the greatest segments on modern WWE television in a while, but we'll review that at a different time. But that lit Twitter and what are the other things called that these people congregate on and are drawn to, like moths to a flame, to vent their opinions to the world, the Reddits and things and message boards.
The mirror.
Well, it's the same thing in a lot of cases. And like I said, many were for and some were again. And boy, the ones that are again are again. And they hate me and they loathe me and they despise me. I've been called a phobe and an ist, but I'll tell you one thing, Brian. One name that some guy called me on Twitter that I refuse to put up with, that I will not ever admit to being, and that I'm highly offended by, he called me a homophone. A homophone, Brian, and I'll have you know that I'm not now, nor have I ever been, one of two or more words that are pronounced the same but differ in meaning and sometimes spelling. And I resent that implication. I, sir, am not a homophone. But Edward, what is the matter with people? It tickles me to death. By the way, thank you again to all of you people who, as I said, that was a real thing. He wished death on so-and-so's. I wish he'd die. I appreciate your venom and your hospitality, your hostility. It does my old retired heart good to see that I can reach out once again through the airwaves of life and touch your fucking taint in such a goddamn annoying manner that you'd rather goddamn see me go over the edge of a cliff than $1 million land in your front yard. I enjoy that. But what the fuck is the matter with, how can anybody get this worked up to the point that they were mad at, man, Punk, he's not the person I thought he was if he listened to that. God, is everybody that listens to Michael Jackson still interested in a improper fashion with underage minors? Maybe that wasn't even a best.
That's not a really great analogy.
Comparison that I can.
You putz? What was that?
Well, I'm offended. No.
You homophone.
But nevertheless, what the fuck? If real problems came up in these people's lives, are they the kind of people that you have to call the authorities to go tackle in the middle of the street and fucking restrain and take somewhere involuntarily if they get a fucking speeding ticket? If something really happens in their life?
The other thing that makes it all even more ridiculous, as regular listeners know, as anyone who actually knows you as a person knows, I'm a liberal from the Northeast. You're the most liberal fucking person I've ever met.
Yes, that's
the other thing. They're saying that you are against all the things that you are absolutely not against.
Yes,
it's insane.
He's such a goddamn. And meanwhile, they're worshiping the fucking trampoline cowboys that are birth deniers and fucking right-wing conspiracists and fucking, in some cases, their elders contributed to the fucking attempted overthrow of the government.
Jericho! Jericho!
Did I have any blood relatives at the insurrection? For those of you who are worried that I'm some kind of right-wing lunatic?
Did you have any distant relatives there?
I don't think I have any more distant relatives. But anyway, and once again, if a real problem happened in these people's lives, how would they handle it that they are so mad that they have to sit there and type this, my head's on fire because of this guy listening to this podcast and this guy's podcast, he says horrible things about all my favorite wrestlers. He's horrible. He wished that he would die. I wish he'd die. I wish he'd die.
See, that's the thing. You're all these things that they want to say is the worst thing in the world because you hate their favorite wrestlers or because you critique their favorite wrestlers. I even see some people just come out and say, he makes fun of them.
Yes.
What? You can't make fun of stupid? Come on. And you can't make fun of things you see on these wrestling shows? Come on.
They make fun of my wrestling business. That's why I make fun of their attempts to be involved with it. So we're even. At worst, I'm just better at it than they are, right? I mean, have I sat outside any of these fucking people's houses in the car late at night that I've talked bad about and fucking, goddamn done the old fucking drive-by thing where I'm driving around their houses like, I'm going to get you, shaking my finger. What the fuck?
The old drive-by thing. Is that what you call it?
Well, I mean, the old drive around the house thing, and, you're always saying
that old thing.
Yeah, I'm not talking about an actual drive-by. Well, I'm not up on that lingo. I don't do those things. The fuck are you tickled?
I hate Kenny Omega. Blacka.
I have not advocated for anyone to fucking catch these people walking down the street and fucking even give them a tongue lashing. I give them enough of a tongue lashing. Uncle Dave gives them different kinds of tongue lashings. But I'm just expressing my opinions and said, he's so horrible, he's so bad.
Well, the truth of the matter is we saw obviously a pretty large audience come out and comment on this, but I don't think the Jim Cornette haters was a bigger audience than the people that were just happy that Punk came out publicly as a listener of the show. That's the thing. Other listeners felt, good about the fact that their favorite show, the number one show, the best fucking show, that we're over here and here's CM Punk listening. But the reaction from the anti-Jim Cornette people is exactly why some other wrestlers who do listen won't publicly acknowledge it. Because of the lunatic fans.
Well, yeah, and also these are the people on the Twitter machine and their ilk that, unfortunately, in my opinion, make the Republicans feel normal. Because they're so batshit, just ridiculously, illogically, maniacally, so fucking hand-wringy and cringy and pearl clutchy and fucking whatever, just from shit that other people tell them that's not even the fucking case. And when there's a real problem that's why I said a real problem earlier, if these people encountered a real problem, Brian. Well, there's a goddamn criminal lunatic trying to be elected president again. And so if they're so offended about me being so fucking whatever the fuck I am, ist or ismed or phobic or whatever, they ought to really be mad about that because all those people really are. So what are they doing about that? Are they marching in the streets or are they just on Twitter complaining about a guy listening to a wrestling podcast?
Yeah, get off Twitter and help rebuild a bridge or something, you idiots.
Yes. Don't even get me started on the bridges.
Did you see that video of the boat?
Yes. I've driven across that bridge in Baltimore when I used to go up in that neck of the woods, now only accessible by rowboat. And fuck, that's what I'm telling you about the bridges here in Louisville. Oh, let's just close this son of a bitch down right now in the middle of the day for checking and tests and that. Well, fuck. And this thing, but the boat fucking runs into one fucking pillar, 2 miles of it goddamn collapses. How was that fucking put together? And it wasn't like the boat was even trying. They lost power and the whole goddamn, what the fuck? See why I don't trust this shit? But anyway, back to this program. The point is speaking of building a bridge, Punk has apparently built a bridge with a lot of people that may not have been watching Raw in a while. Did you hear the number? Or maybe it's just because he mentioned us, and as I said, because of the magnitude of us. But maybe it's because if CM Punk farts in the wind, people smell it across the country. Every time he talks, they want to listen. Every time he says something, it gets a reaction out of people. And I told you right before we started recording this, I'm trying to figure out how to express this, but we saw the quarter hours. We've seen that as of yesterday afternoon. As many people joined watching Raw for the CM Punk, Drew McIntyre, Pat McAfee, fucking Seth Rollins et al. Segment, as many people joined watching Raw as watch Collision and Rampage in totality. And it went right back down as soon as he was done, by the way.
Well, we're not going to do all the ratings here, but real quick, Monday Night Raw, and I have to say, this was an excellent episode, maybe the best episode of Monday Night Raw I've seen in a few years. It was just a great episode.
Boy, howdy.
This segment was the 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5. Quarter 3, it began in quarter 4. Quarter 3, 8:30, 8:45. The end of, the entirety of Ricochet versus JD McDonough with 2 ad breaks, which did 1.7 million viewers. The finish of that, and the beginning of the CM Punk promo with an ad break in between. Quarter 4, 1.86 million viewers. Quarter 5, the 9 o'clock hour, the Punk Drew McIntyre Seth Rollins confrontation. 9 to 9:15, 2.2 million viewers. And then the next segment, Shinsuke Nakamura with a promo and ad break. Candice LeRae versus Ivy Nile.
Oh boy.
DIY, The Awesome Truth and New Day's backstage angle. An ad break in the beginning of DIY versus New Day. 1.77 million viewers.
But so from start to finish, because he was only in part of that quarter 4, but it still ticked up, and then the full quarter 5 at the top of the 9 o'clock hour went from 1.7 something million to 2.2 million, and then back down again. And it was 2.2, by the way, was by far the highest quarter of the entire program, which included The Rock.
Well, I have an article here, Dave Meltzer reporting CM Punk very close to the people at the top of Nielsen. I'm lying, everyone. It's not a real thing. Don't report that on one of your clickbait sites. Don't have it say that Dave Meltzer really reported that.
Don't report that he says that until he thinks of it and says it. I mean, that...
You know what I'm happy about? Someone who I have a great deal of respect for in the wrestling industry texted me about it. And I said, because I didn't, what are you supposed to say? There's nothing really to say. Oh, it's cool. It is. I said, the one thing that makes me happy, the mention happened in the middle of an excellent segment. The mention, It wasn't just a lot of viewers there. There were a lot of viewers there for The Rock, This Is Your Life. There were a lot of viewers, and the segment was awesome. So I'm happy about that.
And, again, it was a little drop in there, not a pipe bomb, maybe a stink bomb, just for the people who know, and a little wink,
Neutron bomb.
Oh, but it didn't take away from the from the story at hand, and which they told remarkably. And, there's interest, and you can imagine all these matches that they're opening up that Punk is going to be hot for as soon as he's back, with a variety of different people. And they're still keeping a presence and commentary. And we talked about that might be a way to reintroduce him when he's ready, or maybe before he's ready, wink, wink, whenever that may be, because he's talented at that. But the point is, no wonder Tony Khan is still mad at old Jungle Jackoff. Because look at this. He'd still be there, still stuck in that quagmire.
Biggest
still
star
doing. He would still be doing somewhat numbers for Tony, but he wouldn't be doing numbers like this, because it's not possible for Tony's company to do numbers like this.
He would also be selling a lot of merch for Tony. I mean, there's a lot of things, but I'm sure Tony made the best decision he could make. But it worked out the best for CM Punk. And, you say it sets up a lot of matches, and it does. And I'm sure when those matches are on the big events, I'll really like them. More than anything, again, the trend, especially in the Paul Levesque era, and I'm loving it. Because even though there's some boring matches you don't want to watch, even the look, Swami's going, even the look has gotten better. Some of the camera shots, the shot when The Rock came out, we'll talk about on the Drive-Thru. The shots during his confrontation, because Drew was at the commentary table. Everything felt fresh and live and new.
Yes.
The match is getting set up is great, but it's more verbal confrontations that aren't just bland. That's what I like, and that's what viewers like, too.
And they seemed like they were interacting with each other rather than standing there for 3 minutes waiting for their line to hop in unnaturally, right? And everybody was a little sharp. And you mentioned when I'll be Seth and you be Punk. I'm Seth. Would you like to hear what I think?
Nope.
Exactly. Just nope.
No one ever says that in a promo. It was amazing.
But that's the thing also, is they are playing with camera angles. It looks more fucking high-tech network quality. They're getting a little cinematic presentation in these crowd shots and these beauty shots of the arenas, and the fucking shot they do with a drone or whatever sometimes when they go in the door of the place and see and open up and see all the people. And guys like Punk, who are naturals at communicating, and he knows how to work television. He knows where the camera is and what it's going to look like when he's on TV. So he's not just fucking moping around. But anyway, that's how you draw numbers, folks. Just get on television on Raw and mention the experience in the Drive-Thru. You're the highest rated quarter hour on the whole show. And if you're CM Punk.
That's right. And with that, I think we have covered this issue and so much more for almost 30 minutes now. So we'll get back to the Drive-Thru. We will not time travel back. Instead, just so anyone knows, anyone who complains about us, you never ruin our day. I'm over here playing music like it's a silent movie. So let's go back.
I wish it was a silent movie when you play music. I mentioned it got 3,000 likes on Twitter. That's because everybody loves me on Twitter, Brian. Because I've been trending again. I was trending, I'll have you know, yesterday evening while I believe I was outside with Harley Quinn giving her a vigorous belly rub and awaiting the start of Svengoolie. And I was trending on Twitter and didn't even know it. But that's because I'm Trendy McTrenderson and people just love me and can't stop talking about me. And I know you know, but maybe some of the folks don't know. This time I trended on Twitter because when you and I had a discussion, Brian, here real recently, as it a couple days ago, about how stupid it was for Tony Khan to present Swerve Strickland, his brand new world champion, the fucking supposed top guy in the company, not only present that title as subordinate to the New Japan Pro Wrestling IWGP URSE title and John Moxley, and not give Swerve a promo and not give Swerve any kind of... Willow had a celebration here lately, but Swerve didn't. And not only that, but he went out there and it took him 15 or 20 minutes to beat a human Q-tip and old Kyle Felcher. I said, Kyle may be a wonderful young man and he can do all the moves, but you could teach Mighty Joe Young or Cheetah to do the wrestling moves, but that doesn't mean that they need to be doing them against your world champion. Why the fuck is Tony Khan not treating Swerve Strickland any better? And when our clip went out on YouTube, Travis Heckle did another brilliant piece of art. He should be hanging in the Louvre on a daily basis. That's what everybody says about Travis. Actually, I think they're talking about his art, but that's the way they say it. Nevertheless, he depicted old Kyle Felcher as a Q-tip and me as Mighty Joe Young and Swerve Strickland as, I know this is a stretch, Swerve Strickland. And people saw the artwork and, oh my God, Cornette's so racist. Cornette is a racist. Proves Cornette, he's got to be canceled. He's got to be run out of. One person said Jim Cornette should be escorted out of the wrestling community forever.
Let's go, buddy. You're out of here.
Let's go.
Enough.
I suggest that person that said that on Twitter, come on over. My garage door is always open to you. If you can hike 200 feet up the driveway and smile and say hello to the cameras that are hooked up to Stacy's phone and hop the fence before you do that and blah, blah, blah. But come on up and escort me out of the wrestling community. The wrestling community. If there is a wrestling community, Turd Blossom, you ain't in it either. So nevertheless, because I was the gorilla, I'm racist. Because I said, why does Tony Khan want to treat Swerve Strickland that way? I'm obviously a racist. Because Kyle Felcher looks like a Q-tip. I don't know what... I think any race can stick a Q-tip in their ear or up their nose or wherever orifice they need a quick clean out. So maybe he's neutral. But, so with these fucking... They trend us on Twitter for making me look silly in our artwork. And again, yeah, Cornette should have known better. Yeah, because I'm sitting here drawing all these goddamn things in my spare time, dipshit. And by the way, again, bravo, Travis. You're a prince among men.
We haven't really talked about that much, but you see, Jim was such a fan of Jerry Lawler that he learned how to draw.
Yeah.
And he's been the one secretly, Travis Heckle's a made-up name. It's not a real thing. He is Travis Heckle.
I am Heckle. I am Heckle and you are Heckle and we are all heckling together. But do these people exist in the same world of reality that the rest of us do, that they just lose their fucking minds? Again, folks, I remind you, there are serious issues that you could use some of this energy. There are wars going on in the world. There are hungry children and abused animals. A goddamn criminal pig could be elected president again. And your minds are blowing up on your Twitter machines where you're actually able to say things to people and about people without repercussions because they drew a picture of me as a gorilla in the same fucking frame as the black man that I was advocating for, as Paul Heyman says, to be presented in a better light. I got news for all of you. Take my penis in your mouth and suck it. But in a non-coercive way.
Yeah, that makes it better. Yeah, it makes it better.
There's no coercion at all. I'm just telling you, do this. I'm not going to make you physically. You can slink on off with your tail between your legs, but if you remain here, you need to take my penis in your mouth and suck it.
You can all stay away from my penis, for the record.
Well, they don't want to break normal tradition, Brian. People have been doing that for years. So,
it's
anyway,
it's crazy. Now, there are certainly people that are predisposed to not liking you because you make fun of their favorite wrestlers and succeed and haven't failed.
And to be fair, if I met these people that you mentioned and knew them personally, I would be making fun of them too. So there's that. They know that. So they can kind of assume that, well, Cornette would rip the shit out of me if he ever fucking saw the state of me. So I probably wouldn't like him anyway.
But let's just say this. And again, you don't draw the art. You simply talked about the content that led to the art. Travis bases every piece of art off things that Jim says. Usually there's something you have to listen deep into the clip to realize what exactly is referenced in the art.
It's part of the fun. But the key words where you have to listen to it.
Right. And in this artwork, Swerve Strickland's portrayed as, why am I with these two idiots? And as in all the arts, Travis is portraying Jim Cornette in a fun, silly manner. He mentioned Mighty Joe Young. He's Mighty Joe Young.
But these people don't like fun, Brian, unless it's silly, stupid wrestling done by children. Otherwise, fun is outlawed.
But let me just say this too. Race had nothing to do with the clip in question. Race had nothing to do with the artwork. At no point did any of us think it did. And if you looked at this and your first thought was that's racist because Jim Cornette, who last I checked was notoriously white, is portrayed as
infamously
Mighty Joe Young. If you saw that and said there's a race issue there because he's portrayed as an animal, a gorilla, maybe you have the problem with race, not everyone else. There's a lot of people want to point fingers at everyone for everything. This is this is that. This had nothing to do with any of that. Race never came into any of this. And then all of a sudden people want to yell about this artwork.
It doesn't matter because it makes them mad and I love it. Because here's the thing, you little fucking dipshits. Anybody that gets mad about that, again, you can fuck off or blow me. It's your choice, but you can't cancel me because I don't work for anyone. I don't care whether anybody listens to this fucking show or not, to be honest with you. To be quite perfectly honest with you, I love the people that love me, but I'd a whole lot rather right now be out in the backyard rubbing Harley Quinn's belly. So we do our own thing, Brian. People have the choice of whether to listen. If they don't want to listen, they don't have to. But you can't fire me because I don't quit. As long as I don't quit, I can just do this whenever the fuck I want to, and we don't have to make anybody fucking happy. Except the people who are listening to us in record numbers, because we don't put up with bullshit like this, and we don't apologize for silly ass shit that other people make up, and we're not lobbying for a job, so we don't have to tell people that this goddamn fiasco of a fucking Chinese fire drill that you see on these wrestling programs actually makes any goddamn sense. We don't have to say that because we don't care whether they don't like us or not.
I'm lobbying for a job, for the record.
Well, and you're going to get one in the fucking lobby of the theater, tearing those tickets and showing people their seat.
I'd like to run Channel 9 or Channel 11 in New York and revitalize things.
You could add them up and make Channel 20.
That's not bad.
See there, already the marketing is, but that's the point, is if I cancel all you want, because we don't do this on purpose to shock people. We're not even doing this to make fucking money on purpose. That just accidentally happened. We're doing this because this is what we decided we were going to do. And everybody that can't take a little goddamn honesty along with their entertainment amuses me. For fuck's sake, you're so used to people being mealy-mouthed and beating around the bush and trying not to fucking call shit shite that they just they don't know what to think. We're still talking about bad wrestling poorly done, or the occasional good wrestling done well. But I don't think there's could we be like Blassie, Brian? When he first went to Japan, got on TV, the people couldn't handle it. They had 3 or 4 heart attacks. Can we give somebody a brain aneurysm on Twitter?
That's probably not a good idea for, not all promotion is good promotion.
I don't know. I don't know. I think if this person from piss on fucking Donald in England, Stratford-on-Avon, piss on Donald. That ought to be a place.
There's just a lot of ignorant people. You just
he had a fucking aneurysm because of something he read on Twitter and dropped dead there straight away with blood coming out of his nose.
There's just ignorant people out there. There are people who just want a reason to not like you. There are people who I saw, I don't need to listen to it to know it's racist.
Yeah. Well, it's obvious we don't need to listen to that because you might learn something. Ridiculous. Heaven knows you don't want to learn anything.
I'll tell you, there's too many people wagging their fingers and too many people who are, allegedly all the way on the left who are pushing a lot of people far away.
I think we ought to keep everybody's finger firmly in the middle.
Stick it up your ass. That's what I say.
Yeah, well, that's generally in the middle. Where is yours located? Mine's in the middle.
That's the middle.
That's right there in the middle.
Well, Jim, speaking of getting to the bottom of things, and before we get to Dynamite, let's quickly bring up, I don't know how quickly it'll be, but you trended again. I don't even know if it's again. It was just part of the overall trend that was happening and you got swept up in.
I was already trending and I received a boost to trend for a few more days.
Well, Adam Pearce, someone you previously worked with in Ring of Honor and who is now I think he's the general manager of Raw, is the official title.
Yes.
He's been on WWE TV for a number of years. Everyone seems to like him except for merchandise weasels. I mean, everyone else has good things to say about him. And he decided to tweet out that he was wearing a very special outfit for Monday Night Raw, and it caused some people to get quite upset. And I know we'll talk about Raw later on, but also Pat McAfee would then make a mention referring to the outfit. And again, it caused other people, oh my God, I can't believe he said it!
I think McAfee may have not gotten the flack that Adam did because he just made the comment on television. It's not like people could reply to that instantaneously from their phone or whatever. But poor Adam continuing the joke that was peripherally about me, as we'll get to in a second. He makes a tweet and every degenerate dumb fuck and fake person on Twitter immediately clogged up his goddamn tweeting machine. So we apologize to poor Adam for having to deal with a bunch of knuckleheads because apparently, he's been doing things on Twitter, saying things on Twitter, appearing on Twitter for years and years now, and nobody's decided to hop onto him until it's not the WWE fans, it's this sub-genre of subhuman with 72 different accounts apiece that decided to hop on him and scream at him for no reason. So we apologize for poor Adam to have to block 14 people with 72 accounts apiece. But nevertheless, having said that, it's a surprise that I'm friends with Adam Pearce. We worked together in Ring of Honor 15 years ago. I've told the stories of our days in Ring of Honor and him telling Carrie Silk and fuck Sid and Ross, the merchandise weasel, and blah, blah, and the whole hee-haw gang. We enjoyed working together. Why is it a surprise? I've never had a bad thing to say about him that we would be friends suddenly. But nevertheless, what happened was because they're doing the draft on the WWE shows, and the red is for Raw and the blue is for SmackDown. Then Adam Pearce wears and I must have, it was beautiful. And he pulled it up, blood red sport jacket and matching tie, black shirt, black pocket square, very striking look, very reminiscent of another person's look back in the old days, but I don't want to toot my own horn, but toot toot. But anyway, as he's going out to do some of the draft picks, they get a shot of him in this outfit. He makes some comments. He turned as he's walking off. They're going to the break. Pat McAfee says, "Hey, grab a tennis racket, Pearce." Because he knows what he's ribbing fucking Adam, right? He looks like Cornette. Got it in before the break. It's just a little joust. It means nothing to their audience or in their universe because it's so much bigger than AEW's. But because of that, once that Adam heard about the little fucking rib that McAfee did, he tweets out Sweet Stan Lane's introduction, saying, "Tonight's suit was brought to you by your friend and mine, Mr. Jim Cornette." And that's when all the fake people on Twitter lost their minds. The AEW sub-genre of dweller that have all the multiple accounts, because I figured it out now, because they all have either pictures of Japanese anime characters. Many of them are up front and mention AEW or We Heart Wrestling in their bio. Many of them say that they're women when there's no way that these people are women. They may be men desperately wishing they could speak to women. And they all say the same thing, or they quote tweet the same fucking people or the same people with the same kind of thing. And they hopped all over at him like, how can you be friends with this human being and defend him? He says this and that and an est and all this other stuff. And just with their fucking screaming heads, so they are not
He's
real.
awful, so now we're allowed to harass you!
Yes, it's like, how could you ever have spoken to or worked with this subhuman being that it's like I'm Paul Pot or something?
Every single person other than the Bucks, Owens, and Generico loved working with you.
Well, but see, that's the point. And actually, Generico and I would have probably been good if Steen hadn't been around. Fat ass fucking drove a wedge with everybody. But the point is that for the past 40 years, the only people that I have worked with or for or that have worked for me that I have any issue with or that there has been problems with are the people that I came across that either got into business on a gift and didn't appreciate it, the Russos, the Ferraras, the Dunns, or the indie-minded fucking indie-rific outlaw bullshit crew that can get by with only when people think wrestling is supposed to be silly because they can't do it right. Otherwise, I believe we went through the mathematics that one time, Brian, and figured that I technically have never asked for a job in the wrestling business in my life. From the time that Jerry Jarrett asked me, do you want to be a manager? To modern day, I've never asked to be booked. Everyone came to me. I didn't rudely throw myself at them. And most of the people that I've worked for enjoyed the experience and felt they got something out of it. And again, the Jim Herds, the people that lucked into being in the wrestling business and didn't deserve it. Everybody else, from the dawn of my career to the time that I said, fuck it, I'm staying home, was pretty fucking happy in one way or another. Imagine that.
Yeah, whenever you see like one of those guys from the era you were active in the business do like an interview or something, and someone says, what about Jim Cornette? They smile first, and then they say, oh, I love Jim Cornette. And then they have some kind of crazy story about something you did. It's never, that motherfucker. Well, it's every now and then there is. But usually it's someone that, there's a reason for it. But usually it's, oh, I love that guy. And here's a story. But the fans, again, there are fans who can't take the fact that you reject the wrestling they like, whatever that may be. And because of that, you should be canceled. Anyone who associates you should be canceled. But they're okay. They're above board.
Well, yeah, and also you'll notice that people that have never met me, talked to me on the phone, or worked with me in any capacity hate my fucking guts. So I got that going for me. But anyway, so that's what happened again for, poor Adam's Twitter, just trying to make innocuous little jokes, with McAfee and a little elbow in the ribs to me, and suddenly everybody thinks he's a heinous person because he would associate with me. But as we've discovered now, I think it's, again, they do the same things, they say the same things, they tweet the same things, their profiles look the same. Is this really what's what's left of the AEW audience is fighting ever harder to try to discredit people because of their favorite taint-tickling wrestlers. And they've got to mount this kind of shit thinking that it's going to make a fucking difference to me or anybody else.
You know, there's a professor who just put out another book. His name's Scott Galloway, and he appears on Bill Maher every now and then, and he's on TV every now and then. And he said it the other day, and it sounds crass, but if you really think about it, there's too many people who don't get laid. And because of that, there's this built-up anger and frustration, and especially when you're insulting or putting down or joking about something they love, it's almost like you're taking something away from them personally because they have nothing else. And I think if more of the crazed wrestling fans on Twitter had companionship, even if it's just a hooker, I think it would really help. And I know it sounds like I'm making a joke, but I'm very serious. I think that's one of the big problems. And he said it out loud on that show, and I was like, man, finally, someone's saying it. More of these ninnies need to get laid.
But now they may be ninnies or they may be nattering nabobs of negativity. But I say this to you, Brian, since again you're a bi fan. You're both a wrestling fan and a baseball fan. You're two sports, so you're a bi fan.
That's right. I'm bisexual. If you buy me something, I'll have sex with you.
Well, there you and again. I'm trisexual. I'll try anything. So in baseball, if a retired baseball player of some repute, doesn't have to be a goddamn Hall of Fame, guy, just somebody that made it out of the minor leagues, is somehow as a broadcaster or as a columnist or a commentator or whatever they're doing in the modern baseball world, retired great baseball player or moderately good baseball player, now he's commentating on the sport in some fashion. If he says, I don't know what they see in this guy in fucking San Diego, he's a goddamn shits to me, his form is horrible, he drops his pants when he slides into home base, whatever. Do that guy's fans in San Diego scream at this fucking guy for, well, fuck you, he's the greatest baseball player we've ever seen? Or is it just in this fucking hokey fucking business?
There are crazy fans everywhere. But with wrestling, specifically the online fan, and again, not all the online fans, not everyone on a message board is a nut. It just so happens that a lot of the nuts congregate on message boards or Discord servers or Twitter, whatever the forum is. You get people that are like, hey, I really like wrestling and I really just kind of want to converse with other people about it. And then there are people like, I am wrestling. You have to acknowledge my mental skill when it comes to knowing this stuff. And now I'll pounce on you. And if you don't like something I don't like, I will find a way to get rid of you. It's all that shit. And it's too much of it.
When they went from the fans, they went from just kind of knowing it was a work, but nothing about how, to thinking that they're smart and that everything was always scripted and laid out and produced and etc. And basically what they believe is fake, even though it was anything from fake. They think anybody can fucking do it. Anybody can fucking write it, which is Tony Khan's syndrome. We'll talk about here in a second. And as a result, they don't respect it for what it used to be and what it sometimes still is at a high level. Because they're fucking morons. And they need to keep their mouth shut. And I don't mean to offend you, Brian, to quote a person you're not a fan of, but know your fucking role, you little twits. People say to me, Cornette, your company went out of business. Yes, the company that I had that went out of business versus the company that you never fucking had. You couldn't keep company. That's the you only booked for 7 different places as opposed to you booking a room at the Super 8. Who are you minuscule peons, you amoeba swimming downstream from the nuclear plant to fucking critique anything I've done in the wrestling business? When you couldn't smell my farts, I went past you so quick.
And again, the thing is, these are all people that would have been worshiping you, but they kind of went with that schism where all of a sudden you became the boogeyman for the guys in Ring of Honor that couldn't do whatever they wanted when you were there. And when you were gone, Jim Cornette became the boogeyman. And they used that. And the Young Bucks used you as this villain in their head to build themselves up with fans. But now look at where we are. Who do you think has more fans today, Jim Cornette or the Young Bucks? Today.
We can compare numbers. So we'll be doing it by the end of this program.
But again, there's a lot of fans that can't cope, and you keep trending because of it. But I think the interesting thing is whether it was the Swerve Strickland artwork or this, yeah, there are some real vocal ninny fans, and a lot of them just breathtakingly ignorant. And a lot of them just don't understand the irony of how they're behaving versus what they claim they're calling people out for. But the amount of feedback we've seen on social media in different places, the people actually going the other way. No, we listened to him. You're wrong. I think that's kind of been one of the interesting stories in the last week. The pushback from the audience, the people that actually spend their time and listen to these shows every week, telling the other people, fuck you. Fuck you. Go out, get a job, and get your dick sucked.
Not necessarily in that order.
Probably in that order. You need a job. You need some money. You're a bum. Take a shower. This goes for a lot of you.
Are you done?
I'm done.
With the venting at these people? But nevertheless, we'll continue to be here to trend and inspire fashion and set new standards for broadcasting, just as we always do. But we appreciate, because every time, as I said, all 14 people with 72 accounts apiece, do the math, I can't in my head, do this, we get new subscribers and new people actually listening, saying, well, I gotta hear what the fuck this guy is saying. He's got to be full of shit. He's got to be a complete maniac. He's got a point. And we get new listeners because they want to hear for themselves how we could be saying these horrible, villainous things in public, and it come to find out we're not. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing that anyone's ever done for me.
And again, you always hate when other people get caught in the crossfire. So if you're someone who appreciates the good work that Adam Pearce does each and every week, please, when you go to a WWE event, bring a red rose to symbolize the red suit, and try to hand it to him and see how far you get.
Yeah, or just throw them at him. Throw flowers at his feet as
red.
He walks to the ring. Red roses.
They have to be red.
Red roses for Red Rover. Come on over. But can you imagine if some night they just decided to, when they go back to Milwaukee, Adam's hometown, they should throw red roses at his feet as he walks to the ring? It'd be the greatest visual in the history of wrestling. Boy, they really like the general manager here in fucking, he's from Green Bay. Well, fuck, they'll never go back to Green Bay.
And if these people were this upset about him wearing a red suit, wait until they find out you're the new GM of WWE Speed.
Well, hey, that's because I can't last as long as I used to. So they had to get me in and out quick. Well, Brian, you're going to have to help me. I've tried to be good. I've tried to change my ways, to reform, to fucking see the light, to turn over a new leaf, to fucking make some New Year's resolutions, to modify my behavior. But I'm still upsetting people. And I'm very confused. Brian, I hope all the Cult of Cornette listeners will just take a second to help me work through this. Can you be my therapist here, my mentor, my advisor, my confidant?
Your anger management therapist? Didn't we start with that?
That didn't work out. But I'm not angry now. I'm not angry now. I'm bewildered. I'm bemused, bumfuzzled, confused. I don't understand because, see, I've been trying to do things the right way. I've been trying not to tick so many people off. Now, it started out that I was ticking people off. I was making people upset. I was getting people all kinds of stirred up and just wound up in the crotch. When I would say things like, for example, so-and-so ought to be boiled in oil and have the fat sold for soap. Now, some people considered that an inflammatory statement. Or if I was to say, for example, that son of a bitch should be run over by a steam engine in front of his immediate family. People thought that was being too extreme in my viewpoints.
I'm guessing there would be a kidnapping involved there, because why is everyone hanging out by the steam engine?
Well, you know, it's the locomotive. It's the other side of the tracks. A lot of people are living there these days. And, you know, you got to get to one side or the other, because when you're in the middle, things happen. But anyway, so I tried to lighten up on people a little bit, and I tried not to say such inflammatory things like that no good gum-bumping sack of snake feces ought to be drug out in the parking lot, strung up, and let kids throw rocks at him for a dime apiece. And then these people started getting upset over our artwork, over the thumbnails, the innocent cartoon-land thumbnails of the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel that have captivated the hearts of so many of the nation's children. They love the cartoon. Children, adults, big and small, or old and young, or old and new, or whatever that, children of all ages. They love the art, but some people, oh, goddamn, look at that picture. That proves he's a horrible son of a bitch. Oh, my God. That fucking Cornette deserves to be run off the goddamn planet. We ought to fucking shove a hand grenade up his ass, pull the pin, and wherever his spleen lands, they get a prize. So we tried to even go further, Brian, and I gave somebody a compliment. And this is what I don't understand. I'm hoping you can walk me through this, because I gave someone a compliment about their work in the wrestling business. Not just a compliment, but a compliment about wrestling, which is even rarer coming from me. And that person responded by saying, "Thank you for that compliment, Jim Cornette.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it." And we both trended for 3 days with people saying, "Oh my God, you're a no good piece of shit for thanking that no good piece of shit," to the person that I complimented.
I thought Adam Pearce was a piece of shit, but you're a bigger piece of shit because this happened after that.
You should have known better.
Are you going to wear a red coat?
I'm just trying to, and here's the problem. The reason why that they are mad at this person for thanking me, for complimenting them, is because they say that I'm a misogynist and a racist, or a racist and a misogynist. I'm not sure which order they're putting it in. And the person that they're screaming at that is a horrible person because I complimented them is a black woman. So
she doesn't have a voice in this. It's what I say. You're a racist. Because I know. I'm white.
Have we got caught in some kind of centrifugal situation here where we're spinning in a circle and I came up behind the goddamn issue and fucking lapped it? Because how? I don't understand this. It doesn't go together. If I am complimenting a black woman for her work in wrestling, then why are the alleged wrestling fans saying horrible, disgusting things to her and calling her names because she thanked me for the compliment, and I'm the misogynist and the racist? Wouldn't it be them for saying the horrible things about the person who is of a race and a gender? Or I don't understand. Help me.
I can help you, because the problem is a pretty small problem, because I think we've started to see more and more the ninny audience is getting smaller. The audience that actually listens is getting bigger, not just in terms of the actual listenership, but the listeners willing to speak out and say, we've seen enough of this now. I am a black man and I listen every week. He's not a racist in any way. I've had real racism in my life. We've had emails. We've seen tweets saying that. And then it's the same people. It's the same little white guy on Twitter saying,
Cornette's a racist. He said horrible things, which, I didn't have a problem with any of this until he started hating my wrestlers, but he's horrible. He's horrible.
and then someone will say, oh yeah, I remember when he said they should put the belt on Shelton Benjamin.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's a frantic, lunatic audience. And they're the ones who look bad because they're the ones saying, how many comments did we see? This poor Samantha Irwin. Samantha Irvin, not Irwin.
I thought she's married to the crocodile hunter, right?
That's right, Steve Irwin, our shyster. But Samantha Irvin, a fan, said something from the video we saw after the fact of her. She seems to be someone who's a genuine wrestling fan and probably was appreciative of your comments. And then the people criticizing her for having the audacity to say thank you to you are saying worse things about her than you have ever said about anybody. It's a sickness, it's a craziness, and I'm happy that more and more listeners are now getting directly in there and whatever you want to say, ratioing them, fighting back, filling up their comments with facts. Because seriously, fuck this. Enough of the people that sat there eating their fucking boogers, trying to dictate to everyone else how we should think, how we should live, how we should be. I'm sorry you're overly sensitive about everything, even shit that has nothing to do with you, but go fuck yourself. Here's some advice. Get off the computer, get a fucking job, and get your dick sucked.
Is that advice for me? Because I'm on the computer. I don't have a job.
Jim, get off the computer. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. No, that's advice for the listeners. Not the listeners, but the ninnies out there.
The ninnies.
Enough
the ninnies,
of you.
the nattering
Enough
nabobs
of
of
you.
negativity.
Go to the Observer board. Get off Twitter. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, we said
You're losing.
when we talked about the Pierce controversy, or the Adam Pierce fashion controversy. There's words that'll never be put together again. It's not even a sizable amount of people. It's a sizable amount of Twitter accounts. It's a small amount of people with 74 accounts that for some reason they feel the need to have some kind of presence in the world. You can tell whether they've got 6 followers and they follow 4,000 people, or the picture of the Japanese anime, or some Joshi or fucking AEW personality figures highly into their goddamn username to begin with. And they're the ones that just lose their fucking minds over everything and say this shit to people that they have never met, don't know anything about. And it's somehow, again, I don't even care if you go out and get a job or your dick sucked. Just go out in the yard. Because that's where I went on Friday night. When this whole thing happened, after our clip came out, and then she thanked us for it on the tweeter machine. We're out there in the backyard, and Harley is making friends with a bird under the redbud tree. They're about 5 feet apart, right? And Stace takes a picture of it. And she tweets it. Look, Harley making a bird friend. I say, you know what? I'm going to retweet that because I like it when people see pictures of my puppy. So I come up here and get on my computer to retweet the picture, and I'm trending. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't even have time. Here's a picture of my dog and a bird. And then the next day, it's Saturday. The weather was beautiful. The Monroes are over, continuing to build my patio that I've spoken of back there with the fire pit and the stone and blah, blah, blah. And I had to run over and visit my cousin Larry. For those of you who've been listening over the last several months, he's still having health challenges, etc. And we're planning, it's good weather. Stace and we're going to put some burgers and dogs on the goddamn grill. And there are people screaming on Twitter, using their day to scream at this poor woman who innocently thanked someone for a goddamn compliment. What the fuck is the matter with these people? And I'm trending for 3 days while I'm in the backyard eating a fucking burger.
How was the burger?
It was lovely. It was wonderful.
It was a lovely burger. I've never heard that before.
It was a lovely burger. I would encourage more people to have more burgers and less Twitter. But so here's the thing. Should I stop complimenting people? Or is it that I just don't compliment the people that they want me to compliment? Or how should I adjust my behavior? Should I quit saying good things about people, or should I quit saying bad things? Or what about if we just instruct all the people who don't like anything that I say or don't like any of the various things that I say to put their lips together around my penis and blow? And then that would accomplish some element of the dick sucking you were talking about, while at the same time, I would be the beneficiary of same.
I've seen some of these people. Good luck with that. Have fun. Have fun over there. A dark era at Castle Cornette. The blowjob era.
You never know. There may have to be a screening process, I guess. Or maybe some people will be invited to choose a surrogate.
It's not like the glory days behind the dumpster. It's a different scene nowadays. It's a different scene.
It's a different scene in this modern environment. It's not like when you could just go back behind the dumpster and everything was there. All right.
No, but you know what? The big thing, the big takeaway, though, I think, and again, it makes me really happy. The listeners get it. And you're seeing more and more of them speak out because they enjoy the show. We come at them twice a week. We give them more content than just about anyone could reasonably ask for. We're there a lot. They listen to a lot of us. They hear everything we say. They don't agree with everything we say, but they listen to the show and they enjoy it. And when they see these people who don't listen, have preconceived notions about you, don't like you purely because you don't like their wrestling or won't give it a chance. In some cases, just as absurd as you make jokes about wrestlers. Those people, it feels like that's a diminishing audience. And we're seeing a whole new era of growth and a whole new era of the listeners willing to say, fuck you, leave us alone. We like this. It's better than everything else.
Well, is it actually Tony Khan and his merry band of pranksters validating our comments by performing same every week on television to their dwindling audience, who may be starting to agree more and more with us and a variety of other listeners that feel the same way? That what the fuck? Straighten your shit out.
See, that's a large part of the resentment from a certain segment of the audience. It is that when AEW started in 2019, from the jump, Jim Cornette is wrong. This proves Jim Cornette wrong. Jim Cornette's wrong. And then in 5 years, it slowly started, well, you know, he's right about a few things here. Or, well, you know, I don't like all the things he says in terms of the names, but he has some good points. Or, you know, I listen every week now and he's right. I don't even watch AEW anymore.
Well, it wasn't like anybody had to be the ghost of Nostradamus to predict some of the things that would happen based on some of the people involved and traditional rules of thumb of the wrestling business. At most of the time, when somebody's never done something before, chances are they're not going to fucking knock it out of the park in a goddamn national television show from day one. Or, you know, the legless boy on the first pay-per-view was the canary in the coal mine, I think. But it's not only their company also, but honestly, what have we been saying since we've been doing this program? The WWE, and when AEW started, the WWE had been practically laying down and inviting somebody to come and challenge them for a while because they had made themselves the company, the evil empire. The promotion itself, more often than not, because of Vince, either on TV or in real life at various points, was fucking heel. And they didn't like his creative because his mind had melted. And whatever, I mean, you know, adolescent fantasies that he started working out when he was in his fucking 70s ruined the TV show, and nobody was a star, and it was blah. The time was, they were giving it to an opposition promotion to at least get a leg up. At that point on a silver platter, And Tony comes and gets the leg up, and he, like in a fucking Three Stooges movie, he goes all the way over the fence and lands with his head in a bucket of yellow paint. And now the WWE, you can see the visual.
I can. I kind of want to. I kind of wish Tony would be willing to do some silent film or something.
Alley-oop. And now the WWE is the goddamn new era with a babyface legend, Triple H, in charge of creative and a goddamn multi-billion-dollar conglomerate behind it. And they're going around the world. They're international yacht brokers from Toulon, France, and the opposition has been reduced to a local yokel at the goddamn Jacksonville Kmart. And that's, and we say if WWE wasn't a heel and Vince wasn't pissing so many of the fucking fans off, then that would be better for their business, which it has turned out to have been. And we said if Tony would put some people who actually knew what the fuck they were doing in charge of booking and picking talent instead of the All Friends Network, then that would help them. And that's come to pass. So, but those weren't hard things to figure out. It's just that nobody was willing to come out and tell the fucking truth. Because everybody wanted to take the billionaires' fucking money. God damn it.
And now we're sitting here hoping there'll be a third well-financed national promotion somehow.
Yeah, when I'm 84, they'll get another chance at this.
Well, there it is, Jim. I guess we should say Volume 1, because I'm sure the trending won't stop. I think we already have some clips for Volume 2 ready to go, but any final thoughts on your trending years?
Well, I think actually that the trend is that I will continue trending every time that I tell the truth about someone, because the truth is the only trend that we have here on the program, and some people can't handle the trends or the truth. Is that clear?
I think that's somewhat clear, or maybe not at all, but find out more on the experience and the drive-thru wherever you find your favorite podcast. For Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!